Hello. All right, listen up. Listen up, Timu Twitch chatters. That's you guys. Get in your place. Okay. I need to find that thing. What is that website? What's the website that allows you to scour through your entire channel to search the transcripts? I'm trying to find an old clip, but I can't find it. Hang on. Hello from the H3 fan base. Whoa! Hello, how's it going? H3 fans. Wild. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we got quite a lot of them. You always expect like a bit of a bump when you talk to other communities, but I didn't expect this many new people coming into the space just because of that one thing. I guess people over there were yearning. They were yearning for an alternative brown person. I don't know. I'm sorry. Comment section's been a real battleground. Yeah, I know, but it's like you know when the attacks are just so impotent that like letting them continue actually kind of helps because like they're just wasting their own time. People in my comment section for this video, this new one, responding to the Hassan Banna smear piece, are setting up some kind of conspiracy theory that I apparently like reorganized the timing of the videos to make it look like I wasn't actually lied about, or to make it look like I was lied about, but I actually wasn't. It's so fucking stupid. The timelines make a lot of sense. Like I feel stupid even thinking about explaining it to you because it's just so simple. So I don't know, but like people keep saying in these comments that like I've hidden a video, like I did private a video whilst I was editing this one or getting this one edited, and then I unprivated. And people are fucking furious. Actually, the top comments are fine, so that's cool. Yeah, it was this. He said the X-rays are fake, and there's a clip of me saying they were real. But people they don't understand the timeline of the clips, so they're like, they're just, oh god. I don't know, whatever. I'm not even humoring it. It's fine. There's also some conspiracy theory. There's a conspiracy theory on the Reddit as well. Where is it? What's the conspiracy theory? Oh, yeah, it's people are acting as if, where is it? People are acting as if the Lonerbox negative comments on the H3 subreddit were all getting banned as a kind of like astroturfing attempt, I guess. I think that's seems to be what people are talking about now. Wow. Oh, is it this? Yeah, people are acting as if the Lonerbox negative comments were getting were actually massive and everywhere, and they got kicked out so as a way of like astroturfing me up or something. Yeah, I don't know. These people are mental. I don't even know that there are so many H3 hate subs. I didn't know there was so many of them. Also, people are acting as if me meeting Elon Levy is like news. Why do people think this is news? I was open about this. I spoke about this as soon as I got back. Yeah. You understand that when you're interviewing people, you're going to meet people you don't like and disagree with, and you're going to meet people you do agree with. Okay? Yeah. I also met settlers. I also met fucking Palestinians who support Hamas. I was nice to them as well because I was interviewing people. Eeh. But damn, they found it. They found the shekels. They found the shekels. I don't know. Let them fight. I also is the H3 audience just like 90% women? What's going on? Uh, I like all these new H3 viewers in the Discord. Are all like she hers. I'm like, what's going on? That's not normal. Politics. Combative politics. I thought that was like a boys club. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure my viewer ratio is something like 8 or 9% women and the rest are men, and like some people I guess click other for whatever reason, like maybe they're non-binary. But now, you know, if we really work at this and we go in H3 more often, it's going to be like 9% or 10%. Imagine 10%. It is making me think a little bit about community guidelines, which we'll probably do. I think around the new year. I think at New Year we're probably going to do a few more obvious changes, because generally when I make changes on stream and change the content approach, it's usually something that just kind of happens gradually, like something that happens over time, and maybe some people just don't even notice. Um, but I think there might be a few corners we can turn more consciously. You have to get Destiny out of your community to keep the woman safe. I don't think Destiny being in the community, he's not really in the community. He appears in Discord sometimes. I don't think he makes it unsafe for women. I think some of his fans make it uncomfortable for women because, you know, some of them, unfortunately, and not all of them. Actually, I think most of the community is actually like pretty good. Like, and actually, the last time he had a take on women that was a little bit like iffy, I think most of his Reddit disagreed with him. That was what I remember seeing about the forethought thing. Yeah, but forethought's banned from our server. He's not. He didn't get to be in our server because he's too much of a nutter. Have you seen the Hassan interview on CNN? No. I've seen the Hassan posing as a more moderate person on CNN. Hassan, the Bernie Sanders supporter. I've seen that Hassan. But I haven't seen the Nasrallah simping, Houthi glazing. Everything that is against Israel is Anne Frank or the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising for absolutely no suspicious reasons. Yeah, I didn't see that one. I didn't see that Hassan. I saw the more normie friendly Bernie Sanders Hassan. So yeah, that's okay. We don't. There's a bit of shapeshifting that goes on there, depending on which media sphere you're trying to court. Which also, by the way, I saw Hassan's community defending Hezbollah because they fought ISIS. Can you comment on that? Um, there's nothing more ironic than someone who calls himself a leftist or empathetic to Arab suffering, who suddenly sees Arabs killing other Arabs, and then their way around it is to say, oh, all their enemies were terrorists. Because that's what Bashar al Assad does. That's what Hezbollah were doing in Syria. Yeah, that's what they would say. They'd say, all our enemies are either Al Qaeda or ISIS. It's like, yeah, 500,000 dead, 300 civilians, most of them, the vast majority of them attributed to Assad and his allies. Where'd you learn that tactic? Oh, they're all terrorists. Where'd you learn that tactic from? You learned that one from Netanyahu, bub. Like, no, it's not only does it ignore the other factions in Syria, like the rebels, the ones who are more pro-Western, the ones who are more pro-liberal, the ones who are a bit more secular. Not only does it completely ignore them, it also ignores the fact that Bashar al-Assad and Hezbollah not only facilitated the growth of ISIS, but they also actually went relatively soft on ISIS. It is completely in the open. No one disagrees with this. It's documented on every side that when ISIS were holed up in Raqqa and other areas in Syria, it is common knowledge that the Syrian government, unlike every other government on earth, continued doing trade with ISIS, continued trading in oil and grain and keeping the Syrian national banks open when everyone else was sanctioning them, because they, in some ways, they benefited from having ISIS around. Because ISIS, although they didn't like the Assad regime, they were also sometimes a little bit useful in fighting the other rebels. So there were times when the Syrians and Hezbollah would win a battle against ISIS, and then they would, rather than take prisoners or kill everyone, which is often what they would do, they would actually allow them to evacuate. They would allow the ISIS soldiers to give up and evacuate to a different part of the country, because they would go to a different part of the country where they would fight with the opposition. That was a very common tactic. And not only that, the origins of ISIS. In 2011, around the time when Bashar al-Assad was arresting arbitrarily and torturing peaceful protesters or giving disproportionate sentences to more violent protesters, he was also releasing prisoners and through presidential decrees. And the people that he was releasing, quite a lot of them were in there for terror charges. They were terrorists. And a few of them ended up becoming the founders of ISIS, like the creators and the leaders of ISIS. It was also thanks to Syria and Syria's kind of either blind eye or just conscious negligence that ISIS were able to train in Syria and to set up camp and arm themselves up and everything else, and also to cross the border into Iraq. So no, this idea that the only people Hezbollah were fighting in Syria are ISIS is ridiculous. People who hate ISIS, people who fought against ISIS in Syria, were also celebrating when Nasrallah died. Everyone who is not pro-Assad, okay, they hate Hezbollah, all of them. But, is that true in Lebanon as well? The Sunnis, the Sunnis in Lebanon who hate Hezbollah, are they all ISIS as well? It's so stupid. It's also, it's racist. All of our enemies are terrorists. All of our enemies are ISIS. Bro, you sound like the most blunt, hardline, dogmatic Israeli far-right settler you could ever be. That's what Assad talks like. That's how Assad treats his enemies. It's very similar. What was it in 2011? It was Presidential Decree 61. I think it was in this decree and some of the following ones where a bunch of the people who were locked up for murder and for terror charges, where some of them ended up becoming the leaders of ISIS. So, is that Is that a simple enough answer? Hezbollah was forced to fight in Syria by Iran at first. There was reluctance because I think Hezbollah was there even before the protests turned violent. But yeah, at the beginning, they were a bit reluctant to show what was happening. But no, they eventually took credit for it. It was in 2013 or something. They were just completely open. They were like, yeah. And Nasrallah in his speeches would twist it because they have this whole theory that I don't know exactly how the theory works to the detail, but they basically believe that ISIS are in some way or another like a kind of a creation or an asset of Israel. So when Hezbollah would win battles against ISIS, he would occasionally call it a victory against Israel. This is him on Al-Manar when they. This was when the first ISIS evacuation. So ISIS got evacuated in 2017 in part of a deal from Assad and Hezbollah. This is near the Lebanese border, I think. Yeah, Hezbollah defends the evacuation of Islamic State fighters August 30th, 2017. And the whole idea was that they were going to get moved from one front to another. And this is the same, I think this is the same speech, the same day. Or is it the day before? No, it was this one. Yeah. He said this, the day of the second victory against Takfiri terrorism, saying that this battle was a continuation of a battle against Israel. August 29th. And then August 30th, as well, this is what he's talking about. He's defending the evacuation of Islamic State fighters after they lost. It's a continuation of the battle against Israel. Okay, little plug. He dead. He dead as fuck. We need to do an unban. Also, what is the website? Who has it? Sulfur, you've got it. I'm sorry I keep asking. I need to bookmark it. What's the website that allows you to scour through the transcripts of all your videos? Oh, this one. Film that, yeah. Okay. What am I doing here? Oh, community. Damn, have we really almost gained 2,000 subs from the H3 showing? That's pretty cool, guys. Isn't that sick? All right. Film not. No. There's someone who was banned who shouldn't have been. What were they called? Oh god, it's such a big list now. It's actually not that much. We haven't really banned that many people. Okay, I have to get. Oh, this person was banned. Whoops. And this person? Why was this person banned? Was this a bad person? Oh, I'll unban them. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. These people, I can see why they're banned. Okay. Okay. We're unbanning people right now. Some people got caught up in like raids, I guess. So they were accidentally banned for being sarcastic or something. I don't know what my mods do. Chill. Right. I need to. Why? Why is this link not working? Hey. Okay. I'm trying to I'm trying to find Mustafa Barghouti. Wah! I'm trying to find a video where Mustafa Barghouti is in a debate and he says something about the Holocaust, about how it was something like they're starving the people in Gaza, they're denying them food. Even the Nazis didn't do that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? This is a really old clip, and I don't think anyone even. I think it was probably him fighting with some fucking Alan Dershowitz or some bullshit. He's a very complex figure, Mustafa Barghouti. Yeah, he's a doctor, isn't he? Hmm. Hmm. But I have no idea. I don't even know which words to search because I can look for Mustafa to see which streams he's in. But I don't really know exactly which one to go for. Can it search multiple words? How do you do that to search for multiple words? Hmm. Is it this? Is it this? Or this me talking about
Even
it?
the Nazis.
Oh, it's this. I got it. Hey.
Even the Nazis.
What did he say here? I think what he said here was pretty wacky. Like, oh, he was talking to that Yishai guy.
And saved a lot more civilian lives.
I expected it to take a little bit longer before Rabbi Fleischer started lying.
You're dealing with fascists in
Ooh.
Israel. It's a fascist government, fascist spokesperson. Even the Nazis did not come close to doing that. Nobody can prove that this was a rocket.
Barghouti engaged in... No. So it's here. It's somewhere here. It's somewhere here. Okay.
Even the Nazis did
No,
not.
that's the intro, so it'll be here.
Fascists in Israel. It's a
No, it's
fascist
the intro again. What the fuck? How many times did I watch this intro?
only killing Palestinians, but also cutting off electricity and water and starving Israel. It's a fascist government,
Ooh.
fascist spokesperson who are advocating not only killing Palestinians, but also cutting off electricity and water and starving people to death. What is this? Even the Nazis did not come close to doing that.
He had such a W. He had it in the bag. The Nazis, they oh no. This guy's like the moderate. He's like the non-violent sort of he's like the charmer of the English-speaking world for the PLO and shit. Oh god. Oh my god. Marwan would never say that. I know it. Yeah, is when I spoke to was it Yossi Balin and Shlomo Ben-Ami. They okay. It's the reason I bring this up is that apparently people on Twitter have just discovered that I went to Israel, like, okay, and Palestine, but obviously they don't give a fuck about what I actually did there, and they don't know everything I did there and everyone I met. But they do find it very interesting that I obviously met Elon Levy, and there's a clip of there's a picture of us like laughing in the car. But I guess these people don't give a fuck that I also shook hands with and had a pretty friendly conversation with a guy who is like a Holocaust denier, effectively. So I don't understand this can you not interview people who say problematic things? Is that not allowed? This guy is also like a kind of he's like a bridge between Hamas and Fatah as well. Like I think he's got contacts with both of them, and he has been himself a non-violent activist his entire life. But when violence does happen, he is very careful about condemning it or coming out too strongly against it because he needs to keep his, his political bridges. Apparently, if that's okay, and I don't recall having an Elon Levy glaze fest. I don't know. I don't recall the bit where I compared Israeli spokespersons to. I don't even know who's an anime character that's like a good speaker. That's like a good advocate. Bro, Elon Levy is just like Anne Frank. He's deserving. He's just like Anne Frank. He's just using the only weapon he has. This poor little man. He's only using his voice. Naruto. He can only use his voice to defend the Jews, the Jewish state, against the axis of evil. Fuck me, it's so stupid. Barghouti is not a Holocaust denier. Mate, if any fucking white person said this, you would call them a Holocaust denier. Chill. Okay? It's at best, it's Holocaust revisionism. Cutting off electricity, water, and starving people. Even the Nazis didn't come close to doing this. Are you fucking real, bro? Didn't come close? Not only did the Nazis starve people to death, they had policies of starving people to death. It was like, top down, starve these people to death. Fuck yeah, okay. Anyway. Where do I get this clip? Where do I get this clip? It's from, is it Pierce? Is it a Pierce video? It's a Pierce video. Why didn't I find it? So it's Yishai, Omar Badar, and Mustafa. But again, despite his some of his opinions and some of the things he says, it was okay to interview him. No problem. It was quite a chill conversation. I think I pushed back like twice in the softest possible way to Mustafa Barghouti. Like, he was very proud of how he reminded the audience that Dershowitz was Epstein's lawyer. Because he's a memer. He's a big memer. Is this it? Just clip the clip, Lolgup. How do I do that?
You're dealing with...
How do I still don't know how to... Dustin pushed back against Elon on his podcast, no? Yeah. Yeah, but no one cares. They don't care. They're liars. They don't care. They don't care. But since there are some people who apparently do still exist on the fringes or in the middle somewhere on the sidelines, I think it's good to do the whole, if you see something, say something. How do I... Lil flub. Lil plug. How do I get a clip of this? Maybe I should just... Elon was surprised by your pushback, right? You could tell he was bothered by it. The problem is like, if you're interviewing people, it's like, I don't want to... When you debate someone, you're going to get their opinions out in some way or the other. When you interview someone, generally what you do is you ask them a thing, you give one pushback, you let them respond, and then you ask the next question. Because the whole point in an interview is that you want to obviously correct things on the spot that you know are wrong, or you want to challenge opinions that are problematic or whatever. But more importantly is you want your audience to know what the person has to say. Like, but yeah, every time we tried to talk about anything that wasn't pro-Israel, he would just so effortlessly fucking weave it all back into the narrative. Yeah, he was very, because I think that's what he was expecting. I don't know. Anyway. Bro, he's the spokesperson. No, he's not. He's the ex-spokesperson. He's a little blob. Anyway. I wonder if where's the pictures of us with Mustafa? What the fuck is Lil Blob? I think Lil Gup is just it's just I just have a thing about coming up with variations to it. I think it was Lil Pug first, and then Lil Bub, and then Lil Bup. And then somehow Lil Plug came out yesterday when I was talking to a friend. I don't even. Where's Mr. Mustafa?
Hi. Hello.
Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you? Hi. Hello.
How are you? Cool, cute. Look, there's me. Look at that. Look at that. Me. Oh, wow. Lord, how dare you? This guy who says these things about the Jews. I don't know. Fucking. Okay. Is it this one, Lil Scott? Anyway. He's doing a bro fist. True. This is actually quite a cute picture. Look, Lil Gup going in for a fist bump. Lil Pug. I need to get this onto Imager. So what I need, this is the, if you see something, say something, okay? Look. Lil Bump. That's cute, isn't it? I should make an X post about how anti-Semitic you are for meeting him. Yeah. Or isn't there... Wait. I remember, oh God, David. David was soying out about this guy because he did some march about shitting on Jews. Fuck. Hang on. It was a recent one, wasn't it? It was on Twitter. Oh, I think I know where it is. Is this real? Chat, is this real? Okay. Okay. Where's Sundowner? You think he wants to talk? What is what is Lil Borb saying? I can hear something about Hamas and about Yahudi, so it's something about Jews and Hamas.
Little boys, let's Senator to debate you. Little Gup.
Okay, Lil Pug.
All right, Little Scott.
Hey, take care, buddy. Who the fuck is this guy? This guy's decked out. I'm guessing this is in Ramallah because that's where he typically hangs about. Lil Yahud too much. Maybe. Orthodox, okay. What are they saying? Should I be mad? Should I wash my hands after shaking hands with him? Hello, Lil Pup. Lil Jub.
Ladies.
Lil Jug. What is that?
Okay, so can you share the screen because I can't hear it? Like I don't know how to. Okay, just share the screen, please.
All right, Lil Plug. No problem.
Why does Scottish slang sound so fucking weird?
It's not Scottish. This is I don't know where this comes from. I think it's completely online Zoomer. Okay, you ready?
Okay, let's go. Okay, so stop it here. They were
Yes.
saying you who shoot in weddings, like you know how people shoot in the air like retards.
Yeah.
They say instead of that, it would be a much more preferable and economic idea to actually shoot a Jewish settler in the West Bank. They did not say in the West Bank, they said a Jewish settler,
Mhm.
but maybe it's West Bank, maybe it's South Israel, I don't know. You ask them. Or you would give it to a certain political party and organization with an armed group known as Hamas
Okay.
as a two preferable alternative to shooting in the weddings. Yeah, that's what they are saying.
It's a lot
That's
of,
fruity. Yeah.
That's a lot of nuance for a fucking
And
chant. They're saying, so if you're going to shoot at a wedding, go and shoot instead at settler or give it to Hamas. Give your gun to Hamas. They give you options and
yeah.
everything. Wow. Choose your
Is
sword.
that fucking barghouti?
That is Barghouti. That's non-violent Barghouti.
The
He's a
fuck is he doing here?
He's a Giga Chad. That's what he is. He's a
Like,
Sigma.
did he object to it or something? Like, did he say, okay, guys, this is a bit too unhinged?
I'm pretty sure he chants with them in this part, but I don't know which bit he chants with them on. So here he chants with them, right? What was that second bit?
Okay, at first, this is listen, not unhinged. At first, they say they sold Gaza in the dollars, and they are either referring to the Gulf states or the PA. I don't know. You ask them, and then they say, "Raise your hand and chant." And when they say that, he chants with them. He does not chant with the other things.
Okay. Why is someone in chat saying they're not saying settlers?
Okay, who's saying that?
Snowflake.
I don't know.
in chat.
Maybe. Who the fuck is Snowflake? Let me.
They're pictures of Snowflake. I think that's their name.
Why is he lying? What the fuck are you like? Okay, maybe my the fact that I actually speak fucking Arabic is not valid. Give us a better translation, please.
Uh-oh. Snowflake. We're
I
waiting
don't know.
for you.
Maybe I did not hear it. Maybe I did not actually hear it properly. Like, just
Yeah?
give us
You
the
wanna go again?
translation.
Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, Sav's in chat, okay? Listen,
Oh, God,
you're on the
no.
spot.
I mean,
You're
Sev
on the
does not
spot, little
speak any.
punch.
Okay, let me just make it clear. Sev's Arabic is worse than that of a Jewish Israeli who studied it in like second grade.
Wow.
Let's carry on.
Run your mouth more, you stupid Jordanian. I'm watching your
What
Okay,
can
you
I
ready?
say? You guys have been domesticated.
Wait.
domesticated.
Okay.
They said Yahudi, sundowner.
Okay, no, go back. Go back. Go back. It's like 10 seconds. Okay, stop it here.
It says Yahudi.
Sev.
I don't hear
No. Sev, shut the fuck up. Mustawtin, what does it mean?
Mustawtin means settler.
Okay, what did they say before Yahudi?
I did not hear Mustawtin. You're hearing
Oh,
Mustawtin?
no. Okay, I can actually
Can
get
you-
the entire chant.
Can you get me the chant then? Because like I am not hearing Mustawtin.
Don't even know the chants of your people, you fucking retard.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying. What was the other chant? Palestine بلادنا ويهود كلابنا. Yeah, no, I don't fucking know the chant.
This one
Hey,
is
I know
an
what that
on,
means.
you
That's a
can't-
really... Hey, hang on. Whoa. Whoa.
You
Okay,
told
Seb,
me to
you
say
better be
it on
careful what
stream
you say.
before,
Listen, you need
bro.
to fucking rephrase that, okay? You need to find a way to say that the Jews are your little gups. Okay, hang on.
Did you not hear my remix loader?
No?
فلسطين بلادنا يهود أحبابنا.
Yeah, I know. I was there.
I hear بالطخ اليهودي. Sundowner. Are you? Are we
Okay, let me just try to find the original chant because can you send me the link
Hold
into
on,
the video? Because
I'm
I'm
here.
sure I am familiar with this one before. Like I have been to an actual protest where they chanted it. And yes, I chanted with them.
Holy shit.
Just for the gigs.
Okay.
Allegedly.
I think Childish Bambino in chat is saying that they are saying settler.
They are.
So we're 2-on-1 now.
No, they say a Jewish settler. That's what they are actually. Yeah, مستوطن يهودي. It means either a Jewish settler or you give it to Hamas.
Why? What are you hearing, Sev?
بالطخ اليهودي, which means shoot the Jews.
Okay. In slow motion, repeat it.
So settler and shoot them sounds basically the same, by one
no.
letter.
Okay, well,
No. Okay.
But
Leonard?
there's بتخ,
But-
which is shoot, and then there's mustawtin, which is settler. They
Oh,
don't
yeah,
sound
so
the
you're
same.
here. So the difference is Mustautin or
Okay.
Batoch. Okay, right. Fuck.
Okay, Jake
on.
Bradshaw, I would like to know what's your experience in Arabic, and if you have better translation, go ahead.
Okay, listen. I know what to look out for. Okay, they're just noises. Okay, it's easy.
Oh.
What?
Seb, was that مستوطن or was it
I see it here,
بالطخ?
بتخ.
Okay, where's the kha? Where's the fucking kha? There is no kha. خرا عليك.
What do you mean, bro? Are we listening to the same clip?
I'm hearing an S in there. To be fair. And
Can I get? Well, hold on. Give me the video itself. Send me the video on Discord. I want to listen to this by myself. Hold on.
Okay.
I am not hearing Mustawtin.
Buddy, you can't even speak Arabic. Shut the fuck up.
Hang on.
You live in Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, the country where Arabic was literally founded.
Listen. I just
Not found
listen,
it.
I just need to.
Earliest from
I'm gonna
it's Syrian
I'm gonna
desert
deafen
water.
for
You
I'm gonna
literally-
deafen for 1 second. Okay, I just need to vibe
Same
with
shit.
this. Okay, I need
Same.
to vibe.
I'm
Okay, just I need peace. Okay. It's the whatever mustochta or whatever the fuck it. That's what they're saying. It's got an S in it. There's the most obvious S I've ever heard in my fucking. Am I wrong? It sounds like the one that sounds like settler. It's more likely things are saying, but no, it's not. An S resonates at the sort of like high mid frequency. It resonates at like a high 1Ks to 2K. There's no S. Oh, Sev is right. But I thought you said they were saying settler. Oh my God. I thought Sundowner was saying they're saying settler, and Sev is saying shoot them. Yeah, I'm hearing mus or bus or. Okay, I'm gonna bring them back. You guys are foolish.
Ethnicity as such retards.
see Bambi's saying I'm right now. Shut the fuck up.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Bambi doesn't know Arabic either. You have both been domesticated.
Wait. Gazinator is saying as well? Or Gazinator? I don't know where they're from.
Brother, listen. I think it's an honest mistake, Sandra, because you speak Jordanian Arabic, not Palestinian Arabic. So
Wait, what the fuck do you think we speak here? Like, I live in the fucking Baqqa refugee camp. I speak Hebrew Night, basically.
Hebrew night. Yeah, exactly.
No, the fucking أنطي زي أنت والخلالي. الحسب الله
Right.
يجوز.
Just play it into AI. Oh God, I've done that before. That is not trustworthy.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, no, I'm definitely hearing يا بتعطيها للأحرار يا بتطخ اليهودي, which is you either give it to the freedom fighters. I think the name is like the meaning is freedom fighters here, which means the free, the
Yeah.
أحرار, the free, or you what's it called? You shoot the Jew. Anyway, I'm getting a work phone call, BRB.
Okay.
Okay, do you have any details about it so I can actually look up the march
No,
or the
I
protest
don't.
or anything?
No, so you only
fuck
need to find this
yourself, man.
shit on
Did not
some
ask.
angry
Like the date or anything like.
Oh well, there's the tag up here, so it's about Pal Post N. There's that just says Palestine, right? No,
Just,
this just says
Pal Post
Palestine, right?
yeah.
Hey, thank God. Okay, cool. All right, good. Arab settlers in Judea and Samaria. Okay, the person who posted this is slightly unhinged, but it looks like it's from Palpost N, some Palestine, June 2024, mid June. Should I ask Barghouti? Bro, Barghouti's not gonna fucking. All right, really? Yes, I'm a non-violent. I've been a
Wait,
non-violent activist my whole life. Yeah, I was saying shoot them. What are you talking about? All right, hang on. DM Barghouti. Oh wait, okay. I've asked my dad. Who is anti-culture? They're not in the Discord. Okay.
I mean, it doesn't even fucking matter if they said a Jewish settler or just shoot a settler because they are saying the same thing. But
Well,
I
do
guess
they,
some
do-
people want to make
in the
this
Arabic
point.
in the Arabic translation, when they say settler, do they have a distinct word for West Bank settlers, or do they just call all Jew settlers?
They don't have distinct word. Like I think it can be used like in political terms. It's used for referring to West Bank settlers, but like many people use it as all fucking Israelis. So you know.
So they could mean either in this case.
Yeah, okay. That
doesn't
is
really
one
matter.
thing I wanted to point out is nobody says like when you're talking about like in politics or like in a professional setting, yes, they differ. They say Mustawtin, they say Israeli.
No, they use
say-
colloquial as well.
Yeah, but when like the problem is when they say Yahud, they could be referring to the state. They could be referring to the army. They could refer to all Israelis, or they could refer to settlers. Like the thing is, they don't specify between them in like everyday conversations. They don't. Like I've seen that happen from so many people. Like when they say El Yahud, and I'm like, oh, who are you talking about? So like obviously settlers. Like it's a pretty complicated thing to like get around. But obviously, to anyone that would hear it, it's like, oh, they're saying Jew, so they mean all Jews.
In any case, I'm guessing they're probably okay with it being any Jew
Settlers?
because they like because they're saying give it to Hamas in the previous line.
Well, yeah, okay. In that case, yeah, if they're saying give it to Hamas, of course.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah.
If they say shoot a Jew or
Okay, so they're all
us.
like Toch Yehudi, as in like shoot the Jew.
We've
Who the fuck are
established
you?
Wait, what do you mean? Who the fuck? It's like an error. But I'm just like, I just wanted to clarify because I feel like you're giving too much of a good, like a good faith interpretation of.
Wait, what's your
I'm
story?
not giving
Where-
good faith interpretation. It's both retarded and they are both unhinged. They are both equal. I don't really find any difference. It's just semantics at this point.
What's
Yeah,
your story, anti-culture? Where are you from?
I'm North African, but like, I can like hear pretty well. Like I can understand Levantine Arabic.
Where from
Yeah.
North Africa?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
I'm not gonna specify.
Say the fucking country, like.
Settle
No,
down.
I'm not
Settle
gonna-
down.
I just,
Okay.
Buddy,
yeah, I just don't
buddy,
want
if you are
Damn.
from fucking Algeria, nobody's going to tell it's you from among like
No,
42 million
I'm
people.
too
Go fuck yourself.
pro-Zionist to like give a precise.
Ooh, is he
Ooh.
Tunisian? Tunisian.
Okay, listen. Let him. Okay. So
Okay, but I just wanted to,
what's the
like-
fucking vote now? So is everyone apart from Sundowner saying shoot them?
Yeah, yeah. it's
Yep,
true.
I'm saying the
Saying shoot them? Why do you want to shoot them?
Yeah, that's what, Loner, why do you want to shoot the Jews? What the fuck?
So wait, hang on. Do they? So my dad is saying.
Your dad?
Yeah,
You
my
sent
dad's
it to your
saying.
dad?
Yeah, they're saying if you have a gun, don't use it only to shoot in weddings. Give it to Hamas or Hezbollah, or use it against the Jew.
Okay, so
I mean,
Yeah.
In essence, that's the entire point. So does it
but
matter? if they
interesting.
say-
He said use it against the Jew. He didn't say shoot the Jew.
Yeah, he
Because
just said
betoch
use it
me-
against the Jew.
I think he's
If
just
we
like,
want-
translating within meaning, not like literally.
Yeah, because every
we
Arabic to
wanna
English
be-
translation just changes like half of the words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we want to be like super good faith, I guess there's like usually no distinction between settlers and Jews. So like they could mean that they're talking specifically about settlers, but
Yeah, no, like I already
just like
said
the
about this.
general world or the general word just means Jew.
Yeah, the general word actually means Jew, but a lot of like locally when they say Yahud, they refer to different things. When sometimes when people say Yahud, they mean the country. Sometimes the army. Like I said, it's like they don't specify when they say Yahud, but they like depending on the context of the conversation, you could tell who they're talking about.
Where the what the fuck is this? I just put in this word, but I forgot to put Google Translate first.
Yeah, but did you take that from
Discord.
Discord?
البطيخ يا
Yeah, بطيخ. Wait, did you say?
What the fuck is Bulbul TV? Bulbul.
Bulbul?
Oh no, don't show this to any Israeli. Don't show it to a Jew. Please don't.
Okay.
Bulbul
Is this an
Bulbul
anti-Semitic
mean-
cartoon?
No, bulbul means
No,
dick
no.
in Hebrew.
Ah. Okay.
Uh,
Whatever.
oh my god, they would love this.
Who made him Google cock?
All right, little bull.
All right,
No,
good
it's not-
talk, guys. I
it's
just
not
wanted
bull.
to support Sav.
It's
in
not
his
bull, it's
interpretation.
bulbul. You have to say
You guys
both.
later.
Okay, you made your point now. Fuck off.
What the fuck, Sundar? Why are you so rude to people?
I thought he was
You're
Moroccan. And I
Jordanian.
don't like Moroccans.
He's Tunisian. He said he's too like Zionist. He's probably Tunisian. Either that or
No,
yeah,
that
he
would
could-
probably be Moroccans. Like
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't.
What else are we talking about?
About how I was correct and Sundowner was trying to gaslight me.
In any case, it was just for the stream. That for some reason there's this whole fucking screed going around on the internet. They're like, "Oh, you shook hands with Elon Levy." Yeah, I also shook hands with someone who says, at the very best, does Holocaust revisionism and hangs about with fucking people chanting, "Shoot the Jews."
Do you know what's
Sorry,
funny?
yeah.
You spoke more highly of Mustafa Barghouti than you did Elon Levy, though.
I do, because despite everything, it's probably not that easy being a non-violence
It's really
advocate
not.
in
really
in
not.
Palestine. And
You have
he's
to,
been
like,
shot
be-
like fucking 5 times and shit. Like, yeah.
Yeah, you have to be pro some sort of violence to be popular among Palestinians, and like it's a bit fucking complicated. But anyone that says like, oh, like why can't a non-violence candidate win in like popularity among Palestinians? You don't know how Palestinians live. You really don't.
Wow.
I mean, you can just be supportive of the good violence, the best violence, and avoid the bad violence.
Yeah,
Like me.
which is against settlers, violence against settlers. Woohoo. I can't legally say that. I don't think, not anymore.
Allegedly against settlers.
Allegedly against settlers.
Yeah,
sure.
take care of yourself,
I mean,
Lopug. All right,
settlers
hang on.
don't actually exist. Like, they are just Jewish citizens in West Bank.
They won't be settlers for long if that David kid gets his wishes.
Oh, that guy.
David kid.
The guy from
Bro, it's
yesterday,
so
the fucking guy who
yeah.
wants to settle all the West Bank and blow up your house if your family does a terror act.
Yeah, you should
I
have
mean,
asked
don't
him
they already do that?
if okay, you know the people that speak like this, they don't think Jews can be terrorists.
Yeah?
They don't. Yeah, they don't think so. If you ask them about a Jewish terrorist, it's like, what do you mean Jewish terrorist? Like they
I
can't
think-
comprehend what a Jewish terrorist is. Like I've genuinely asked people that think like him. Okay, so should we blow up the houses of Jewish terrorists, like settlers that attack Palestinians? And they're like, what do you mean Jews can't be terrorists? I've literally heard that exact sentence. Jews can't be terrorists.
Interesting.
Like, actually, usually the biggest red flag I just ask, well, if there was no violence, no terrorism, no nothing, it's completely peaceful state, and just based on who do you think has like more legitimate right to inhabit and rule the region? Will it be the Palestinians or the Jewish people? And the region is specifically saying the West Bank. If he's like willing to concede on something or anything, or maybe would say the Palestinians, usually they are at least attempting some sort of good faith. But more often than not, they are just, oh, the Jewish right is 2,000 years old, and we are legally moving, and all that sort of bullshit. So yeah.
I would just like to remind every single Arab speaker in the stream was calling me wrong for the first like 10 minutes, and then they all
Okay,
then
no,
just
you
went,
are still
"Yes,
wrong. Like,
No,
no,
I'm
no, you
not.
said
You're
yeah, but-
retarded.
Okay,
Ugh.
okay, we can go over it.
I hate you.
Okay,
so much,
Sev. If we can actually go over it. I will get the original chant, and I will make a slow motion of the video. I will try to get a high.
Do you actually think
but
they said
Virgin-
Mustautin?
No, we're
Not
not. No,
necessarily,
wait.
I'm
Hey,
not-
we're not rehashing it. Sundowner, you wanted to talk about other things,
I know.
didn't you? You had other
Yeah,
memes.
but like, just to be clear, my challenge to Sev is that you said yeah بالطخ. Now, if it turned out to not be بالطخ, as you like to jerk off all the time for it, I will get to change your name. Now,
You get
kick
to
him
change
out.
my name.
Let's talk. Yeah.
Okay.
The challenge is up.
What do I get if you were wrong?
Oh my god! I want to. Sundowner, you want to talk about Syria
No,
or
kick him.
Janine or what?
Right, whatever. Why?
Yeah, most of Syria, to be honest.
Okay.
Oh, finally, that retard is gone.
Shut
Yeah, so.
Stop. Jesus.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so. What did I actually
happened in
want to talk
Syria?
about? I was actually willing to talk about one of your analogies
Well,
you
doubling-
used for
doubling
Syria,
down on-
Hezbollah there, but like, I actually forgot what are your talking points and analogies. Just give me. I don't want to like straw man you, so just tell me about it, like Hezbollah involvement and your views on Syria.
I'm going to tell you an analogy. I don't know my analogy on Syria. I think I was saying that I was probably mentioning the hypocrisy of people who say that I don't go hard enough on Israel because I don't call it genocide or whatever, even though I do call it war crimes and I talk about quite a lot of details. Meanwhile, in the other Hassan tanky uwu red green brown alliance bullshit, you are allowed to say I don't have an issue with Hezbollah. You know, they're good against Israel. So the argument I make generally is that maybe it doesn't come from a place of anti-Semitism, but if you're Israeli and you basically see a group that has spent the best part of 13 years helping a fucking tyrant murder all of his opponents in Syria, in the potentially hundreds of thousands at this point, but giving them a pass because they occasionally fight with Israel, right? Like that was what it was. And I'm thinking if you're Israeli and you're like, okay, well, when we do it this much, you guys go fucking ape. But when they do it, you're actually not only do you tolerate it, but you might actually support it as long as they fight with Israel as well. So like, why are we so special? That's more or less where I'm at with that.
I will probably have to like kill myself after this conversation, but if I'm just imagining you going against like a pro-Assadist retarded debate bro with this, so yeah, let's go for it. I hate my life.
What are you gonna?
I can't.
Are you taking the pro-Assad line? Or
yeah, I'm being the.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably going to take some of those. Anyways, just to make some substantial points, you think that Hezbollah is a criminal by association with Assad or a direct criminal in the Syrian civil war?
My understanding is that the Syrian army takes training and advice and very like essential personnel in the civil war, especially in the early days, that they like help them carry out sieges and all this kind of shit. So I'd say they're probably directly involved. Yeah.
Okay, but like I mean, kinetic involvement in the crimes themselves, like. You know,
as far as I know, they provide like boots on the ground.
You said
shit,
Assad.
right?
You said Assad. Okay, you said Assad killed hundreds of thousands. How many do you think Hezbollah is responsible for? How many civilians do you think are they responsible for?
I don't think I've found any way of telling that because it's always just they'll say civilian estimates are between 150 and 300,000, and various organizations will attribute about 80 to 90% of those deaths to Assad and Russia and allies. So it's like, yeah.
Okay, yeah, but like, if you had to make a wild guess, how much of those are direct kinetic responsibility of Hezbollah?
I don't know. I don't know how you can, because let's say it's a really, if you're talking about like directly shooting, right? Because as far as I know, one of the assets that they provided early was training, infantry, sniper fire. But so maybe let's say it's a low number. Let's say that directly shot or killed or blown up by Hezbollah, let's say that's like less than 10,000. But I don't know if that's all that counts when they're also providing like training and recon and reorganizing the military. So that's a hard question.
You think they actually made any contributions to the war crimes in form of like instructing them to commit them or assisting them as they commit them?
I think if you're training, probably, but I don't know for sure. I think it'd be unlikely.
I mean, would you say that when the IDF invaded Lebanon and Sabra Shatila and all, they actually they trained them? They were in direct communication. They assisted them in the sieges and everything. And during those war crimes, I believe even the most like humble estimates would say at least like 15,000 in 1982 to 1984. 15,000 civilians, not non-militants, were killed by the Phalangists and the IDF at the time.
Yep.
So you would say that in those specific crimes, the IDF had the same responsibility as you would attribute to Hezbollah here.
Yeah, although I don't know, didn't the IDF do more of the killings than the Phalangists, or I don't actually know. I thought they would have because they were the big
It depends.
boys.
Like during the siege, for example, during the sieges in Sur, Saida, and Beirut, they bombed the shit out of the place. But like in the massacres that took place afterwards,
yeah, the massacres were the Phalangists, yeah, right? Like the Sabra Shatila was.
Some of the massacres were the IDF. Some of the massacres were the IDF, but like the massacres in the camps and the massacre, I believe there was a couple in Sur. I don't remember all the details. Like the Wikipedia says there were 80, but there were much more really. 80 are the very public ones. Yeah, so you would say that okay, another analogy, for example, before the invasion, the IDF actually provided the intelligence, training, and material support to the phalangists. Would you say that in the massacres and the war crimes committed during the civil war before the 1982 invasion, the IDF had the same responsibility as that of Hezbollah? They actually did provide some personnel on the
I think
ground.
they
Yeah.
bear responsibility, but as far as I know, Hezbollah were on the ground even before the protests turned violent. So I don't think there was just them
I mean,
shipping. That's like saying, is Iran responsible for Hezbollah when they kill Israelis or Druze or whatever? It's like kind of, but not in the same way that as if you were having IRGC people on the ground shooting rockets or like with the soldiers, right?
makes sense. But during that time, the IDF made plenty of direct and kinetic operations. Like they made bombing runs, they made special operation raids. They had some members that were inside Lebanon providing intelligence, communications, and training.
Like special forces a lot
So-
at the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, also some liaison officers, some intelligence officers.
Yeah. Well, in that sense, they're
also,
responsible in the same way that Hezbollah would have been, at least in the early days, yeah.
Despite not, for example, saying going to the phalanges and going, okay, buddy, you see that bus full of Palestinian children? Blow it up.
Mhm.
Shoot them all. But they gave him the gun and they gave him the training and they told him there are Palestinian children there, so they take the responsibility for it, despite not being necessarily knowledgeable about his intention.
Okay. So you're asking
that's
me if
specific
you're
incident.
asking me so you're asking me if the IDF basically gives a green light to phalangists without knowing what the phalangists were going to do.
Without knowing, having explicit pre-knowledge of the attack, but like, they know they are the fucking phalangists.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's like because if you're making an analogy to Sharon, the problem is that he said there's no issue, but he told other people that there was an issue, that the phalangists were out for blood. So yeah, it's like yeah, in that case, obviously if you don't know, if you're Sharon's version of the story, which is that like, oh, I think there are a bunch of militants here, and I think the phalangists are going to take them out, and they're actually going to be well behaved, that would be a bit different from him. What he actually did, which was that he knew that they were out for blood. He knew that they'd done massacres before, and he also didn't seem to have any good reason to believe there were that many militants in the camps.
Makes sense. Okay, so I actually wanted to say this and make this statement concrete because this is not entirely what I want to talk about in here. Hope you're happy. So you know how the IDF actually supported South Africa during the apartheid. They gave them material support. Would you say that, like, especially during the sanction years? So would you say that Israel as a state was criminal in the apartheid, being a direct supporter of it and one of the largest, I believe, at one point?
Is it a crime to engage in trade with a sanctioned state?
Not necessarily engaging in trade, but like they provided it material and military support
military
during
support.
their wars, during their border wars, and they helped them suppress the protests, the popular movements, and all that shit. The fun stuff. They also gave them technology for nukes, for everything. So yeah, would you make the statement that by complacency they have some sort of responsibility for the crimes committed during that time period?
If you're aiding and abetting, yeah, I'd imagine so.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad we made
Is
this.
it true that Israel? I'm just reading this now. Is it true that Israel vocally opposed apartheid but kept relations going privately? Is that true?
I mean, it was more of a public secret because Ariel Sharon like made a public visit and openly spoke about how he admired the apartheid regime. So yeah.
Yeah, like the ambiguity.
As
Oh
an
yeah,
open
so
secret.
there's a New York Times 87 private. Yeah, they publicly condemn apartheid whilst privately maintaining a pragmatic and mutually beneficial array of commercial and military ties. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's kind of.
I mean, the public
aiding and
condemnation
abetting,
is like me going and saying, "Wink, wink, guys."
non-violent,
don't,
but also
smoke.
shoot the Jews with your wedding guns. Sorry.
Yeah, basically in a nutshell, like everybody knew about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely a level of responsibility, culpability. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm not really trying to make this point. I made it clear I'm the fucking devil's advocate here.
Mm-hmm.
But many people would just say, would try, it's one of the more, like, you know, the 1 in 1,000 smart acidists, or an acidist with an IQ of over 80, would often try to say, well, if you would make Hezbollah responsible for the same crimes of Assad, then the United States, the West, quote unquote, you know, wink wink, the West, Israel, all of them, every state that they supported in any form, being militarily or financially during their conflicts, you would also be responsible for, you would have some sort of responsibility to varying degree in their crimes during that time period.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It's obviously the levels of responsibility will vary. If it's like boots on the ground, then that's one level. If it's in the case of the IDF with, say, Sabra Shatila, I'd say the IDF's responsibility by proxy, even though they didn't do the shooting, is probably higher because they were the ones who allowed it to happen, right? They're the ones who said, go in there, and here's how many people you're allowed to go in, and we'll help you go in. Yeah. So that's actually, whereas Hezbollah, I imagine they were more sort of following orders from Iran, right? So, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you actually managed to take this bullet. I thought you might find bullet. Yeah.
What? You think
another
I would?
point.
You think I would say that the IDF weren't responsible for Sabra Shatila, at least in
No,
some way?
I know
Or-
you would say, but I thought that you would go into your, you know, debate bro mood and go like, well, sir, they actually were involved with a fascist dictator and he killed many more people. And Sharon was not said that he did not really actually know that there would be crimes, but they knew about the crimes. You know, the actual
Jesus.
debate bro retarded stuff.
Yeah, I mean that would all be wrong. Yeah, that's like the complete opposite of what was discovered, even by the Israelis. Yeah.
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 So
Okay. Jesus, what do you expect from me, God? Okay.
look, I learned to keep my expectations relatively low.
Nice.
Yeah. So also in regards to the Syrian civil war, who do you think is the good guy?
Bro, I don't know. Like, there's probably less bad guys. Like, I imagine that there are parts of the opposition and Free Syrian
Okay,
Army that
who are the
less
least
of
bad
a-
guys?
Probably the Free Syrian Army. I don't know exactly all the factions though.
Who the fuck is the Free Syrian Army?
Hang on, what are they called? Isn't that
Oh
what
my
they're
God,
called?
I'm so glad you did not debate an acidist.
Yeah.
The Free Syrian Army is like saying there are countries in the West that are bad. Who the fuck is the West?
Yeah, because the Free Syrian Army is like a kind of like a collection of different like rebel groups, aren't they?
Yeah, like you have the fucking HTS, you have some local village units, you have some opposition parties within the الجيش السوري الخرا تلحظتي زي انا ناسي الشيء المهم what the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, so like there are many groups, there are a dozen of governments that try to form and
Okay,
fall
but come
apart,
on, this
you
is
know,
this
they
is
are
like when
focused-
people
yeah.
this is like when people would say, "Oh, who the fuck are Al Qaeda?" Because Al Qaeda is actually a network of a bunch of smaller groups. Like, okay,
No,
you know, people
no,
know what
no,
I'm saying.
because
No?
Al Qaeda, no, Al Qaeda,
Hmm?
they have a concrete ideology, they have a concrete goal, and they just disagree on some methods and locations and that stuff. While those of the opposition, it's called just the opposition, actually disagree to a great degree, both in legal affairs, in military affairs, goals, methodology, religious degree, ideologically, and basically in everything. They have opposition within the group. They have protests. They have because they are Arabs. They also have coups. They have political prisoners. They have all the fun stuff.
Okay. Just to be clear, then the
Yeah, so-
Syrian Democratic Forces are they a bunch of little groups that don't mean like are just like a nebulous concept, or are they a more organized group? Because they're like
Oh,
they're
they
like
are
what you
much
call
more-
like a
I mean, they are
part of
both
what would be the Free
organized,
Syrian
like-
Army, right? Like a faction.
I hate you.
What?
Open fucking Wikipedia, but
Okay. Of what? Syrian Democratic Forces.
yes.
Okay.
They would rather ally with Assad than the Free Syrian Army. And ironically
Formed as a
speaking.
rebel alliance.
And they
composed of
did.
a primary target-
And they actually did at one point.
But I thought the Free Syrian Army was who the fuck are they? That's just like the West. I'm sorry, I'm just trolling you.
They are in Idlib.
Yeah, I told you. Like I've said, I don't know that much about like all the various factions of the Syrian civil war. So
I mean, like, this is my point. I don't think you have studied it extensively. So if you really want to keep using it, I think a bit more research. Like, I'm not saying a deep dive for 3 fucking months. Like, a slight bit of
well,
research.
the last
about
time we did
who
this,
the
because
factions,
what I was researching was Hezbollah's role in Syria and also Assad's role when it came to ISIS. I went through quite a lot of that, and then you were like, "Oh yeah, you should probably do more of this. I'll give you some links to look at." And I was like, "I'm still waiting, bub. It's your fault."
You know, I'm extremely unreliable.
Okay.
Do your own fucking research. Like, do I have to be your fucking tutor or something?
For this shit, a little bit, because at the end of
Okay,
it,
like,
no one
ask me
cares
about something
it's
about
so
that.
it's like no one gives a fuck about Syria. Unfortunately, it's such a fucking shame. But like,
Speak for yourself, you fucking retard. Many people give a fuck about it, both in the Middle East, in the West, everywhere. You are just a retard who lived in a fucking cave and kept jerking off to fucking World of Warcraft for the last 20 years, so you don't know much about it.
wow,
Okay, sorry, that was too far.
it's fine. I got thick skin.
Well, you better have with this sort of community.
What's the Syrian Democratic Forces relationship with the United States?
They were buddies, then Trump fucked them in the ass, and they're still kind of buddies, but not really.
Did they get arms or did they? What happens?
Arms training and direct military support, boots in the ground stuff, you know.
Okay. Who are who are the People's Protection Units? Are they Kurds? Or People's
I don't
Defense
really
Units?
know much about it. I know the names in Arabic. I think it's
YPG?
like a militia that is formed in one. I think it's like some sort of militia that's for border villages, but I'm not sure. Open their wikis, like, mate. You have it.
Yeah, but apparently we're not supposed to trust wikis on any of this shit because the wiki for
Okay,
Hezbollah's role in Syria was absolutely pathetic. Like I had to go so much farther than.
I mean, if you really want to make a deep research, you probably have to. But for the headlines, yeah, they are good enough.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Anything else?
Yeah. So, like, who do you think are the good guys?
I think I like the Syrian
Like,
Democratic
it's
Forces.
the very basic.
Okay, I've all
Syrian
my
Dem-
life, all my
Wait,
life,
wait,
I
wait.
stand by the Syrian Democratic Forces.
You didn't know who they were like 15 minutes ago.
It's okay.
Like,
Listen,
what are the?
excuse me, if everyone else isn't a
What
post,
are
oh,
like? You know what they are composed of? What their ambitions are? What they are trying currently to do? What they control? Their influence, their power, their relations. You know, the fun stuff about them.
nope. What do they do?
Don't you think like? I honestly don't have the slightest fucking idea. I'm not an expert in Syria, but you know, like they control Sharq al-Furat, the east of the
I imagine if
Euphrates.
they're called the Syrian Democratic Forces and they get backing from the United States, I imagine compared to Assad, compared to Al Qaeda, compared to ISIS, they're probably a bit more democratic, or probably a bit more secular, probably a bit more liberal, probably more pro-Western. And these are things I tend to like in countries around the world.
Yeah, but also they are currently probably the most likely ally in the in the close future, or maybe the distant, to Assad. Like they are the most likely ones to ally with them.
Okay.
You know this?
No, I didn't know that. Why?
Because there is a certain country inhabited by people who migrated from Central Asia, and they are a bunch of savages. It's called Turkey, and they keep fucking around with them.
A quick question. Before you had a ceasefire between the SDF and the regime, what big event sort of happened?
There was a certain Turkish dude by the name of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and he tried to do a little trolling in Afrin and, you know, olive branches and fun stuff.
Oh yeah, no, it's purely coincidental that the regime and stopped shooting, like the Kurds stopped shooting at each other after Erdogan did the whole you know, we're gonna wipe you out and kill you all type bit to them.
Imbo,
You know,
okay, you fucking retard. I'm trying to be a devil's advocate. I was going to elaborate on all this stuff. They did it because the Turks are trying to fuck with them. They invaded and they bombed the shit out of them. And eventually they had some sort of rough alliance with them. And because the Free Syrian Army are a bunch of Turkish Harim Sultan who jerk off to Erdogan, they allied with the Turks and they took their assistance. Then they
Yeah.
became enemies with the Syrian Democratic Forces. And now they hate each other, and somehow we ended up with the fucking Kurds trying to ally with a Ba'athist government in Assad.
you know, it's kind of fucked. If you want to look into it, Leonard, it's actually funny as hell. My current pet theory is that Trump genuinely sold out the Kurds for a fucking hotel in Istanbul. If you look into it, there was some fucking real estate licensing deal he got right around the same time he announced that U.S. forces were.
No,
gonna
I
pull
know
out
this.
of
Like, I know that
northern
story.
Syria.
He abandoned the Kurds, but it was also like a very, very sudden decision based on just like, I think, didn't he
It
say
was
he
a
read
sudden
he said he read like an
decision. It was-
article or something as well. It was part of his decision.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was like
it-
really,
there
really
was-
snap decision.
There was some of that, but it was also tied with some interesting dealings he had with Turkish real estate. But you know, what do I know? Anyway, I got my 2 cents in. I'm gonna dip out.
Who else is
See,
here?
Syria is fun, and people know about Syria. You were wrong. I was right.
What? Okay, cool.
What's
Hey,
this?
y'all hear me?
Oh, this one actually knows more than me about Syria, so give him a talk.
How did they come in?
I don't know. But they deserve to be in.
Yeah, just to be clear, when I talk about Syria, I'm talking about it in a very like narrow context because that's what the conversations that are coming up in my
Okay,
space.
buddy,
So it's like
I know,
yeah,
but like,
if we're gonna talk, okay,
just let me be clear. If you had a debate, bro, who knew something or some shit about Syria, who did not live, who actually watched the news for the last decade or two, you would be in a big trouble.
Yeah,
debating
but I'm
him
not
with
going
those
to. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to like debate an Assadist. Okay, anytime soon, because the only people that I'm arguing with right now are people who think all Hezbollah does is fight with Israel because they feel bad about the genocide. Okay, and if they bring up ISIS, all they're going to say, or if I bring up Hezbollah, all they're going to say is, oh, but they fight. They fight with ISIS. All their enemies are ISIS. So. Yeah, I don't think I've ever pretended to be like an expert on Syria, but okay. But one day we will defeat
Syria, but you
Assad.
would, but like if you fought a Hezbollah fan who knew about the conflict in Syria and the internal Lebanese affairs, you would be fucking mauled alive.
Yeah, but they don't exist, so then they don't come anywhere near me.
Oh, they
One day though.
Oh, they exist. Okay,
They exist. They're very interesting people.
No, they don't exist in my
Do you-
fucking immediate sphere, right? Do they? Do you think I'm gonna get a fucking Hassan fan coming into chat because his name's in the title and they're gonna know about fucking Assad and all his opponents in different factions? Like, no, they're not.
1 in 1,000 might be. Anyways,
No.
I actually know some of those retards. If you want, I can bring them in.
Okay.
It would be fun.
You just need to speak to Sundowner because this guy goes and poses as like a fucking Daesh fanboy.
Really?
So
Who?
he gets all you.
I cannot confirm nor deny this allegation. Carry on.
So he gets to actually talk to the insane whackers who support like Hamas or Hezbollah unironically.
I didn't know that.
Mm.
Is that like
You
on
didn't
Twitter
know
or
that?
TikTok or where do you do that?
He does it in Discord servers. That's why his other account got banned.
Oh. Fuck.
Mostly Telegram actually nowadays. Okay, Telegram can be very fucking crazy. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can meet all sorts of fun people.
That's where Hamas posted all their videos, isn't it?
Yeah. And this is also where I met a Saudi femboy who simmed for ISIS for some reason. Weird stuff.
What?
A Saudi femboy who simmed for
Oh,
ISIS.
a Saudi femboy. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
What
Syrian
next?
guy, speak up.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, fine. How are you?
Horrible.
I'm doing
I'm trying
good.
to educate this savage here.
Well, right now it's like there's currently an offensive happening. There is the rebels, which are the FSA and their allies, which are invading the northwest, and there's also the HTS. So currently there's two different big rebel coalitions. There's the HTS, which is like the Islamist one. It's like all of these like far right jihadists. Now they aren't like ISIS affiliated. They used to be allied with Haras ad-Din, and then they turned on Haras ad-Din, but that's like another story. And then there's the FSA, which is just like the mainstream rebel groups, which are attacking right now. So right now it's just like them and Assad, Iran, and yeah.
I
Yeah,
actually
just
called
to
for
a
the
little,
same. I actually called for the same reason. So yeah, I'm glad someone opened this subject.
okay, just real quick, my 2 cents on the fucking Syria shit that started today. Many people I found that kept jerking off all day to the Syrian Free Syrian Army offensive nowadays. You know, the one west of Idlib. And actually, I'm not that optimistic. Like, even the Free Syrian Army said it's a limited retaliatory operation. What did they call it?
Well,
رد
what they're
العدوان or
doing is
something.
so
Yeah, but
basically,
basically,
know,
like they launched a couple of offensives. They captured, I think, 7 or 8 villages by now. But they said
18
they don't
villages.
intend to go far, and people are jerking off to them as if they were going to liberate Aleppo. Also, it's not nearly going as great as you think. Like there was this large bunker and barracks that were bombed. There was the Syrian Air Force started bombing Idlib for the first time in 4 years. Previously, it was just the Russians, and you know the Russians love bombing shit, so they let them do it. And also, many of the attacks got repelled, got ambushed. There are some very gruesome footage going around these days. So yeah, it's not fun or anything. It's not nice. It's not going to be a glorious victory for the Syrian revolution. Don't get your hopes up.
What has
I think
what's
this is
the sorry just before
sorry.
okay sorry you can respond to that and then I'll ask something.
Sure. No, I just want to say this is a very pessimistic way to see this. I'm not saying this is this huge event that will completely put down Assad. I think there's still a long way to go. But some keynotes to note about what you just said. First of all, this is the first big offensive or even battle that happens between the rebels and the Assad regime.
But wasn't
since
there like large
2020.
clashes with? Didn't like 400 Assadists die in the clashes? I think 5 or 6 months ago.
That was just an organized attack, and we still don't know if the rebels did that or it was just Assad avenging from some people in his clan. So
No,
that was
Hayat Tahrir al-Sham took accountability for it. They actually showed the
y-
footage with them taking back the tanks and everything.
yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna argue about that because I'm not sure. I didn't do a lot of research about that. That was a one hit off. Like it wasn't a big battle or offensive. So yeah, just to continue my point, the offensive today didn't take 8 villages; it took 18 villages. It took one of the main points where
it was a big base.
Assad hold weapons. It's called Foj 64, and they're also 5 kilometers away from Aleppo. Like they're very close to Aleppo right now. And the offensive isn't over yet. Like it started 9 hours ago. So I'm not saying this is a huge revelation.
Okay.
We'll have to wait to see what's gonna happen. But I think so far it's going so good. The Russians don't seem to get interfered so far. So there might have been some kind of Russian-Turkish deal for the Russians not to get involved. Also, Netanyahu threatened Assad yesterday, so I'm not sure if that's related.
What did he say?
But yeah, he said that Assad is playing with fire. And this is, I think, the first time that Netanyahu addresses Assad in one of his speeches.
Jesus. He deals with one problem,
I
another one
think
comes up, eh?
Yeah.
But he talks about him regularly. He even like had a drone film his fucking pass and say, "Hello guys, happy birthday" or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that, but I mean, I think since October 7th is the first time that Netanyahu addresses Assad personally in his speeches.
Okay. Who's the Syrian Salvation Government? Do I care about them?
They're
Yes,
the
very
current
much. But they are
government.
retarded.
Okay.
They're the current government in charge of Idlib. They're like Islamist fundamentalists.
Oh. It's a good thing I
Yeah,
didn't say
like
those
if
were the
you
good
were
guys, eh?
keeping up,
Sorry.
Those are
If you were keeping
HTS.
up,
Oh, they're under.
I
Are they part of
agree, Sham.
HTS?
Yes.
They are not
okay.
part of HTS. Like, it's supposed to be a coalition government, but they are dominated by HTS. And like, there have been some armed clashes against them. There were protests, the general strikes, and all the fun stuff you have with Islamist governments and militias.
Part of HTS, but also not part of HTS. Also, Sundowner says they're retarded. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, that's we're
basically,
making excellent progress here, you guys. Let's go.
So basically, like the HTS wanted to have like a civilian government to increase their legitimacy. So they formed the Salvation Government. The Salvation Government has done like a lot of good work in terms of education, etc. But like they're still sort of a puppet arm of the HTS. The HTS tries to say that they have legitimacy, but like if the HTS wants them to do something, they can force them to do something because the HTS has all the guns and they're the ones who provide security for that government.
Okay, that's a good argument for putting them under HTS. What do you think, Sundowner?
It started still. Anyways, so they have the military operations room that joins everyone. It's called El Fath Al Mubin. It means like the decisive conquest or the decisive victory. A retarded name, if you ask me. I think it's in the Quran. I don't know. Anyways, that's their name, and they were the ones who launched the current offensive. They cited the reason because, you know, Assad, being the fun guy he is, decided to bomb a Syrian school that was housing some children. It's a religious school, like they teach Quran and stuff. And they bombed a couple of children there. I think 14 died. Yeah, that was yesterday, and they launched this offensive.
Well, the offensive has like objectives that like don't have anything to do with that. Like the main goal of the offensive was, I don't know if you guys know this, but like recently Syria's been getting a lot of like northwestern Syria, the rebel held areas are getting a lot of refugees right now because people are fleeing Assad's territory and also fleeing Lebanon. So they're coming to northwest Syria. So it's becoming very densely populated and unsustainable. So the rebels are also seeking to capture more territory so they can spread the people out more. And they want to get parts of Aleppo where there's a lot more living space, basically.
Living space. I
But also
hate
they've
this one
been
before.
bombed non-stop since like a couple of months ago, and like the last few weeks was the heaviest bombing we've seen by the Assad regime into the liberated areas since in the last couple of years. So this is also kind of a retaliatory operation. But I think most of all, like from what I've seen from like generals talking about it, is that they've been preparing for an offensive for a while now. They've been just waiting for the right moment, and apparently, like the day of after the announcement of the ceasefire with Hezbollah is the right moment.
Yeah, that's good analysis. Yeah.
Wait, why is it right now the right moment? Like, did it make sense when all the things are going on? Or no, that would be a real fucking bad image. You have a point. I'm retarded.
I think you think that a lot of analysts were saying that Hezbollah is making like a ceasefire in Lebanon to focus on other things, and
That's what I
mainly
would have
like
guessed.
Iran and their involvement in Syria. And I think there's like this huge consensus right now about that Iran has to get out of Syria. Like everyone is okay with that. The Russians, the Turks, the Arab world, the Americans, everyone. So maybe this is
Also,
the first.
Assad is really fucking close to being on board with it, like with the all approachment to the UAE and the Gulf states and Jordan nowadays. I think he very likely would actually do it if given the sufficient incentives.
I think Assad and his father has a long history of like making deal with anyone as long as it saves their ass. So yeah, I mean he might do it. I'm not sure how it could work on the ground because they're very involved with the Iranian militias. They have business together. They hold areas together. His brother is very close to the Iranian regime. He's the second man in Syria. So I'm not sure. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he'd make a shift, save himself, and distance himself from Iran. But I'm not sure if it's as easy to be done as to be said.
The problem is Iran controls most of Syria. Like their militias are everywhere. If you go to Syria, the Iranian militias are like literally on every street corner. You're never going to be able to avoid that.
Also, sorry for interrupting you, but like, not necessarily the Iranian military itself. Like they have some observers, some generals and stuff. You know, the fun guys. But they also brought plenty of Shia guys from Iraq, from Afghanistan.
Yes.
I think there was some Iranian volunteers, but like not directly part of the military there. And they also brought the, the actual Hezbollah and all of those Shia. They would much rather support Iran. So to kick Iran out might bring them into conflict.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't think Assad really has a say in kicking Iran out or not. Like if everyone decides to kick Iran out, I don't think he could just kick them out and align himself with the UAE. I think he might actually have to pay a price for it.
I mean, yeah, he will probably have to get some heavy incentive for it. Like if you get guarantees from the Arab worlds and from Russia, maybe, and maybe if like he made some sort of arrangement with them to basically say, okay, I will transport your guns, your ammunitions, I will give you access to the oil pipes or some shit. I don't know. Make any sort of arrangement with them to kick them out while maintaining some sort of interest they have in Syria.
I mean, from the inside info that I have, I cannot, of course, confirm any of these. But the plan is probably like a Russian-sponsored deal where we divide Syria into three different countries, where we would have like the zone of Assad, the zone of the Kurds, and the zone of the rebels. Maybe a fourth zone also for the Druze in the Sueda, in the south. And this would, I think, would make sense because that would allow Assad to stay in power, would make him weaker, and would actually give guarantees to all these other countries that Assad won't let the Iranians get in again.
I'm not sure if Assad would like that. Assad's like long-term goal is to take all of Syria, no matter what. He wouldn't agree to like, a deal right now. Or recognize that.
Yeah, I'm not sure he would actually. That's why I'm saying that to say that Assad would just like distance himself from Iran and get out. Like if he distances himself from Iran, he loses all privilege, all leverage he has on the ground. So that will leave him no like actually option to stay or not if the other countries decide that he has to go.
Yeah, then that would be political suicide. Assad would never agree to that.
Yeah, that's why I don't actually think he will distance himself from Iran. I think he will fight until the last man. And yeah, will he lose or not? I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Depends how much other countries want him to go and want Iran to go out of Syria.
I mean,
right
honestly,
now,
we can't really predict.
We
We can't really predict what his relation with the Gulf states would be like. It's very clear they're trying to approach each other. How would they affect his relations with Iran? Would Iran be interested in any sort of conflict or continuation to it in Syria while being opposed to Assad? Because like their entire involvement in Syria is to maintain Assad. If he's gone, who the fuck do they have? Like there are many factors to play here. We can't really predict anything. That's the only thing I learned from the Syrian war. You can't really know anything.
Yeah, that's true.
There are a lot of actors involved, and all like the Syrian people are pretty much divided in many parts, and even the opposition are not united. The Assad clan is not that
Especially
united.
the opposition.
Yeah, especially the opposition. So yeah, we cannot predict, but yeah, I still think what's happened today is a huge event. I think it will have consequences. What we cannot be sure yet what the consequences will be. But so far, it's looking good.
By the way, did Turkey make any statements? Like, would they be involved anymore? I don't know. I didn't keep up with what the Turks are doing.
I think Erdogan said something like very ambiguous this morning, where we be like, yeah, it's not clear actually if they're getting involved or not. So far, no Turkish artillery or drones or anything have been involved.
Yeah, but like their most important contribution is that they imposed some sort of a no-fly zone back in 2020. If they could do that again, it could be decisive.
It could, yeah, of course. And also when they did that, I think it was late 2019, 2020. I think Trump was actually like helping Turkey, like giving them the green light to do the the no-fly zone. So yeah, maybe Trump has already some kind of deal with Erdogan for when he comes to power.
See, there were no wars under Trump because he managed them.
Yeah, that was true. Trump was very hawkish. Trump was very hawkish on Syria.
Yeah, Trump would
I
stop
mean,
the war before it started. Like,
Listen, guys,
you
just to
know,
keep things
he has a point.
into proportion, okay? So I listen. I know, okay, but the audience doesn't. So can someone explain which color is which on this map? Who controls the red?
Okay, you see that triangle area between, like, in the border with Iraq and Jordan?
This or
No, below it.
Iraq and Jordan. Oh, that's
Yeah, in
fucking
the border.
here.
Yeah,
This way.
that's called the Tanf area. It's basically American and American sponsored militias. It's where the 3 soldiers got drone strike last year, I think. Was it last year or a few months ago? I don't know. 6
the
months, I
yellow is
believe.
just the
Who
Kurds.
controls
7 or
this area?
6
The yellow
months.
area? Who controls it?
SDF, the Syrian
Kurds.
Democratic Forces. The Kurds.
Also,
Syrian Democratic
they are
Forces,
often
okay.
referred to as the Eastern Euphrates forces because, as you can see, the line is on the Euphrates,
River, yeah.
So,
Damn, that's where. So Israel doesn't want to control this part.
yeah,
This will be Syria
they would
post
make a secret alliance with
Israeli
them.
conquest.
They would take
yeah.
the East, and Israel would take
It's
the
all
West.
it's all making sense now. This is why the pro Western guys are. They only went east of the Euphrates. Interesting. Who's in the
Yeah,
blue? Is
and
that
on the river-
is the blue or is it the Kurds or? I don't
Blue
know.
is our fun fellows and the fun Central Asian fellows, the Turks.
The Turks.
Yeah, blue is
oh.
Turkey.
Ah,
You see, the Kurds and Turks don't really like each
No, they
other,
don't, do they?
and they kind of invaded him.
yeah.
This
So
is like a
was this
state
like did this
plan.
used to be Kurdish or?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Where
and
did the Kurds
I
go?
think that they fucked off, and I think Turkey sent some Arabian settlers into Kurdish territories.
Ooh, not good.
Like some of the Syrian refugees, they just shoved them there.
All right. Is anyone else in power in this yellow area apart from SDF? Do they share power with anyone or?
But they have some parties, and they have also some affiliate militias. They have some Arabic forces that are allied with them, some tribal forces, and there are also some small pockets of ISIS fuckers. And I think, yeah, the Assyrians. They have some Assyrian units, but Assyrians hate them absolutely. Fucking hate them to the bones. Like they would make Turks sound like their best friends. I don't know why. They just hate them.
Okay. Yeah, and
Despite
SDF is
being allies.
SDF is led by Kurds, right?
Yeah, it's led by Kurds. Yeah.
Are they majority Kurdish, this area?
I think it's like 50-50. It's like 50% Kurdish militias, or like I think it's no, actually it's like 30% Kurdish, and then the other 70% are like different groups that they're leading, whether it be like Arab groups, former rebel groups, etc.
Okay.
And the SDF?
Also, a quick controversy to point it out: the Kurds. You know how in war you have the front line, and you need the people on the front line to fuck off so that they don't get killed.
Yeah.
And most of those frontline villages were Arabic. And the thing is that some of those Arabs, when they come back to their villages, they find some Turks living there instead, some Kurds living there instead, or they find the village is gone as a whole, or like they find that the village, they are barred from it. And it's a very mixed topic. There is some legitimate military necessity in it, and there's some retardation going on. Like overall, the Kurds are cool, but that was some retarded shit.
Okay.
Like they are. If I had to say they are good guys, it's them, but they have retardation as well.
Who's the red area? Is this the government or?
Is the
That's
government.
Yeah, I guess it's
Yeah.
Damascus. Yeah. Okay. So this is where you've got Assad. I'm guessing Russians kick around here as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
but I think
Hezbollah.
Yep.
Okay. What are the gray areas? The gray pockets here.
I
ISIS.
think it's ISIS, yeah.
Oh, they're still
They
clinging
have
on.
some minor pockets. Like they don't really control the area, but like they have some presence there.
Okay.
But I think
And
even when
they
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
and like they don't really have practical control over the area. They just kill any acidist that comes there. That's the thing.
Whoa. Okay. Green part down here. I'm guessing it's a different kind of green to this one.
Yeah,
It's
the green
another FSA group.
Which green?
No, this
Oh,
green is
I'm
actually the Americans. This is a ton of.
buddy. Okay, shut the fuck up. Sorry. I told you about it first thing. It's the Americans and their allied commando militia army. I don't know what it's called. It's a very retarded name. It was like
the Army
trained
of
and
Free
armed
Syria.
by the glorious Jordanian armed forces, and it's there to basically stop weapons smuggling between Iran, Iraq, and Syria. But it doesn't really do any shit. They have some refugee camps there, and 3 American soldiers who got killed were in that area, right at the border with Jordan, like in the no man's zone. I can make a more extensive commentary on it, but it really doesn't deserve much.
When people say
If you want, I
America, when like Trump heads or whatever, or
Yeah,
like tankies say
exactly.
that America
That's
controls a third of Syria, are they talking about this?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And when they say that they need to get every soldier out of out of Syria, it's this area, and it actually costs, I think, 0.2% of military intervention budget worldwide.
Okay.
They say that we should
Not only
absolutely
that,
get
but
out of Syria. This
not
is
only
it.
that, but most of the soldiers who operate there actually like their bases and barracks and everything. They are in Jordan, but like they move there. They have some forward operating bases there and training bases there. But most of the stuff is done in Jordan, so
So
it's kind of between Jordan and Syria.
So the parties involved here are what? America. You said the Jordanians are here as well.
The Jordanian army doesn't really makes any training or military operations there. Just some relief efforts.
Okay. Who else?
Just those. There's
America and
the
Jordan.
Syrian Commando Army revolutionary fuckers. I don't know what's their name. Jaish al-Maghawir it's called.
Is there any like
It's a
SDF
retarded
or
name.
any of those
It's
people?
very
here?
no.
Okay.
Basically, it's a very small force. It's, I think 3,000 to 5,000, but nobody fucks around because you would get bombed to oblivion.
So does America not
That's
have?
what's-
Does America not have Syrian allies in this area?
We do.
I think
The army
they
of
do,
Free
yes,
Syria.
but they're
I told you the
They're
fucking
very
commando army.
The Syrian Commando Army. Okay.
Well, they call themselves Army of Free Syria or the Syrian Commando Army.
Okay.
Oh, the revolutionary commando army. جيش مغوير الثورة. قص أخت الاسم.
Revolutionary Commando Army. So does the? Okay. Okay. All right. And what are they?
Also, we should note that actually this headquarter gets bombed like every week. I think since October 7, every like extremist Iraqi or Iranian militia bombs this area. But it's always like some kind of light bombing, just so these people can actually blow some steam off. And whenever the United States responds, they give them some huge blow. So yeah, like someone mentioned earlier, when 3 soldiers were killed, we had some big bombing of other militia groups in the area. But yeah, basically, other than that, nothing happens there. It's kind of a dead zone.
Okay. And this last area up here, the lighter green, Idlib.
So this is, yeah.
Our fun and
I'm
salvation
guessing this is
government.
the Syrian Salvation Government.
Exactly.
Is not where people? Is this
northern
not where people
area,
say there's all
Afrin,
kinds of like fucking like Al Qaeda or Al Nusra? Is that's not? Are they not around here as well? Or
No, the
Or-
Al Qaeda and Al Nusra is in Idlib. These guys are completely different. They're different rebel militias.
Okay,
with
so
the
the one
Syrian
in the
National
north, in Afrin, they are the Turks, like the group supported by Turks, and in Idlib, they are the Salvation Government, also supported by Turks.
oh wait, there's two. There's like different. So is this place the same as this for control, or is it like a different? Why is there a frontier?
Yes
here?
and no, like they are basically both a Free Syrian army, but one area is has military presence by Turkey.
So this
Like,
is free.
This
okay.
is the. Okay, you know when we said that the Turks invaded the Kurds and they eventually ended up sucking the Assad's dick to
Yeah.
help them out?
Yeah.
It was this area that they invaded.
Okay. So this is what you call like loosely the Free Syrian Army, but more specifically, it's the Syrian Salvation Government.
In
I
a
don't know if
nutshell.
the
And you
Syrian
see,
Salvation Government controls those areas. I think it's the Syrian Salvation
the ones
Government
in the north, no.
But around
It's,
Idlib,
yes, it's in
'Cause
Idlib.
there's- yeah.
Yeah, the area in the north, I think it has some sort of weird governance system for it. I'm not certain about it. And they have military presence and some sort of administration by Turkey, but they also have military presence and administration by Syrian groups that are loyal to Turkey.
Okay. because
And
it
Turkey
makes me
actually trains and arms them.
yeah because
the
my
Yeah,
Syrian troops
they
there.
have one. Different government.
because I remember hearing that this kind of area was kind of fragmented. Like there were multiple different factions controlling different parts. Is that not true, or especially for Idlib? Is that true or not?
For Idlib?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or the-
there are different militia groups in Idlib that are all against each other. There's the Free Syrian Army ones, there's the HTS ones. There's like a divide between the jihadist rebels and the non-jihadist rebels.
Remember, you can't say Free Syrian Army, okay? Because Sundown will get mad. Okay.
Okay, buddy. So really quick, do you know about a dude that was called Abu To?
No. What, the
Do you know
Pokemon?
the To anti-tank guided missile?
No.
It's basically an armed American missile that bombs tanks, as you can guess by the name.
Yeah.
So there was this godlike dude who actually was part of the Syrian anti-tank force, and later on became part of the Free Syrian Army. Like he defected, and he was a complete god. Like he bombed hundreds of armored personnel carriers and tanks. Like he was by far the best. Man, if you go to the Reddit combat footage age back in the days, like 2019, 2020, people jerked off to him all the time. Like a superhero, like, you know, a superstar for retarded idiots who like to jerk off to people dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, so basically, also I think he started giving some tips to the Ukrainians during the early days of the civil war, during the early days of the Russian invasion. A fun dude, really. I like him actually. Anyways, there was when the HTS took power, they imposed some religious laws that were very retarded. So like there was this what was it called? The shit on the street that you write instructions for the road of or billboard. What was it called?
Like
A sign on the street
signs,
that
yeah.
said, okay, but that said that smoking is haram and that shit, you know.
Mhm.
And so he basically was smoking a cigarette, took a selfie with it, and shared it on Twitter or Facebook. I don't know. And he like got arrested for fucking 3 months for it. And he was the biggest hero of the Syrian war. Not the biggest, but one of the biggest. So yeah, just to tell you how retarded they are, I really hate them.
Okay.
Also, I should note that he's alive and well now, and he's participating in the offensive today.
But I wouldn't say he's alive and well. He's still being persecuted. He got arrested multiple times. He was beaten. He had some assassination
Yeah,
attempts.
sure.
It's
No,
not
that was
fun for
awful.
him.
Yeah, yeah. Just to say that he was tweeting today, and he's on the offensive lines.
Oh, the
Okay.
difference between the government in Afrin and the one in Idlib. The Idlib one is the Salvation one, and then the one in Afrin and those areas is called the Syrian Interim Government. It's backed by France and Turkey.
France and Turkey.
Yeah, France was France made Turkey found it, and then France helps fund like the educational operations, humanitarian operations, etc.
Wait, did you say that is in Afrin?
Afrin, like the areas controlled by Turkey and the FSA. So Afrin, like the northern area, that's not Idlib.
Okay, I'll look into that. How do you guys know that so much about Syria? What's your involvement there?
I'm Jordanian. We are like on the border, so.
My
Okay,
family's
good.
in Syria.
Yeah. What
Your
about you?
family's in Syria? Okay, yeah, sure. I am Syrian. I grew up there, got out there when I was 17, so I followed the revolution step by step.
Okay, if it's not a private question, we're from Syria.
I'm from Hasake, in the northeast, the Kurdish
so
area
like,
right now.
but you are not a Kurd, yeah?
No, I am not, no.
I actually don't know much about Husky. How's it there nowadays? Like, do you have any families still there?
No, that's the thing. I moved out there during in 2013 after the revolution, so I kind of lost contact with there. I know it's not like an ideal situation right now, but still better than being under, still better than being in the regime zone.
Okay, so in terms of political rights, freedom of speech, and general liberties, how do you, what's your perception of it?
I mean, I don't have any like it's just stories I hear from people I know, so I don't want my to be taken by these words. But yeah, it's not great. Like there are not that much of liberty of speech. If you speak about against the SDF leaders, you might actually go to prison. At some point, even Arabs had to get some kind of visa to get back. Like if like you're going to study in Damascus, and want to get back to Hasake, and you're Arab, like you had to get some kind of like approval. So yeah, I mean, a lot of things are not going well there. But I think like it's a transformative period. Like what makes me like that it's just sad because it's not really like there are a lot of tension between the Kurds and the Arabs, like between the opposition and the Kurds mainly. And I think it's really not the right time to actually have battles between each other while still the Assad is and the Iranian militias are in Syria.
Yeah,
They should ally.
that's
That'd be
really
so
what
good.
I believed.
Sorry?
I said they should
That
ally.
was my general perception.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think, I mean, when they allied at the beginning against ISIS and against Assad, they were making some good progress. So yeah, it's a shame that they really cannot find the common ground these days. But I think it's mainly because of Turkey. Like I don't think the Turks would ally with SDF or accept any of their any opposition sponsored by them to ally with the SDF.
Okay, there are some fun failures we did not talk about yet. Is anyone of you keeping up with the Suwaida, Jabal al-Arab, and the Druze there?
Yes, I actually wanted to talk about this. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, so what you could also add if you have anything more, but in Suwaida, like when you see it on the map, it's under it's in the regime-held area, but it's been actually like kind of an outlaw city for a year now, like a year and a half. Basically, there are strikes everywhere. People are going to protest almost every week or sometimes every day. And they're also Druze, so they're kinda protected by the Russians. Like the Russians gave them their protection because the Russians are also close to Walid Jumblat, who Loner Box might know, I think, in Lebanon, who is also Druze. So what we have right now, yeah, I think it's just they're kind of outlaw, like they're demanding Assad to step away, but Assad cannot actually get into a war with them.
Also, like there has been some kidnappings and vigilante violence. Vigilante violence mainly targeted against the kidnappers who are affiliated with the regime. So, like, it's weird because they are the only ones who have freedom of speech in Syria. They live under Assad, and it's thanks to the Russians. A very weird situation.
Yeah, I think it's because of Walid Jumblat. I think he has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's
He's very
probably
close
him.
to him.
You know how there is this perception of Jews running things from behind the covers and pulling the strings and all, the anti-Semitic conspiracies?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the Druze really are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, I can ask around. I have a lot of Druze friends. But yeah, I mean, generally minorities have protection. Like they always have like some big country sponsoring them. Like it's the same thing. So do you know about Ismailites?
Ismaili? Oh.
It's
Yes.
it's a sect of Shia. Yes, they're very like ideologically they're very different from the 12ers Shia. They are closer to the Alawites, but they also fucking hate the Alawites. So I know they're the people in Salamiyah. I think we can see it on the center of the map. next to the blue thing. So people
Next to
in
the bomb.
Salamiyya at first were very against the government, but then a lot of them also allied with the government. But basically, their leader, the Aga Khan, I don't know if you know about him, but he's some kind of like billionaire playboy who has very good connection with everyone. Even like I think at some point he sold some islands to Donald Trump or something like that. So yeah, basically this guy vouched to protect his like the Ismailites in Salamiyya. So he struck a deal with everyone to just protect the city. Like no one actually can get in. Like even if they get against the government or do some crazy shit there, like I think he has some kind of deal struck so they don't actually destroy Salamiyya or kill a lot of people there, just like with in Sueda.
And just to play the Assadist cant again here, there's a 90% chance if the Free Syrian army wins, or perhaps even the Kurds, the Alawites are getting genocided. Like there's no chance about it. They are done for.
I mean, at this
Everybody
point,
fucking everybody fucking hates them to the bones beyond what you can imagine.
yeah, I mean, the thing about this is that they've been saying this. Like I first heard about this like 15th of March 2011, the day the first protest happened. They were like, they're coming to genocide us. And this is actually have some historical basis because the Alawites were persecuted. That's why they live in the fucking mountains to hide.
Okay, they live. Okay, just to learner. They are. Do you see the coast, Tartus and Ladiqiyya?
The coast.
Syrian coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that area and the mountain. It's where the Alawites live, and Assad is an Alawite. And I also had a cousin who studied in Tartus and was killed by Alawites.
Oh.
Also, to add something, they actually didn't live neither in Tartus, neither in Latakia. They lived in the mountains, but when Assad got to power, they became rich. They had like good jobs, important roles in the government. So that's why they started to buy places and get into Tartus and Latakia, because they are the two only cities in Syria that are next to the sea. So it's like the touristic places, very expensive, all of that. So historically speaking, they were more in the mountains to hide because they were persecuted by other groups, but they also like been attacked, like
also by the Ottomans.
Yes,
I think the Ottomans
also
tried to genocide them.
I think there is some kind of like I'm studying actually now Syrian TV history, and there've been a lot of propaganda developed to show as if like the Ottomans were there to persecute all of the minorities, and the Alawites protected themselves. I'm not an expert on the subject, so I don't want to speak a lot on it, but I think there's a lot of propaganda to show that it is the case anyways. But also the Alawites were involved in persecuting other groups. So like I said, the Ismailites hate the Alawites
because... the Jews in Aleppo,
because the Alawites persecuted Ismailites from a lot of areas. That's why most of Ismailites are only in Salamiyya right now, because everywhere out of Salamiyya, I think they were kind of killed by the Alawites. But this is all like everything I hear about this from like my grandparents and the stories they used to hear as kids. So yeah, this is no historical source, guys.
The thing is once Syria first became independent from France, they actually didn't persecute the Alawites. They tried making like a democratic government. Then obviously like Assad does his coup.
He just had one of the Free Syrian Army personnel here, and he was making a rant about how fucking he hates the Alawites.
Yeah, I know that's true now.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, after 12 years where Alawites were, like, every Alawite has a gun in his house.
No, I'm talking about the stream chat, like the actual stream chat. We just had him here and he got removed.
Okay, good thing. But yeah, just to say, like, people hate Alawites right now, but it's just because Alawites has been a really unified group for the last 13 years, and they've been trying to fuck everyone over. They are prepared to genocide all the Syrian people just to stay alive. So I'm not saying they will be genocide. I don't think. Of course, it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that there are a lot of hatred for them right now, and I understand why it's the case. It's not justified, but I see where that came from. But like in 2011, if Assad would have just stepped over, Alawites wouldn't get genocide. That's just bullshit.
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
there
no.
was
Did you ever see one of those people from Jenin who are caught in those Hebrew translated interviews where they talk about how much they hate the Jews, how disgusting the Jews are, and how do they want to kill the Jews?
No,
Do you
not
remember
sure.
any of those? Basically, that is what the average Free Syrian army, the moderate one, the most mild one, thinks about the Alawites. Like, I can't really describe how much they hate them. Like, some people try to put it mildly or try to understate it. If the Alawites actually ever become under the authority of the Free Syrian army, or like, they could to a lesser extent, but especially the Free Syrian army, now that Haman humps all of the retirees from their gun to the Free Syrian army, there is no chance in hell they will survive. They will not make it. Like, at the very best case scenario, they get ethnically cleansed to some country. That's the very best case scenario.
You have to still look at the history. Like at first, when Syria first declared independence, it wasn't like the Alawites were included in the process. Their goal was to democratize. It was once like Assad and his regime took power that the Alawites backed Assad, and now we're in this current situation where the Alawites are still backing Assad as Assad kills everyone else, and then that's sort of why the hatred exists
but
now.
we know that, but like, they also have some legitimate concerns.
Yeah, they do. I agree. Yeah, but like,
but you know that if you look at like the average is like a pro Assad fighter, they also fantasize about like genociding every Sunni in Syria. Like, they also fantasizing about like turning all Syria into
Yeah, but
Shia.
like, at least I can't believe I fucking said this. Oh my god, someone shoot me, please. But at least, like, they try to maintain some sort of public appearance of diversity. They say, "Oh, we want the Syria to be united for Sunnis,
Yeah, but
for
if you look at,
Christians, for
but you
Druze."
no, but
And
you're
I
talking about
know, they are very
the
sectarian.
people from the
I know
government.
it,
If you look at at the opposition leaders, no one is talking about genociding the Alawites. Everyone's talking about democratic country. I mean, of course, if you're gonna look at the Twitter of some fighters, you're gonna find some crazy shit on both sides. But if you look at the politicians on both sides, they're pretty
Have you
reasonable,
been
and I
living
actually
under a
believe
fucking
that the
rock?
people, the leaders of the opposition, because they actually have a project to like equality,
Okay, I have it.
democratic country.
Can you name me one group with its 3 heads who did not fantasize about genociding the Alawites?
One military group?
Military or political factions that's actually relevant, yeah.
A political faction that actually, like, yeah, I can name probably 10. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we have, I don't know how they're called in English, but okay, there are tons of Syrian
Okay,
parties,
let me just ask
political
this.
parties.
The strongest one currently is Hayat Tahrir Sham, right?
As a military group, yes.
Okay. Did you even try to dispose the notion that they would fuck the Alawites real fucking hard beyond imagination if they ever got their hands on them?
I don't think they will have a choice into that. Like, everyone is a gangster when there's like a guerrilla war and everyone's fighting everyone. Like, once a deal will be struck off, like once like there will be the government will be removed, like the Americans, the Turkish, or whoever like is gonna sponsor a government in Syria. Like, all these people are financed by Turkey. Do you think Turkey would just be like, yeah, go ahead, genocide the Alawites? Like, of course not. Like they would.
I mean, that makes
hold
sense.
them
If there was some
responsible.
sort of process, if there was some sort of transition, if like they had some guarantees, yeah.
but that's the
You
whole
can
interim
avoid it. I'm
government.
not saying it's the only.
That's what they're trying to
I'm
do.
not saying
Like,
that. I'm not saying that's the only alternative. But I'm saying that when people try to jerk off too hard to this and like try to fuck it, to shit on the Alawites really fucking hard, and I can't believe I say this.
Sundowner, you know that like
I need to jump. Oh my god! I'm just saying that the Alawites have every fucking right to be scared.
Yeah, they
right
do. But like
now, I mean,
Sundowners,
yeah, because but they've been doing this rhetoric since 13 years, and during these 13 years, they like if
But
every
it
Alawite,
was not 13
if
years. It
every
was
if
more
every
50 years.
if every Alawite was genocide in 2011, less people would suffer today than what's suffering right now.
Oh, wait,
I'm
whoa,
not
whoa,
saying
whoa,
it's good.
whoa, 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 whoa. Okay,
I mean, numbers
let's
wise,
stop right here. Okay, stop
I'm
it.
just saying.
Let's stop it here. Let's just stop here.
yeah, stop.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying
Wait,
just
No,
by
Zayn,
no, no, no,
numbers.
no, 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 no. Just stop. You said enough.
wait, there is a problem though. You know that like the Alawites were also involved in the interim government. They were involved in the original revolution. The reason why everything went to shit was literally because of Assad and Iran. It really didn't come down to the Alawites. So people scapegoating the Alawites are just like looking for a boogeyman, and they're being like dumb as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm not saying like I'm not gonna justify myself, guys. I have Alawites in my family. I'm not gonna justify what I just said. I'm just saying by the numbers, Alawites are not like they've been very unified since the beginning of the revolution. They've been doing some bad stuff. And Assad
Some
took
bad
advantage of
stuff.
that. Assad actually like been doing propaganda to like make the Alawite think that everyone hates them, everyone wants to kill them, and it's not true. And today, like you saying that the HTS would just go out there and genocide the Alawites. I mean, I don't know if they had the chance, maybe, but they won't have the chance. That's for sure.
Guys, I just tuned out. I have no fucking idea what was said. Okay.
And the average Syrian people doesn't want Alawites to be persecuted.
Yeah, that's true. No, they don't want to. They just want a like better government that's like not like murdering everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've heard that. Okay, just to recap. Okay, the red part is the Syrian government, the Ba'ath Party, Assad, Russia. Green, Americans, Jordanians, and some Syrian fucking revolutionary commando army.
Yep.
Yellow part is minority Kurds, but the Syrian Democratic Forces is headed by Kurds, and they're kind of like in charge here. This blue part, I guess, used to be controlled by Kurds, but then the Turks came in. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Green
Yeah.
area is what you call your FSA, or maybe more specifically, the fucking Syrian Salvation Government.
Yeah.
I think is HTS
Yeah.
here as well.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Al Qaeda or Al Nusra, whatever.
No, they were the Al Harasadin or the Al Qaeda branch in Syria got like kicked out of. They used to be part of Al Nusra, and then they kicked them out, and now it's the HTS. So basically, all the Islamist groups formed the HTS, and they kicked Al Qaeda out, and they like killed the Al Qaeda leaders.
Oh yeah. And I'm guessing unless something crazy is happening, Hezbollah and Russia are just kind of kicking around this red area mostly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like
that's
for a
not
little
difficult.
bit of historical feedback, you see those two blue bombs, Hama and Hams,
Yep.
in the middle of the map.
Mhm.
Like, just zoom in. There are two blue bombs.
Hums and Hama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those were like the two main Sunni Free Syrian Army strongholds during the revolution. They actually captured those two cities and controlled them for quite a while. They got besieged, they got fucked to oblivion. Hama, in particular, received a massacre that was basically they had some Muslim Brotherhood guys there, so the Syrian army went in and said, "Okay, tomorrow we will kill everyone here. Everyone here who stays here is a member of the Muslim Brotherhood. Fuck off now."
Yeah, I remember reading
They
about
went
this in the
in
press in
and-
like 2014 or some 15 or some shit. Yeah, around that time.
Yeah, they went in and like killed 30,000 people. The total number of Muslim Brotherhood affiliates at the time, I think, was 7,000. So yeah, not very discriminate attack. And Homs, they basically had the most unhinged anti-Alawite dudes. Do you know Abdel Basit al-Sarut?
Nope.
He was a musically talented person from who commanded the forces in Homs for a while, and eventually got fucked over by the Free Syrian Army. He got besieged by Assad, and the only ally left to him was an Islamist group who had a black flag and Shahada on it. They were known as Dawlat al-Islam fil Iraq al-Sham and also ISIS. So he pledged allegiance for them for a while, then fucked them over when he was done with them. So yeah, Also, he made many genocidal remarks towards Alawites because, you know, it's Homs.
Okay.
Yeah, Homs is like really conservative. It's like insane.
And the offensive right now is happening around the
Oh yeah,
Idlib
someone
and
mentioned it. There
Aleppo.
was a movie about it. There was a movie about the dude I mentioned, Back to Homs. He died in the 2019 offensive, I believe.
All right. And Aleppo is one of the bigger cities in Syria, and the offensive is happening from the.
It was the biggest city in Syria.
Okay. Bigger
The
than
second most
Damascus.
important city in Syria.
Okay.
It
And
used to be the
we
largest
call it
city in the Levant.
we call it the economic capital of Syria.
cool. Okay, and
It
then
used
this
to be
is
the largest city in the Levant.
right. And the offensive right now is happening from who to who? So I'm guessing it's against Assad, right? But from who?
It's FSA against Assad.
FSA.
FSA and
From
HD.
By
Idlib.
FSA, we actually mean what, Syrian Salvation Government in this case, or?
We
Yeah.
mean the both the FSA and the Salvation Government are
Oh,
both
they're
attacking.
separate. Okay, I thought. Okay.
Well, like, but
Yeah,
like
but
right
mainly
now,
the Salvation Government.
Okay. Okay.
I think they captured some villages, and yeah.
And how does
they are
the
taking up to them.
how does the Hezbollah Israel ceasefire affect any of this? Are Hezbollah going to move and focus more on this, or what?
Yeah, and also most importantly, if they attacked Hezbollah while they were fighting Israel, you know, not a particularly good look.
Yeah. So is that probably good for Assad that he's got his boys back?
not really, because they're like
Not
weak.
necessarily. The boys are now the boys are weakened. They are battered, and they are trying to regroup. They are mostly concentrating themselves in Lebanon, trying to arm up because you know, a ceasefire probably won't be renewed after 2 months.
You think so?
Yeah.
You
Like,
think they're
imagine
gonna? Because I was wondering what stops them from just going up to the Bekaa and just getting a bunch of arms pushed in from Iran and starting again, coming back down and fucking off the army.
Like, imagine
Yeah.
if Hezbollah just like goes into Syria right now. Why would Israel not just go in again?
Well, I guess if Hezbollah goes into Syria, then Israel's like, well, okay, the Lebanese army is going to come down here, and because right now it's like I even know how they're going to do this, but there's going to be like a coordinated withdrawal, right? So Israel's going to withdraw, and then the Lebanese army is going to follow them into the south. Isn't that what's expected to happen right now?
Yes,
Yeah.
but I think like
damn, we use the same water bottle. We are like twins.
Yeah.
But,
Amazing.
but you forgot about the thing that in the deal that in the ceasefire deal, Israel didn't say anything about bombing Syria. So like if Hezbollah members go to Syria, they can continue to bomb them, and I think they will. I think the next days, like in the last 2 weeks, we've seen more bombs from Israel to Syria than any time earlier. So I think that the next phase will be that anytime like there's like an arm shipment from Syria to Lebanon, or like Hezbollah members trying to hide in Syria, they will just catch them there and kill them there, and they would still be respecting the deal because the deal is just a ceasefire with Lebanon.
It's a ceasefire with Lebanon. Oh, so Israel can still hit Hezbollah in Syria.
Yes.
Ah. Sneaky.
And also, like yesterday, just like 2 hours before the ceasefire deal was struck up, like started officially, they hit two big border lines, I think, between Syria and Lebanon, like the main places where
The crossings to the Bekaa, and
yeah,
also
the
they hit
crossings.
Palmyra, if anyone saw it. Like
Yes.
80 dudes died. It was a crazy strike.
Hmm.
Like if anyone actually saw the aftermath footage, like they demolished part of the town. The town wasn't uninhabited, like it only had military personnel. So like, yeah, fuck them.
Apparently, this offensive has just claimed another part west of Aleppo, this area here. Just as while we were talking, someone in chat said.
Al-Ba'adu.
Whatever the fuck this is. Wow. Okay. Does anyone else have any memes?
To think. Oh, by the way, HTS is led by a dude called Julani. Maybe you would want to try to look him up. Jolani.
Okay.
He's a very fun fellow.
Cool.
An interesting character to study about.
Okay.
Just his wiki. His wiki is fun.
Cool.
I have a question or related at all to what you're talking about.
Yeah.
When are you gonna do your deep dives about that video essay you're gonna do about the human shields?
Listen, just when the time comes, the time comes.
Are you gonna do it on stream?
Yeah.
Okay, so when?
I don't know. I need to finish my Al-Qassam cast lead shit, and then I think after that.
You mean your fucking Excel sheet?
Yeah, I think after that, there's not much else to do, isn't there? I don't know if you noticed, but there's been a lot of drama. There's been a ceasefire, and yeah, there's been the H3 thing. Just one thing at a time. Get off my case.
There's you getting called.
Yeah, and we also
on Twitter.
There's me getting
most
called what?
importantly, we need.
You were getting called mid on Twitter.
No, I said mid because the person.
Oh, right.
I got called ugly, and then I was like, okay, how do I respond to a woman in a way that's not going to look sexist? So I said,
calling her mid is sexist, isn't it?
Yeah, but if she calls me ugly, okay, it's fucking shots fired. It's fair game. And I said, okay, well, mate, like, don't throw stones in glass houses, little bub, little pup.
Well, honestly,
you're calling her ugly.
Okay, but that was
what you're
an
saying.
immense effort of personal self-restraint. I would have probably made that ovaries creepypasta.
Yeah, there would have probably been some very.
I'm surprised when I looked at the post. I'm surprised I didn't see Sundowner reposting that fucking gif of the kittens with the ovaries.
Oh no! We are over this, please.
Not
It's still
defending you for
around.
that one, Loner. Listen, guys, okay? If someone fires a shot, I agree. You shouldn't do that. But if someone's going to say, "Oh, you're an ugly person," the ugly version of Hassan. Also, this person is like a groiper. She's like a trans groiper. It's very weird. And I'm just like, okay, if you fire the first shot and you want to fuck around, okay, I'm just gonna. This is probably the most soft way I could have possibly responded as well, because it's self-deprecating. It's like you fired first. It's not even disproportionate. It's a suicide bombing because I'm calling myself mid.
If it makes you feel any better,
in my eyes.
What? If it makes you feel better, the Lebanese people are known to be the prettiest and the gayest.
Okay, stop.
No, they are known to be femboys.
Okay. I need to watch Piers Morgan because it's the only way I'm going to learn things about the ceasefire. Apparently. All right.
Oh, yeah. We need
Okay. I need to fuck off. Also, see, Syria's fun. People know about Syria. People love Syria. We should do this more.
Yeah, maybe I'll cancel
Goodbye.
the human shields research.
Yeah, it's been nice talking to you guys, and I think we'll talk more about what's happening in Syria in the next few days.
Yeah, take care, man.
Have fun.
Nice one. Bye-bye. Okay. This is about the arrest warrant. Oh, I thought there was a Piers Morgan about the ceasefire, wasn't there? Was it not? Was it just about the... Oh! Listen, I know that there's one reason I shouldn't have done this, okay? There's one reason we do things like this sparingly, okay? And it's because you fucking inbred mutants basically now think, and I'm talking about the men in chat, okay? Which is basically all of you, barring the H3 podcast, new people. If someone's attacking your looks, okay, it's probably okay to respond. I think that's fine. I don't like this whole, what about the power imbalance and the prejudice? No, like it's two equal human beings, adults. And if one person fires the first shot, you're like, okay, let's play ball, see what happens. Okay. But that doesn't give people the right to go to some random person they don't like and bring up their looks for no fucking reason. Okay.
By
We
the
still
way,
don't do unprompted attacks on women's looks. Okay, fuck me, Jesus Christ.
the power imbalance is in your favor. You're the non-white here.
Well, so I can say that she's being racist to me.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Asian, right? Yeah, you instead of Asian.
Yeah, because I come from a country that obviously where gender roles are much more balanced.
Also, yeah, and not just that. You're also from a war-torn country.
Oh yeah, true. I have
Asia, right?
this is my generational trauma coming out. True. Okay.
Exactly. Now insult her. Anyway, bye.
Okay, bye.
All right. I like more.
When did BE attack your looks? Oh no, he didn't attack my. He didn't attack my looks. he just attacked my fucking entire family. Okay, so it's like, I think that's not even proportionate. That's just me being a nice guy by attacking his looks. Okay, just me being soft. Why not just call her a groiper? I don't know if calling a groiper is insulting to a groiper, because they're a groiper. Hello, sir? Do the Israeli thing and attack her entire family for attacking you. True. All right, hi.
Oh, sorry. Oh shit. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to hop on. Yeah. What do you make of the Syria stuff? I saw that you were talking about it, but like, yeah, like, do you think it's gonna evolve to anything, or are you still kind of like reserving judgment?
Bro, I don't know shit about Syria. I know how to respond to people who say that Hezbollah were fighting ISIS. That's it. Okay, okay. So how's that going to affect? I don't know. Apparently, Netanyahu has spoken about Syria for the first time in quite a while in a pretty taunting way. So maybe he's going to be like, "Yeah, I say, hey, listen, Mr. Assad, don't let these guys, whatever, just lick their wounds and try again." No, I have no idea. Don't know.
Yeah. By the way, just to mention stuff about Lebanon, just some updates. You know, Hezbollah already broke the terms of the ceasefire.
I was
Yeah.
going to make a joke about how it hasn't broken yet, but what did they do?
Oh, a rocket launcher was spotted going down south. That's one, and then two, more critically, some militants were spotted near the border. So then the Israelis arrested them, like 6 or 7 in yeah, like Kilo, which is on the border.
Huh.
Yeah, like there's like a few cases like this. Like look, like it really seems, and also there's an unnamed Lebanese MP told international sources that Hezbollah is trying to attempt a coup in parliament and trying to eliminate its opposition. If this is true, then two things are real. One, Hezbollah is a mess because that means they have zero planning at all. Like it's basically just devolved to impulsive. Like basically Hezbollah turned into Hamas, and Hamas sucks and has no planning, and it's really stupid. So if yeah, but it seems so already because they can't maintain rank at all. Like it seems like 9 Qassam exercises zero ability, or like yeah, like zero, like yeah, like he basically can't get people to follow his orders. Simply put.
I remember from that interview that one of the Hezbollah guys was having with Israeli security. He said that it's a very common thing for people to be in Hezbollah only because that's how they get a job, and then they were the first people to desert. But I imagine on the other end, if you have a change of power, especially from a leader who's very popular and very beloved, then the problem is that you're going to have hardliners as well who do the opposite of deserting, where they basically just keep fighting despite orders, right?
Well, it's not just
Israel
that.
and Lebanon.
Like, look, like I don't know. Yeah, like of course this guy is gonna say that, but I'm gonna be honest. Like, people, dude, like the reaction has been, like, yeah, like you would have thought that they won the war from how they're reacting. This is pretty hilarious. Like I have, like the spin machine is running full gear.
I mean, they've been doing that ever since on Twitter. It's unbelievable. All the AI images of kidnapped Israeli soldiers. And I think, isn't it not true that in their media, they're basically not really saying anything about the destruction that was happening in the South? Like they're just making it sound like the South is fairly business as usual.
No, it's not. And so they said that it's destruction, but that they were unable to hold it, which is like the big, basically, yeah, like that the Israelis never held anything.
Yeah, okay. But that's like, it's the same, if I didn't know this, if you go to, I don't know what you think about this. If you go to the Wikipedia for Bent Ishbail in 2006, you know what the Wikipedia says?
Hezbollah victory?
It says Hezbollah victory. And if you look at the numbers, I wonder if it's still got the same, it's still got the same thing about the battle. It says the IDF had 5,000 soldiers versus 100 to 150 Hezbollah. I don't think there were 5,000 IDF soldiers in all of Lebanon at this point. It was a like a squad or a company of like maybe 100 or 200 people who went in. Why does it say 5,000 with no citation?
5,000, no citation. Blocked.
Based,
Well,
right? Yeah, and it
I
does
will
say
have to.
Hezbollah victory, right?
Okay, so I will have to actually look up the sources again, but when I dug into it, basically the entire sector of Benchville, with the villages surrounding it, with the supportive forces and everything, included up to 5,000. I think, like they were certainly outnumbered heavily in the village itself, but not fucking 5,000. 5,000 is like every single soldier in the general vicinity of the entire district that the fighting took place in. While 100 to 150 fighters are the soldiers from Hezbollah who were directly inside the village. So like different scales.
yeah,
Is
man, I
that
don't know, but
I don't even know if that's true, because like there would have been more people outside of the city, like on the perimeters, but as far as I know, with the IDF fighters going in, I'm pretty sure it was like 200 people who actually went in and fought.
Vintage Bill
No?
was
No,
definitely like Hezbollah.
no. I think. Okay, so they peaked. I believe. I'm forgetting the details. Like there were multiple units. There were like units that were sent in without the other units knowing about them. It was a bit of a mess, basically. I need to find the book about the Lebanese war again. But basically, I think they peaked about 400 to 500 soldiers, but there was also some sort of rotation for it. So there were some units who got replaced, there were some who were withdrawn, some who were added up. So like in total, maybe you can add it or sum it up to 800 to 900. But 5,000 would be like total soldiers of every unit and every support unit beyond and before the border in the general vicinity of the district of the fighting. That was it.
Allah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
more like I still think the numbers might have been less, but that's the understanding that I had, was that in Hezbollah's numbers here are right, I think, between like 100 or 150, 200. But it's even when they say here that it was a Hezbollah victory because IDF failed to capture the town, even though before going in, the objective was, they called it a raid. It was a 48-hour raid, is what they called it. So I think the big tragedy of Vintage Bale was the mission where you basically had different units. I think it was the paratroopers and the Golani soldiers and the Armored Corps 7th Brigade. They were given contradictory orders. So that resulted in, I think, 8 soldiers capturing a little bit, but then finding themselves surrounded by houses and buildings that were all inhabited by Hezbollah. And I think 8 people died from the Golani battalion. So yeah, I don't know. It's just funny that but that's the thing, is like there was this article I read from a Shiite journalist in 2006, right at the end of the war, and she has this quote. She's like a dissident Shiite in Lebanon, and the quote that she says is that basically what being a Shiite means in terms of combat and war is that they will basically sell you an image of victory that is indistinguishable from suicide, right? So it's basically the fact that I think Hezbollah lost dozens of fighters in this battle. The IDF lost more than they thought they would, and they fucked up the operation. But they were only supposed to be in there for 40 hours, and then they left. But then because Hezbollah were like, well, yeah, we did a little bit better than we were expected to, so that's a victory, you know?
I mean, not necessarily. I think we look at it in a different way. Maybe I'm just too started in those conversations, but like in military confrontations, I don't believe you just measure them by KD or some shit. Like you can measure it by if they achieved an objective, how much the losses did they affect them, because like 17 soldiers for a random fucking village with no strategic importance is not exactly the price the Israeli populace would pay. But for the Lebanese populace, okay, it's a holy war for the defense of the country. 30 soldiers, okay, that's heavy price. They are martyrs. We will pay it. We will pay it 10 folds. Yeah. So there's a difference here.
Yeah, but
Like
it's
when
all
people, for example,
eye of the beholder, right? So for the IDF, I think they literally said, was it not was it Halutz or it was one of the Israeli officials who said that we see a tie the same as a defeat, right? So that makes sense, but I don't know if that
I mean,
like
if you
that's
put
what
it
it
at
really
the,
was. It
if
really was that like Hezbollah didn't really gain that much from it either, right? Apart from what PR win,
yeah,
PRW, and the IDF
yeah, but
gained
like
fuck all as
if
well.
you
Yeah.
really wish to talk about it this way, then really you can also make the claim that the Vietnam War was a tie and the Algerian War was a tie because, like, okay, the Vietnamese had a much shittier KD in the war, for example, but still there is one group who currently controls Vietnam. And in Algeria, it was the FLN who eventually controlled the country, despite suffering like 1 million fucking casualty.
Who would
And how
you?
much did the French,
Yeah.
like, how much did the French even suffer in Algeria? 30,000, 40,000? In comparison to 1 million fucking dude, like, yeah,
Yeah.
it was a very one-sided engagement if you look at about it in terms of KD or like. But they just made it enough of a pain in the ass. They disrupted them enough that they eventually said, okay, it's not fucking worth it. Let's fuck off.
Who would you say won this battle?
I mean, I don't
Given that
think really.
I think Hezbollah retreated,
I mean, if
and then the
you,
IDF's 48 hours were up, and then they pulled back, and that like.
I mean, if you really want to talk about strategic victory, like the eventual outcomes of the battle, who benefited from it more, then it's probably Hezbollah. But like as a military engagement, you can say that Israel had a Pyrrhic victory. Yeah.
I would say Israel won the battle. As far as the war goes, they either drew or, in a way, lost. But it's like, it's one of those things where for Hezbollah, it's just that like, yeah, we got the shit kicked out of us, but just not bad enough for the Israelis to feel like they won, right? Like it's just it's a very bizarre. Like obviously
Okay,
you
so
can do that, right? You can do that if you're Nasrallah's just like, yeah, okay. If Hezbollah gets destroyed and all the Katyushas are taken out, then you win. But Nasrallah's like, if I die, you guys win, right? If I stay alive, I win. It's wacky.
Okay, so like there was a period I was really fucking autistic about military history and history books. I wouldn't say I'm a military expert or some shit or anything resembling that. I just understood that I would never actually make it to be a debate bro in military affairs because it are much harder than anticipated. Anyways, there was this book I once read about the 1973 war. It's called by a dude called Gowrich. I will try to look up what was the book called. Albatross of Decisive Victory. Like, yeah, it's a fun name. Anyways, I found it to actually be the finest book on the war. Now, he says that, and he has the citations and everything, of course, that there was the operation, what was it? Operation Badr, yes, which was the initial attack by Egypt across the canal. The Egyptians estimated that they would suffer during the first 6 hours approximately 30,000 casualties. Did you know this?
No.
No, they estimated about 15 to 20,000, I believe, and the Soviets estimated 30,000 casualties.
Okay.
That's what they went in expecting in terms of casualties, and the casualties they expected to inflict on the IDF were like 5,000 max. So like they went into a loop-sided battle, and they saw that in terms of objective, they only wanted to actually control like 6 to 8 kilometers and maybe expand it to 12 kilometers beyond the canal. Like they had very modest achievements in mind. Like you would go in and say, okay, that's a very retarded plan. They have nothing that would work. They just get butchered for 12 kilometers. But it had some very important strategic implications that would matter for the war. Like They would halt the settlements. They would halt the recognition of the Sinai. They would re-engage the negotiations. They would reimpose some sort of balance of powers. They would enhance their military capabilities and showcase them in the battlefield. Like, yeah, so it made sense from that regard. And then when you actually go to the battle, like, they actually lost, like, I believe, total of 600 casualties, including the injured and captured. So yeah, it turned out much better than they expected. So the point I'm trying to make is sometimes the military achievements themselves on the field are not like you can't really just measure it by the casualties each side took and the casual and the landmass everyone took, because it has much more depth to it.
Yeah, that part makes sense. It's just that I do think your victory, like you're talking about like a military level of victory, even if it might mean that you've lost a lot more people or whatever else. But I don't know if a PR victory in a particular, just for a battle or a particular incident is generally enough.
It's not
Because then it can
necessarily
be
a
it's
PR
so easy to
victory, like,
reinterpret because you can just value if you like if two sides just see victory in a very different way, then it's just all like down to perspective, right?
I mean, if you separate, you can't really separate PR from military. It's an indistinguishable part. Like any organization or military force that tries to pretend they are not, eventually ends up fucking up. Because PR is what causes the morale. It's what causes the drive. It's what supports the army. It's what supports the popular base. It's basically the essence of a war. Like you can
Yeah.
say that war in essence is in fact PR. It's public
Okay.
relations. It's
Do you think
a perception of the victory.
yeah, do you think Hamas is winning the war in Gaza?
Oh fuck no, they are screwed.
But you know how Khalid Mashal, sorry, fuck me. That guy, Mashal.
Mashal.
Yeah, he said that on October 7th, on the anniversary, so 1 year after, he said that our losses are tactical, whereas our enemies' losses are strategic. Like that's just a fact. Yeah, like yeah, we've suffered a
mean-
lot, but also that's kind of part of the
I mean,
martyrdom. We
that
do it for
sounds
God,
like
right?
a big pile of copium. That's a big pile of copium. Everybody shat on him for that.
Yeah, but
Even like his most ardent supporters.
Yeah, okay. Wait, did they?
Yeah.
And where? Like through which channels?
Like in Twitter, there was a huge controversy about it, and also the statements by Abu Marzouk about the casualties, and like, yeah, we will take them all for a free person. Like, go fuck yourself, mate.
Yeah. If all of Hamas felt that way, if they were like, yeah, we didn't hear no bell.
I mean, the
would
Algerians
would that mean
took
that they won?
method, but I mean, the Algerians took that method. I told you, like 40,000 to a million. Who has the better KD here? But still, they fucking won. You can't say the FLN.
Well, they
didn't
won
win
because the French
or
left,
did
right?
wrong.
Is that what you're referring
Yeah,
to?
but
Yeah.
but like, there's no way in hell the IDF would leave because of Hamas. That's why.
Yeah,
they are
that's
not
the
winning.
difference. I think, but let's say the IDF stayed, but let's say everyone in Hamas, because you're talking about what the group believes is a big part of war aims, right? Let's say it's what you want to get from the war. So if all of Hamas said, well, there's more UN resolutions, more countries don't like Israel, like
It's
where
not just about
we've got
Hamas,
more media.
It's also about the popular base.
The popular, okay. I'm trying to say that if Hamas and if you add their supporters as well, but if they all said, yeah, this is good, we're winning, like, would that count as a victory? Or at some point, does he have to think about the objective reality?
I mean, that's illogical because to actually base the popular perception, it has to be grounded in some sort of reality. Like, I did not really find an example where people were so stubborn until they were extinguished practically and definitively to this extent.
I mean, it is grounded in some reality, right? Because they don't
it's
see,
about-
because if you're Hamas, a lot of them, especially if you're Mashal in this particular statement, he doesn't think a bunch of people dying is necessarily a failure. And the actual victories
No, he
are
does.
rooted in
Like,
reality.
I think you
like-
misunderstood it.
Hmm?
I think you misunderstood it. He says, okay, we got fucked up real hard. We got screwed. Our ass was flipped out right open, but still, they had some resolutions against them. They had some strategic casualties, and like, he just trying to bring copium to the injury. He's not denying that he got fucked.
Okay, he's just saying in a very offhand way. Okay.
Yeah. So
But
basically, for
no,
the battle,
no, wait, I still don't think my question is necessarily being like addressed. So if getting UN resolutions against Israel and making Israel unpopular and getting protesters to come out and getting people to do BDS or whatever, those are all rooted in reality. So if Hamas said, yeah, this is our objective, we want all these things to keep happening, and as far as actual military successes and losing battles and everything else, we're happy to give that up. If they all believed that, would you count what's happening with them right now as a victory, is what I'm asking?
No.
No.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
You want me to elaborate? No,
yeah, you can elaborate.
I'm not making a decision. It's like it makes sense with my previous point about PR being the essence for it, because PR is not just some sort of dogmatic belief. It's how you sell an idea. So, like, let's say for Hezbollah, for the Battle of Bint Jbeil, if the IDF actually stuck with it and they just demolished the village as a whole, annexed its land to Israel, they built a fucking settlement there, called it Arid Sharon Sabra Shatila Great Revolution Camp or some shit, you know, and started jerking off to Hezbollah people every year on a yearly anniversary basis. Yeah, there's no way in hell, not even the most dogmatic Hezbollah supporters would call it a win. But
Mhm.
eventually, they received casualties. The casualties were heavy. They withdrew, and it caused some disruption within the chain. It caused some actual issues for Israel. The battle and the other battles, which you would say they had mild casualties, but when you look at what they caused within Israel, yeah, they caused disruptions against the government. They caused disruptions in the military, in the economy, in the international stage. So yeah, it played a major role. And Israel didn't withdraw because they thought, I don't really think I want to destroy Hezbollah. They withdrew because they thought that the price was much heavier than what it was worth. So yeah, this is what I mean by a PR victory. PR victory is not some sort of maybe I was being hyperbolic when I said it, and you just took it as a literal meaning.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
But
It's like I understand how different forces can have different objectives, and obviously you can lose a lot in terms of civilian damage or combatant damage, and everything else, and the other side doesn't have to lose much, but you can still come out with what you came in for. But there are limits to that, right? So, for example, Hamas, the entirety of Gaza getting destroyed in exchange for UN resolutions and ICC warrants is probably not going to be a victory, regardless of how much they see it as a victory or a fucking.
I mean, that's
Michelle's
not
tries to say
even
it.
their goal, because that's not even their goal. What did they say their goal was? We want to stop attacks against Al-Aqsa, stop the settlements, free the prisoners.
Yeah, they obviously
the fun
move. They're
stuff.
moving the goalposts, right? Because
Remove
now,
the siege. They did not get any closer to any of them. Like, they released a couple of dudes and got many more detained afterwards. But yeah, they did not get any closer. They are trying to move the goalposts, but yeah, they got fucked objectively, and no amount of copium can help even the PR stage at this point.
Yeah, it's Sinwar's speeches through 2021-22 when he's basically saying that like they expect 1 million Palestinian Israelis to rise up and take out knives and Molotov cocktails and run people over with their cars, and they expect the same in the West Bank. So they expected synagogues to get set on fire across the world because apparently it's only Zionists we don't like. So
yeah, he was in contact with Sev, and Sev gave him the wrong perception.
That goddamn collaborator. Okay.
Don't joke about that. Sundowner. Don't be retarded and joke about that.
Okay, guys. Supreme Leader has given a statement for the first time in like a month, so this is a very exciting moment for
are you
me.
talking about the guy who has terrorist what's it called? Slides?
Yeah, look at his eyes, man. He's seen some shit. He's seen
I
some
will
shit.
never forget your wee.
Yeah. Listen,
Well done, segment.
terror playgrounds
segment.
are not a joke, okay? Right.
They are to me.
Okay. Take care, guys.
Good way of telling us to fuck off. Bye.
Little block.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Also, Seth, you know I'm right.
All right.
Fucking
Bye bye,
dickhead.
Sev. Okay. What's he gonna say? He's not even speaking. Wait, he's not speaking English, is he? Fuck.
If not Boklon, if not
No, you need English, Hagari. You cannot. Yeah. Okay. It's not on. He normally does the statements back to back. So. Is it only the 9-minute video? Does he switch to English in the middle? He's just answering questions in Hebrew. Where's the English version? Hang on. My friend talked to Hagari a week ago. Well, everyone knows each other, right? My friend talked to Mustafa Barghouti not long ago. No way, I did. Ooh! Okay. Where is the... No, I don't need a translation. There's overdubs. But you don't... Listen, you don't understand. You don't understand my relationship with Supreme Leader, Rear Admiral, Admiral of the Rear, Lord of the Rear. Hagari, I want to hear his English-speaking voice. Okay, I don't want to hear a voiceover ruining it for me. Where the... He's not on Sky News or any of the other live channels. Do we have to? Do we have to just watch the Hebrew one? That's disappointing. You know what? I actually thought he might have died. There was no English back-to-back. Damn! Maybe he got blackpilled, finally, by the rest of the world. Okay. Fucking autoplay. It's... These are the memes, right? This is why. This is why we have a... Okay, hang on. Where is... I'll get my video back. Whoa. Yeah, this meme here, right? Hamas has a base behind his head. JFK. What's the joke there? The joke is that Hagari is always like just appearing on the battlefield, and one of his big things is to show you that Hamas uses civilian infrastructure, right? So he'll appear in an UNRWA fucking facility or in a school or in a hospital. He'll be like... Lil Hag. Hang on. Come on. Where is he? Where's the guy? Are you sad you didn't meet him in Israel? Yeah. The dog whistle is Jews offing JFK. Oh yeah. That is because that's a conspiracy theory, isn't it? Where is he?
Israel.
Fuck. Where is he? Where's the Hagari video? Where'd it go? Where the fuck? Oh, it's in Hebrew, so I need to look for... Oh.
If not
Okay, it's about the... Okay. Today, after a long year of conducting precise strikes against Hezbollah infrastructure, we have shown you what we have seen. quick call about ceasefire deal. What?
Good evening. In the early morning, the ceasefire agreement was valid, as was approved by the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, and the Cabinet.
If pro-Israel family, they said UNRWA caused the conflict. I don't think UNRWA caused... The thing with UNRWA is that their mandate was given to take care of Palestinian refugees all the way back in just after the 48 war. They were not given a mandate to resettle anyone. So what they did is they just took the refugee camps and they eventually built them up into, they took the tents away and they built houses and they built schools and they built education, like healthcare facilities. And they basically, they care for the refugee population in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon. And because a lot of UNRWA workers are recruited from the local population, and because the local population of refugees in Palestine tend to be the most radical ones, then, you can guess why, then they become employees of UNRWA. They become teachers, they become doctors, and occasionally some of those workers for UNRWA become also members of Hamas or the Al-Quds brigades. And occasionally they will also become soldiers. So that's... It's just, the thing is, it's kind of like an inevitable outcome of having an organization there that provides very vital aid and welfare, but also recruits workers from the local populace. So yeah, if your local populace is a bit radical, then some of your employees are going to be radical. And if UNRWA speaks too much against it, back in the day, UNRWA used to complain about Hamas hiding rockets in schools and things like that. But the problem is that UNRWA coexists in Gaza with Hamas. They sometimes coordinate with each other. So over the years, it's been kind of in UNRWA's interest and in Hamas's interest for these two groups to kind of get along, to not really stab each other in the back, kind of thing. And that's why you get into a situation now where you've seen UNRWA facilities that will have terror bases like underneath them, and then Hagari appears from behind the bushes and says, "Today, I'm going to show you how the UNRWA welfare system has been converted into terror system." Look inside these school books. These are grenades. Look, looks like an ordinary blackboard. Look what happens behind the blackboard. AK-47s, RPGs, laptops. This is not educational equipment. You cannot do your homework with an RPG unless your homework is killing Jews. It's that kind of shit, yeah. Okay.
IDF mission is to enforce this agreement. Any breach will be met with fire. IDF is still in the south of Lebanon, in the villages, and they will withdraw gradually according to the agreement. The Air Force is still hovering above Lebanon and will do whatever is necessary. In the upcoming weeks, we're going to reshape the area of safety, security, and we will implement lessons. Throughout the day, our forces identified the suspects, they stopped them, and they also fired in order to keep them away. The IDF forces are spread around the south of Lebanon. Residents of south of Lebanon, please pay attention to this map. We are still in the area, still active. Any armed people in this zone, which is marked in the map, is a breach of the ceasefire agreement, and any armed person will be taken care of. Today, we killed Hezbollah terrorists. We have taken hostages, several people from a village, and they're being interrogated.
It's not a great translation, isn't it? What the fuck? Taking hostages. I think he means POWs, but maybe not. Did they just kidnap some random fucking Lebanese duders in the hills? Uh-oh.
Interrogated as we speak. We will not enable any vehicles moving.
What did he, wait, Hebrew speakers, did he actually say hostages? Or is it like a...
Still in the area, still active. Any armed people in this zone, which is marked in the map, is a breach of the ceasefire agreement, and any armed person will be taken care of. Today, we killed Hezbollah terrorists. We have taken hostages.
Is the word Bishazo? Yeah, because I think they said they arrested 3 Hezbollah guys who were seen in the fucking... Was it 3 or was it more? Or less? That word means at this hour. 4. I think everything in the press... Yeah, 4 Hezbollah operatives. Okay. In the restricted access zone. Yeah, I was told about this earlier. I think the press is generally describing it as a shaky ceasefire. Also, did I get a clip of the Barghouti clip where he's talking about the Nazis?
Several people from a village, and they're being interrogated as we speak. We will not enable any vehicles moving in this zone. Residents of Lebanon, as you saw throughout the war, we are doing exactly what we promised. For your own security and defense, we call you not to come close to the area where the IDF forces are. The ceasefire agreement is built with steps gradually, and we'll let you know when you can return to this specific area. Throughout recent year, our forces fought in 5 main efforts vis-a-vis Hezbollah, the murderous terrorist organization that dragged Lebanon to where it is right now. We harmed their strategic layouts. We annihilated the leadership of the organization and its further its lower leaders. We also harmed their capability of materializing the plan of entering our area, the Israeli area. They were ready to do it. We worked according to an orderly plan. We attacked throughout the entire state of Lebanon and the Middle East. We have significantly weakened Hezbollah, and we gave them a very big blow. We really harmed the threat that was ready for many years to harm Israel. The leadership of Iran invested a lot in Hezbollah, whether it is arms, manpower, etc. The leadership of Iran lost a very strategic asset. Today, we have also found thousands of rockets, and we have destroyed them from the air and also from ground, by ground operations. Today, we have gathered arms from one of the villages where our forces are still active. We have also harmed the strategic capabilities of Hezbollah, their capability of manufacturing, shooting missiles, as well as drones. Yesterday, we annihilated the operation captain of their unit. In the war, we have managed to destroy 70% of their aerial and arms capabilities. During the night before the ceasefire agreement was valid, we have continued to attack in south of Lebanon. One of the sites is a site for manufacturing missiles very close to the border with Syria. This is a site we have been following for a long time. And the illustration here can show you where the site is, it is below ground, in a very meticulous infrastructure below ground, which is 1.5 kilometers long, divided into specific rooms. They managed to manufacture specific missiles. And this site is very close to Syria, through which border they managed to get arms into Lebanon. We have attacked the site, and this is a strategic asset of Hezbollah. Close to this place, we also attacked a Radwan force camp, where there were dozens of activists we have killed alongside their arms and weapons. At the same time, we also attacked a passage that was intended for bringing in arms from Syria to Lebanon. This is a continuous effort to harm the financial and the military Hezbollah attempt. If we identify any intentions of trying to smuggle, to bring across the border any weapon, we will be back and attack and harm. We have attacked thousands.
Activists, or are you talking about Hezbollah activists? When people talk about Hezbollah activists, they're sometimes talking about, it can be just like civilian members, but it can also mean people who allow Hezbollah to put rockets in their houses and shit like that. Like a Hezbollah activist is a pretty broad term.
Of targets of Lebanon. In the illustration of Dahya in Beirut, you can see the number, the amount of targets we have attacked. All in all,
whoa!
In Dahya in Beirut,
we
have...
So Dahya is the Hezbollah stronghold. So in some parts, in the really dense part in the center, I think these areas are actually sometimes secured completely off, so that you have to have people checking you, everyone who goes in and out of these areas. Like I think it's just called I can't remember what the translation is, but I think it's just called like the perimeter or whatever, which is where the HQ was and where the Al-Manar station was. Hezbollah's, Nasrallah's building. But there was one strike yesterday that got our attention because one of the viewers knows the area, which is a Sunni area that doesn't really have all that much to do with Hezbollah. It would be up here, I think, in the center of Beirut. Actually, I can double check because it was in Hamra. If I look for the map. Wait, where is it? Why wouldn't it show Hamra? Oh, it's up here. It's this little district up here, Hamra. So there was a strike on there yesterday. Not a massive one. It looks like there was a warning given because you can see people standing by waiting for it to happen. Instagram? Okay, why not? Yeah, you can see people. Normally you can tell if a warning was given because you have people just standing away, a little bit away from the building with their phones ready to capture it.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Well, I guess they don't want to show you the full video, but so they see that little strike there. Not the biggest thing in the world, but the strange thing about it is that it was in an area that doesn't famously have connections to Hezbollah, and going through locals and r/Lebanon and the IDF maps. I think this is IDF maps that were given. Yeah. It's this area. It's like a game store, a board game store. Like they host events where people play Catan and shit. So that's pretty wacky. So not an accident. They said, yeah, we wanted to hit this one. We're going to. That's why you can tell because that's why there are people just nearby ready to film it. So I don't know if Hezbollah tried to commandeer that area or they identified something incorrectly, or they just felt like fucking up. I think there's something that sometimes happens is that when there's a ceasefire about to come up, people will, like armies will just try to get as many of their targets taken out as they can before the end of the ceasefire. And I'm guessing that might involve targets that are less well verified. Well, in any case, it's something to be a little bit suspicious of. I don't know if we're going to see a Hagari explanation for that. It may look like they were playing board games, but they were not. This is not Dungeons and Dragons. This is Dungeons and Terror. Dungeons and Death. We carried out a precise strike. I don't know, maybe.
Targeted attacks.
It would be up here, wouldn't it? The Hummer. There's 3 strikes apparently.
360 targets, whether it was workshops for weapons, camps, etc. IDF fought in Lebanon with a lot of force, with a lot of special operations. Some are still not revealed. This is all in order to give the residents of the northern area of Israel safety and security. They are refugees from their own home. They had to leave under fire, and we owe it to them to bring them back safely. We're going to enforce the agreement very determinedly. We are preparing the plans, and we are ready, if need be, to fight strongly again. Our forces are still fighting in Gaza, Judea and Samaria, and other areas as well. In front of us, we have the 101 hostages. They're held for 480 days by Hamas with a lot of viciousness. They're far from their families, under non-human conditions, and it is our obligations to bring them home. This is an urgent mission, and we will continue working in order to achieve this target. And the entire list of targets that we have in our questions. You have said that
408 days, not 480. Okay.
any breach will be answered by fire, but today there were 4 Hezbollah terrorists and they breached the agreement. They were suspended. 4 suspects. They're being interrogated. We have to see if they're really Hezbollah terrorists. And wherever we have an opportunity to take people alive, to keep them alive, it is very important. Where we identify people who are armed. If it's a risk to our forces, we will act as we did today and we'll eliminate them. 2 questions. The first, how is Israel going to make sure that in the South Lebanon works of rehabilitation, they're not going to build tunnels again and all the infrastructure? And the second question, there are villages who are trying to come back home even now, and they are breaching the agreement. First of all, we are focused on the security of our forces. We are
What the actual fuck? This is from H3 Snark, the anti-fan sub. What I've learned about Lonerbox over time is that he doesn't show his full extremism views easily. He kind of lays the ground. Then he maneuvers. And here and there, he will prop something really crazy, so you may miss that. So you will think he's normal. IDK. These people are mentally ill. And it's a picture of Ela Klein, for some reason. These people are... I've read through a bit. I've never seen so much mental illness and fucking... overreactions to absolutely fuck all. Even Hassan was like, oh yeah, that guy who hates Netanyahu and wants a Palestinian state and just doesn't want to be too radical on the issue. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, what's wrong with that, you fucking moron? Okay, anyway. It's just like desperately trying to find some kind of like straw man and bad faith characterization. Oh, it's what Ela said about Hassan. Ah. I see.
Charging them, we're giving them very good protection from the air. And this is what we're going to keep on doing. These are the directions that we have from the Chief of Staff. They are implemented in the north, etc. The second thing, the intelligence corps is ordered to monitor and to have intelligence ready in order that we can identify. And if Hezbollah decides to go to Shia villages or others and turn homes into sites of launching missiles and such, understanding that what we do throughout Lebanon, in all places, in all homes, if there are any storages of rockets, everybody knows what we're going to do.
Okay. I'm disappointed that there's no English version, but very disappointed actually. That was kind of shit to watch. Boring. Oh my god. IDF propaganda. With a woman! Shiite villages, where are those? Well, they'd be talking about the south. The Shiite villages are the ones in the south of Lebanon that are bordered with Israel. They're also in the Bekaa and up here, bordered with Syria, but yeah, mostly they're down here. That's where they live. Okay. Ooh, 30-second. Seized Iranian weapons. Oh my god. Music. Boom.
Iran
boom,
and its proxies have been at war with Israel for over a year. Iran has been operating to arm terrorists on the ground in Judea and Samaria to carry out terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians. The weapons behind me were seized in a complex operation of the IDF and ISA. This shipment included Klimagor IEDs, hand rifles, assault rifles, sniper rifles, rockets, mortars, and more. We will continue operating against Iran, its proxies, its assets, and its terrorists until security is restored to Israeli civilians and our borders.
There's a whole thing now where I imagine with Hezbollah potentially out of the way for a little while, is there not going to be this whole thing about them wanting to focus on Iran, especially with much more of a green light likely coming from Trump? The clip of Frogan and Matt praising it. Praising what? Frogan. Uh-oh. Praising what? Okay. Trump will turn it into a resort. What? What? Iran? What? Trump Persia? They were saying the Snark sub is amazing. Ah. Yeah, that place is a shithole. It's just very silly. The H3 sub is cool though. They're so friendly and collected, and they also talk about things other than Ethan and being a Muslim hater or whatever the fuck they think he is, and me and Destiny. So, yeah. Oh, there's me. They're quite an active sub. Okay. Yeah, people are actually going to dial it back, man. I don't care if Ethan does worse shit to me or my friends. I was never on board, whatever the fuck people are going, but holy shit. What happened? I mean, I know what's happened is Hassan has made a deal with the devil for the stupidest fucking reason. He's made a deal with the devil. He had a fucking embargo on Bad Empanada's videos for an entire year, and it turns out that it wasn't even for a good reason. It wasn't just for his Twitter behavior, but I think it was, he mentioned something about Bad Empanada attacking him, because he does. Bad Empanada like purity tests him like he does everyone else, and probably for not paying attention to him and shit like that. So, yeah, was it overreact content? Yeah, that's stupid yeah. But then suddenly suddenly, because he's really that sensitive, because he's defending him, and because Hassan is too stupid to defend himself against people like me and Destiny or whoever else, or Ethan even, he needed someone else to do it for him. And I don't think that friendship is going to end well, because Hassan is also appealing to people like CNN and Pod Save America and potentially Bernie Sanders. His community is already like completely festering with deranged, like tanky fans or whatever, people who just don't know how to manage themselves in terms of activism in the way that Hassan does. But that does mean it's going to be a pretty shaky relationship, because Hassan is going to say things to the right people like CNN or whoever that is going to make him appear less radical. He's not going to play the role as well. And I think there's probably going to be a fallout there. But, you know. What do I know, eh? I thought, honestly, after October 7th, people who support that kind of shit and brag about it and glaze it on Twitter would probably be a little bit ostracized by now. But apparently that's actually a really popular position to have. So, you know, it is what it is. Have you ever talked one-on-one with Hassan? Only in DMs. He stopped responding around the same time when I started correcting critiques that he was making of me.
Seeing some of like the way in which Ethan is like absorbed all of this Hezbollah has been wild, especially because, like, again, I only came.
How many subs did you have before October 7th? On this channel? I don't know. I don't think I really had that many, did I? No, I really did only have like... How do I find out? Oh, here. I think I had... It doesn't even bloody tell you. That... Oh, I know how to find out. I'm being dumb.
Came in knowing those clips from before where it seemed like he had some sort of moral clarity, and then like when I asked people like, hey, can some people send me some, like, what's he been saying? And I just got a fuck ton of shit from people. Like, everyone was just like, oh, I got a lot of videos, dog. There's whole accounts dedicated to like just clocking different like weird things that he has said on his various platforms.
I think before October 7th, I had... 13,000? Not a bad year, I guess, for the business side of things. Yeah. On your main. Oh, my main wasn't really moving at all. My main will have dipped as well because of the Hassan fallout. Not by that much. It's already recovered quite a bit of it. That's funny. Cute. Giga cute. Bit of a little gup, big gup. So this is the entirety of it. Before October 2023, it wouldn't have been that much different. Yeah, like 130,000. So basically just gaining 10,000 in the year. There was this drop here from 141 to 139. It's already coming back up. I don't even post anything on this channel. I haven't done for like 7 months. Why is it flattening? Because I haven't posted here in 6 months. My last post, I think, on this channel was like April or something. So, this is apparently the career-ending assault from Hassan and Mr. Empanada. That was it. Kind of funny. All right.
And like the subreddit, like H3 Snark is like incredible. They're like, oh, don't worry, we have, it's like they're preparing an ICC fucking like trial. It's like International Criminal Court for content creators.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So here's I'll just play a little bit of some of this shit.
Incredible.
Okay.
Okay. Remember when Lonerbox was contemplating whether or not streaming was the future? His future. The future. I don't know. You should post the edited stream segments to your regular channel, maybe sorts of different segments. Nah, I think what I want to do is there'll be stream segments and then there will also be prepared segments that are just a little bit more streamlined. I don't think I'm going to go back to the breadtube video essay style. I don't really, it's just not really worth it unless you're getting like 500,000 views per video. But whatever, it's all a science. It's all a work in progress. Prepared stream segments? No, stream segments can all just go on the live channel because yeah. How have your views changed since starting to do serious research? Well, I used to think that the kind of big Western friendly or more Western friendly rebel group in Syria was the Free Syrian Army, but now I realized that it's more the, after doing some serious research, I realized it was more the Syrian Democratic Forces. Yeah, you just do a bit of serious research every now and then and you plug these gaps. Independent, serious research, no help, no memes. Convo about the ceasefire. Yeah. Thanks, Govern. Thanks for the gifted sub. Free thinker. Gifted himself. Interesting. One way or another, eh? Okay. What's this? God. Has someone been fighting with one of my mods for this entire stream? Okay. Oh, I haven't had my little subs bar up for the last couple of weeks or a couple of days. I wonder why I decided to stop doing that. Let me read some schmoopers because I don't actually know how many we have. Fuck. Oh, talking about sort of like little changes here and there. One of the things I think I'm kind of enjoying a bit more is they only happen spontaneously, so I wouldn't even need to change that much. The thing I kind of enjoy is when people from the region are sort of connected to the region, like Arabs and Jews, just coming spontaneously into Discord calls and just talking about the current news of the day and also going on little tangents about whatever cultural differences or bullshit like that, or talking about like food arguments or whatever. I think those are quite fun. The problem is that when they happen, the thing I need to change is when they start, I need to every now and then jump in to direct the conversation so that it eventually comes out as a segment. Because there was a really good chat that we had a few months ago where Lebanese people, I think 3 of them, it was, well, I was the diasporoid, there was another Christian who lives there, a Sunni and a Shiite. And we were just kind of talking about different opinions on the war as it was escalating with Israel and with Hezbollah, I mean. And that was a really, really good segment. The problem was that it went on for like 5 hours. So I think the editor, I think Aaron still has it, but he just hasn't been able to turn it into like a 1 hour thing. But I think doing something like that once a week, like just the, whatever you call it, the Levantine. Roundtables or whatever, the summit. Yeah. Because I think that's definitely something that's missing. I think just like voices from the region just don't really get that much attention. And I think if I want to draw more attention to people in my community, if I want to do that,
Thanks for the good coverage.
what I think I should do is I should start maybe naming regulars in the thumbnails or in the titles, so that over time it can kind of be the case where people who are regulars in the stream become recognized by people who watch the VODs as well, and they become like I think that's kind of a thing that could it already happens organically in the stream, but I think there's a way I can use it more and make it of a more regular thing. Because if someone's new to the channel, I would like them to come here and to see that, like, maybe every 8 videos, there's one where it's just a bunch of Arab or Jewish gooners just yapping about the news of the week or whatever. And it's generally, it probably would just be good if it was spontaneous. I wouldn't organize it or something like that. I would just have to, when it happens, remember every 5-10 minutes to just change the prompt or direct the conversation somewhere. You know what I mean? I think that's a good idea. Did you see that Abbas mentioned his replacement today? Is it even anyone that we know? He's going to announce his replacement in an hour if the position becomes vacant. Announces Rahi Fatuh. This is a big thing because obviously Abbas has been there since, what, 2005? You could have done it today, right? You could have done it today, right? Is that what you mean? Yeah, so the Syria thing today could have been a really good segment, but people just started yapping. And they just started yapping. So now it's going to be uneditable because I was zoned out for half of it. But if I start to learn a bit more about Syria, besides just Hezbollah, then I'll be able to direct that conversation in a way that it can become something like an hour. But someone called for Alawite genocide. Yeah, I mean, he took it back like immediately. I don't, the nuances of that fucking area. I don't know if he actually called for it, but I don't think he did. But I don't know. Well, that's okay. That guy's clearly not a fucking genocider, by the way. He's a fairly normal person. Yeah. He misspoke, yes. Will you ever do the Sudanese civil war? Wagner and Ukraine are in the country. Maybe. Someone from Rafah? Oh, he's from Gaza. Oh. Now, I don't know shit about this guy, so pinch of salt. I wonder if this is the kind of guy who might be considered as a candidate for bridging the gap between Gaza and the West Bank. Because this is what they always said about fucking, what's his face? Dahlan. Mohammed Dahlan. They were like, oh, he's a Gazan. You know, he can do Gaza, but everyone thinks he's corrupt as fuck. So this guy was born in Rafah in 1949. He joined Al-Asifa, Fatah's armed wing, which was later renamed the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades in 1968. He was sent for military training in Iraq before returning to Jordan to finish high school in 1970. Graduated from Damascus University in 1979 with a BA in English. Okay. Throughout this time as a student, he held various positions in the General Union of Palestine Students in Fatah. Consistently elected to positions in the PLO and PA since '83. First elected to the PNC. A close ally of Abbas, he has been an important member of Fatah, leaving the parliamentary bloc for decades. So he's an ex-militant who is an Abbas ally. How is he? I've never seen this guy's name appear in PSR polls. He was awarded the position of personal representative of the president. It's unlikely Israel would trust him. The thing is, all I can see here from my rudimentary cursory glance is that his identity is he's like a box ticker, okay? Not his behavior, just as a person, he's like a box ticker. He's taking ex-militant, which is good for Palestinians not wanting to kill you. He's Gazan, which is potentially taking the box of future governance in Gaza. And he's a Abbas ally, which is taking the Israeli security, we're not going to worry about you killing us box. So he's like a box ticker. You know what I mean? He's taking boxes. Box ticker. Is he a DEI hire? He is quite DEI, yeah. It seems to be that there's a lot of DEI going on with this guy. But I don't know. That's all I'm... He's corrupt. I mean, the corruption box is always ticked, unfortunately, for these guys. Since when does Israel trust Abbas? Since they've let him govern Area A and B for the last fucking 15 years, 20 years? Without assassinating him? I'm saying they trust him, but they like him enough not to kill him. Yeah, I don't know. This guy's got box ticker vibes. But it's okay. We'll learn more soon. You know what? I'll guarantee Sundowner knows everything about this guy. Why can I not get the clip of Mustafa saying the thing? Because I just wanted to do a tweet with the fucking chant, the march at the chant, and also the Holocaust thing, and to be like, oh my god, I can't believe Lunabox shook hands with this. Can we not do that? Hang on. Hang on. I'm just too stupid to do it myself, or too lazy. Okay. I'll do it later. It's okay. Oh shit. All right. Lebanon-Israel ceasefire met with celebrations, skepticism. Oh yeah, this will be interesting. I need to go to the bathroom, and then I will come back and we'll do the ceasefire coverage a little bit more, see what's happened in the last couple of hours. Okay. And then we're finishing all the research, okay? We're going to have so much brain. My head's probably going to start cracking along the sides. But it's okay. Happens. To me, not to you guys. Dumb fucks, all right. If I don't get a $3 million house, you guys you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. Going to be like this. He's going to be like, today I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look, you see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee. Look. These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's going to be that. Of Israeli law. Fuck, okay, there we go. Benny Moore's live. Fucking cunt. Anyway, there we go.
Yep.
You have it with meats and tatties, turnips and potatoes.
Nice.
Scumbag. That bag of scum.
Why are you laying there? Look at the phone. Talk to them.
I was looking at the phone. Travel update. Travel blog. I'm being flown out to Dubai. Oh, we're playing tiny little chess. That's so cute.
Oh my god. I didn't know you were that into it.
What? Okay. Israel, Hezbollah ceasefire. Lebanese people celebrate. Gaza looks on.
The news of a ceasefire came way past their bedtime. But this was a time to celebrate.
Jeez.
Lebanese families, displaced by war, danced with joy. Come morning, many were already on the...
Can I call? Yeah, in a minute. After this one. So 10 minutes, really. I need to eat something. Oh, Hezbollah flags on the cars still. Are they people? Are these Shiites who are heading back south?
The road heading home.
Yeah.
More than 1 million Lebanese people have been displaced and lived in terror for months. Guess which road is heading south?
Going home is the nicest feeling. We're returning with our heads held high. We're returning with dignity.
Thank God. It feels great. Thank God for everyone's safety. I hope Lebanon always stays safe.
But some of the places they are returning to are still occupied by Israeli forces, who have 60 days to leave. And as people flooded back, Israel warned residents not to return to the border area. The Israeli army implemented a curfew for those moving south of the Litani River, with the IDF saying they had arrested 4 Hezbollah militants. A pause in fighting, but a fragile peace. The Lebanese army also began deploying to the area today in accordance with the ceasefire agreement. Their role with UN peacekeepers is to monitor the territory and ensure Hezbollah does not return. Both sides are portraying this as a victory. Supporters of Hezbollah chanted the name of their former leader, Hassan Nasrallah, killed by Israel in September, and many waved the yellow and green flag of the militant group. It is that support and the continued presence of Hezbollah in Lebanon which worries Israelis displaced by the fighting. Many of them, like Amichai, fear this is not the...
So my understanding from just anecdotal evidence and conversations is that Hezbollah have, or what's left of them and their support base has more or less tried to portray this as a victory, but I don't know exactly what they're saying, so we'll see what happens.
...by the fighting. Many of them, like Amichai, fear this is not the win that Benjamin Netanyahu boasted about last night and are fearful of returning home.
A ceasefire is a big nonsense in my opinion, because nothing has changed. Tomorrow Hezbollah will go through the tunnels that haven't been found yet, and they will reach us and take us whole.
To attempt to ease their fear and limit their anger, the Israeli government has emphasized that if Hezbollah violates the new agreement, they will not hesitate in striking back inside Lebanese territory. So could we see history repeat itself? The last ceasefire occurred in 2006, following a month-long conflict, during which 150 Israelis and 1,000 Lebanese were killed. The terms of that deal, UN Resolution 1701, are the basis of the present ceasefire. But back then, both sides accused the other of violating the agreement. Lebanon said Israeli jets continued to enter their airspace, while Israel said Hezbollah had rearmed and moved military infrastructure south of the Litani River. And so many today, both north and south of the border, wonder how long this present calm will last. In Lebanon, the rebuild begins. This is the nation that was already in economic freefall and beset with corruption, now ravaged by a conflict that has left cities pockmarked with rubble and the south leveled by Israeli airstrikes.
نحن من 2006 لل 2024 قديش
From 2006 to 2024, every 10, 15 years there's a war. There are people who built homes and made investments in the south. This is the second time we suffer such damage.
Lebanon's Prime Minister said enough wars, tragedies and disasters. Many will echo that wish across this region, but fear that for far too long now, such devastation has become synonymous with this land.
Well, joining me from Beirut is the Lebanese-Australian journalist Rania Abu Zaid. Rania, thousands returning home. What are they telling you about the scale of devastation, what they're facing there?
Yes, as you saw from that report, the Lebanese did not wait long at all to head back to their towns and villages, not only in the south, but also in Baalbek and in the Bekaa Valley. The ceasefire took effect at dawn, and very soon after that, there were traffic jams on all of the southbound routes as people headed home or to whatever remained of their homes. Certainly, the destruction is widespread. There was a report recently that said that up to 100,000 homes have been damaged or destroyed. This war killed more than 3,700 Lebanese. It wounded more than 15,000. So the devastation is vast, but so too is the ability and the desire of Lebanese to return home and to rebuild their lives.
And are they worried about that rebuilding, given the sort of prospect of new outbreaks of violence loom heavily, but also how they're going to rebuild, what help they will have to rebuild?
Well, that's the key question. Now, Hezbollah's leaders have said that they will help rebuild, they will help foot the bill for the rebuilding. But, this is not like 2006. Where's the money going to come from? The country has been mired in a devastating economic collapse since 2019, actually, and it is still feeling the after effects of that collapse in 2019. Certainly, geopolitically, the Gulf states are not as friendly. Many of the Gulf states are not as friendly to Lebanon as they were in 2006. And Iran is also sanctioned and has its own economic woes to contend with. So that's the big question about where the money is going to come from.
And over it all, this nervousness hangs about how long this ceasefire will hold. What are your reflections on that?
Well, it's a very fragile truce, and the potential spoilers are many on both sides of the border. You heard in that report that Netanyahu says that he thinks that Israel reserves a right to strike Lebanese territory if it thinks that Hezbollah is rearming or that its fighters are moving south of the Litani River. Now, these are very difficult things to verify, given that Hezbollah's fighters are clandestine, and its arming, its rearming is also sort of not. It's not that you don't see Hezbollah fighters in these areas. Lebanon fears that Israel may try and exploit that and violate Lebanese sovereignty. So it's a very fragile truce at the moment. So the Lebanese are certainly taking it one day at a time.
And is there a lot of nervousness that Hezbollah will breach its side of the deal?
Well, so far, its officials are welcoming this pause, this cessation of hostilities. They view it as a victory. They have said that they have, absorbed and endured devastating blows that Israel has unleashed on the group. So devastating that the former Secretary General Said Hassan Nasrallah himself described these blows as unprecedented and painful before he himself was assassinated a month ago. But Hezbollah's officials are presenting this as a victory because Hezbollah was not destroyed. It remained steadfast. It prevented Israeli soldiers from occupying and creating a new occupation zone in the south. And it says that it will help rebuild after this devastation.
Rania Abu Zaid, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, President Biden says his administration will immediately try to secure a truce in Gaza, declaring he will make a push with regional powers to agree a deal which includes the release of all the hostages and the removal of Hamas from power. But is there any likelihood of achieving that? Jonathan Rugman reports.
It's been a year since a brief truce in Gaza. In the words of President Biden, its people have been through hell, with over 44,000 Palestinians reported killed, most of them women and children. So, in the winter of his presidency, a final push for a ceasefire to follow that agreed over Lebanon. And Mr. Biden blames the lack of one on Hamas.
And so now Hamas has a choice to make. Their only way out is to release the hostages, including American citizens, which they hold. In the process, bring an end to the fighting, which would make possible a surge of humanitarian relief.
But these Israelis protesting in Tel Aviv last night blame their own prime minister. They want a deal to release somewhere between 50 and 100 hostages still thought to be alive inside Gaza. And they claim Benjamin Netanyahu won't compromise with Hamas in case his coalition government then collapses. Last night, Israel's prime minister talked about releasing the hostages, but not about a possible ceasefire. His political allies can barely stomach yesterday's truce with Hezbollah, and they want Hamas completely defeated before any hostage deal. But despite Gaza's growing humanitarian crisis, this crowd is waiting for bread, and the yearning of Palestinians for peace. Hamas may have little incentive to stop fighting, if the alternative, a ceasefire, means giving up power. So perhaps it's no wonder Keir Starmer and others are cautious about any optimism over Gaza.
We must seize this opportunity to build trust, de-escalate tensions and push for a wider ceasefire.
Those against?
At the UN Security Council last week, the Americans themselves voted alone against a resolution demanding a ceasefire, claiming that it suggested that a hostage release might not happen until after the truce. It was the fourth time the US had sided with Israel in this chamber. And Mr. Biden has given Israel pretty much all it's asked for in military as well as diplomatic support. In the meantime, many in Gaza feel forgotten, fearing that a ceasefire in Lebanon will enable the Israelis to escalate their bombardment here.
I really wish I could get more access to Arab media than just stuff that's translated by fucking memory TV. Like, I've just been curious. I was like, what if I look at the last week of news just from memory TV and Arabic media? What do they say? This is one of them from November 26th. Pro-Hamas outlet Group's security unit launches a campaign to arrest Gazans accused of stealing humanitarian aid, damaging private property, or collaborating with Zionists. Maybe if you learn the language. Okay! I'm trying, okay? One day at a time. Like, it's going to take me years. Given that fucking I can have 2 fluent Arabic speakers in my chat on a voice call watching the same clip, and they can't even agree on what they're hearing. It's so cringe. Okay. This is just Telegram, isn't it? How much do they actually rely on Telegram for the communications? I don't know, but anyway. Don't really care about that. That's not interesting. What we got here? Arab media figures slam Hamas. It is the real enemy of the Gazans, a subcontractor for Iran. Who's saying that? Tweets of journalists. Is that what this is? Journalists giving their opinions? Okay. Listen to this article, 17 minutes. Liberal Arab journalists have intensified their criticism on social media. From where, though? I'm guessing there'd be like different countries where it's easier to do this, right? Egyptian journalist, Lebanese journalist, attacking the murder of 6 hostages. This is resistance ? This is Free Palestine ? To kidnap people from their homes, torture them, execute them at point blank range. This is the revival of Islamic Caliphate, Arab greatness. Shame. Everyone who's still defending Hamas, including demanding a ceasefire. This is on you. Wow. Average Lebanese opinion. Okay. Barring the being upset about the hostages dying. Emirati influencer. Okay, whatever. Don't care about that. Editor of the Palestinian Authority Daily. Okay. Notable figure. Okay. That's tangible credentials. Editor-in-chief Al-Hayat al-Jadida. Jadida? Right. Scathing criticism of Hamas, its conduct in Gaza. Nothing but destruction, absurd rocket displays, only to provide Israel with excuses to declare war on the Gazan people. He explained that Gaza under the PA was on a path to a future of prosperity and cultural development, could have become Palestinian Singapore, but after Hamas's takeover, the wars it triggered, including the current one, torpedoed all those plans. Abu al-Hija also directed implicit criticism of Qatar's Al Jazeera channel, claiming that its military analyst Fayez al-Duairi presents a distorted picture of the reality in the Strip and ignores the appalling situation there. The forces that brought these wars upon Gaza, he concluded, will soon be required to account for their actions and answer for the huge difference between Gaza's condition before Hamas took it over and its dire condition today. Excerpts from the article. Okay. How popular is this outlet in the West Bank? Before we ask what benefit we have derived from the Al-Aqsa flood, we must ask what benefit we derived from the previous wars Hamas waged against Israel since it carried out its coup against the legitimate Palestinian Authority. Hamas gave these wars high-flown and resolute names that bear no connection to reality. Names taken from obsolete Salafi books and from the movement's populist speeches, such as the Battle of Al-Furqan. This is, Furqan is cast lead, isn't it? I don't know what stones of baked clay and eaten straw are. These are just names. No victory was achieved. No stones of baked clay were hurled at the enemy, and the occupation was not eaten like straw. Before these wars, Gaza was on the path to a future of prosperity and cultural development. After the PA established a seaport and an airport in Gaza, towers were built over dunes, and there was a sovereign border crossing through which Gazans could travel for diverse purposes such as vacationing, tourism, trade studies, and the like, with a Palestinian passport that allowed them entry to sister Arab countries and friendly foreign countries. How promising was the future of Gaza, which was poised to become the Palestinian Singapore under the legitimate government of the PA and its policies and development plans. But 6 wars undermined this promise, and the 7th war, the Al-Aqsa flood, destroyed it. It was, of course, Israel who started these wars, but it was Hamas that provided it with pretexts, with its bombastic messages and its absurd rocket displays that have never achieved, do not achieve, and will never achieve any deterrence against the occupation and its wars, under any circumstances and in any way. The 6 wars caused more than 4,000 martyrs and more than 23,000 wounded. The 7th war has caused more than 150,000 martyrs and wounded and left horrific heaps of rubble that will take 5 years to clear away from the body of the Gaza Strip, which is full of wounds and mass graves. Reality speaks volumes, not in words, but only in the bodies of the victims, the wails of the widows, the groans of the injured, and the suffering of the hungry and thirsty. It speaks volumes by showing us the ruins that the virtual battle maps presented on the screen of the lying satellite channel, Al Jazeera, cannot cancel or erase, even with the prattle of its military analyst, Fayez al-Duairi. All that remains to be said is that our wounded Palestinian people, especially in the Gaza Strip, are the ones who now compare their situation before the 7 wars to their condition after these wars, and especially after the last one, whose flames are still raging. From now on, there is no way to avoid these comparisons, and soon they will form the basis for a re-examination, a demand for accountability. And a full application of justice against those who enabled this catastrophe, for the blood of the victims cannot be subject to any bargaining intended to turn a blind eye to all of this. Okay. How prominent is this guy? How well known is this outlet? I mean, I agree with most of what this guy's saying, like pretty much all of it. but I don't know. Might be good to look into Abbas's successor. Oh, this guy's still kicking about. Senior Hamas official Ghazi Hamad, we never said that we accept the two-state solution. Nobody expected such a barbaric reaction to Israel. We had no alternative to October 7th. That's a lot of sentences, okay? It's pretty loaded, straight to the point. Fuck you! Oh, it's got the, okay. Where did he say this? Al Arabiya. Arab countries are fooling themselves with the story of the two-state solution. Israel will not accept it or anything. It's an occupying fascist racist country. He knows his audience, okay. We never said we accept it. How can we possibly accept it? Israel's an occupier. How can I accept a country that killed my children? But Hamas said that it accepts no. Oh, fuck, I want to see this live. We did not talk about the two-state solution. We said that we accept a Palestinian state within the 6-7 borders with Jerusalem as its capital and the return of our refugees. I told you guys, just say, okay, I'm keeping it, because I try to explain to people that Hamas saying that they accept a state with the 6-7 borders with Jerusalem and the return, that's not two-state solution. That's not what they mean. That's not what they mean. Give it to me. This is from just recently. This is from like this week. Chill, Ghazi Hamad. If you had expected it, would you still have done it? No political thinker expected Israel's barbarism to reach such level. Oh yeah, no one expected such a barbaric reaction from Israel and such. No, wait. Where am I? I jumped way past. If Hamas could go back in time, would you carry out the October 7th attack again? What other options did the Palestinians have? If we consider this seriously and responsibly, what other options did we have? We could keep quiet and succumb to the crimes of the occupation, or we could resist. The resistance did not start on October 7th. It started in 1917. But people say that all the heavy toll that came from October 7th was not taken into consideration by the mastermind of October 7th, Yahya Sinwar. No one expected such a barbaric reaction and such crimes on the part of Israel. No one expected this. Absolutely not. If you had expected it, would you have still done it? No political thinker expected Israel's barbarism to reach such level. If you did expect it, would you do it or not? No point going into unknowns. I want to be clear. Resistance is our only pathway to eliminate this occupying criminal fascist country. Damn. Bit of a little gut, big gut. Bit of a gup. Okay, hang on. What? Wrong and reckless. Need for critical discourse. Who's this? Who said this? Writers slam Hamas's policy and conduct. Which writers? Palestinian dailies, Al Jadida and Al Ayam. Both in PA territory. Is it normal for them to do this? Because it's making me think, pinch of salt, low conviction. If you got Abbas naming a successor, who's Gazan, former armed resistance, former Al-Aqsa martyrs, and also journalists in the PA slamming Hamas, is this all to do with like Lebanon, Hezbollah ceasefire, the idea that they're anticipating some kind of next phase of what happens in Gaza? I don't know. I'll keep that one for later. It's a bit of a longer article. Abbas might just be old. Bro, Hamas is Abbas has been old for like the last 70 years. He's been old for a while. And he was a big fat man, but now he's kind of like he seems like he's lost weight. I don't know. But anyway. Are these both Palestinian Authority dailies, or is only one of them? Is it Al Jadida and the other one is Al Ayam? Is Al Ayam a PA outlet as well? Let's see. Al Ayam. Ah! Oh. Based in Ramallah. A Hamas-controlled court banned its distribution in the Gaza Strip, funded by the PA, pro-Fatah. Okay. Okay. What's this one? Oh, that's just Michelle being a dipshit. Okay, Ghazi. Okay, cool.
Well, thank you very much for the very kind introduction.
Abbas was born in Mandatory Palestine. I think he was. I think he was born in what is now Israel, wasn't he? He was born in some village in the north. Oh, not this. What the fuck is this? What? Where did this come from? I don't need that. I wanted news. What the fuck? All right, hang on. Where's Mahmoud Abbas born? He was born in Safed, where there was a massacre, actually. One of the smaller massacres was in Safed, I think. Anyway. Okay, who's this weirdo? No, thank you. I want the news. I want the goddamn news. Where the fuck? Where? Oh, yeah, this moved on to the next thing. Ah. Because I already watched the last one. Okay. Fuck that. What's this?
Fire deal to end the
God, that's so loud. Why is everything so loud?
fighting between Israel and Hezbollah is holding hours after coming into effect. Now, this after residents of Beirut endured the most intense day of Israeli attacks since the war began. Local authorities say more than 40 people were killed by Israeli strikes across Lebanon yesterday. If the truce holds, it will end more than a year of violence.
Oh, sorry, wait. Hello, Chase James, hi.
Hello?
Hey, sorry to keep you waiting.
It's all right. Sorry. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Chase. I am the frequent chatter for over a year, so now y'all finally have a voice to my face. I had some quick questions regarding the ceasefire deals and stuff like that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Was the Lebanese government at all involved in these negotiations, or what exactly was going on with them?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the deal was with the Lebanese government, which would have had middlemen to Hezbollah, I imagine.
Oh, yeah, because like Hezbollah wouldn't openly negotiate or something like that?
I think so, yeah. I don't think they talked to Israel directly, as far as I know.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of sick. But
it's okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That kind of sounds like something they would do. So has it been broken yet, or what exactly is going on?
Has it been broken? I don't. Well, so there's been minor infringements, but they've arrested 4 people at the border who were armed, and are going to find out if they're Hezbollah. And I think they've just seen other irregular movements. I think maybe they've killed some people, but yeah, I mean, it looks like they've. Yeah, I don't know if this means that they're. I think Israel is still moving south. I don't think they're being like 4 people at the border. Okay, we're going straight back to the airstrikes. I don't think that's happened yet.
Okay, so nothing like conflict resuming level.
No.
Okay. Also, we moved on from some Syria, I know, but it. What exactly are the Alawites? You might not notice, but what exactly like do they believe or anything like that?
I have no idea what they believe.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. I'll have to look into that myself, I guess. My bad.
Sorry.
Oh, this is kind of a very irrelevant, but I guess it's kind of relevant when talking about Lebanon. The other day when you were talking, we've talked
Wait, when you
about
when you asked
Sabbath.
what they did believe, were you asking what's the specifics of their religion, or just like broadly
Yeah,
speaking?
that kind of stuff.
I mean, all I know about them is that they kind of they splintered from Shia Islam, but I don't know any specifics about that. Because I mean, people say the same thing about Druze, but Druze don't really identify as Muslim at all, or I
No,
don't
Druze
think
are
they
like
do.
they're like a separate religion at this point.
Yeah, yeah, but I don't know if Alawites would identify as Muslim or separate thing as well. I have no idea.
Sorry, but we were talking. We've talked a bit about Sabra Shatila, and I don't want to take up any more of your time. But supposedly, I've heard the South Lebanon Army was there too.
Yeah, and I think also some other. There's also rumors about some other I think Shia militant group or some other Muslim militant group that was there too. But yeah, I don't know the details of it. I just see so the reports that I read were just kind of like people saw people in different uniforms going from the airport towards the camps. But it's like I don't know the exact.
But it was predominantly the phalangists, though. They were like the main ones who were.
That is the overwhelming consensus. Yeah, that it was basically all phalangists. Yeah.
Also, apparently, even before the attack, one of the Phalanxist officers even told the Israelis, they asked something like, what should we do first, rape or kill, or something like that, which should have been a very big red flag, but no one took it seriously.
I don't recall that particular one. I know there were other signs, but I don't remember someone saying rape or kill.
Yeah, I keep in mind, I haven't looked into it too much, so don't take it to heart, but yeah, it's kind of insane how
I wouldn't put it past them, because they were pretty kooky, those guys.
And also apparently even Sharon encouraged him to think that the PLO had killed Gemayel, but when it was actually the Syrians.
Yeah, that was I think he had kind of like enabled that rumor. Although the rumor that was very much spreading organically anyway. He just kind of piggybacked on it, I think.
So so finally before I go, would you consider that to be a genocide or a genocidal massacre, or what would you consider?
I don't know if there's ever been enough to determine that. A crime against humanity, 100%. I know that the McBride Commission often gets misquoted, especially in the Wikipedia. The McBride Commission didn't investigate into calling it a genocide. What they did was they said that the Genocide Convention and this question should be considered, and that other people should look into whether or not this was or not. So they kind of just like floated the idea, and then I don't know if anything else came out of that.
Well, I mean, the Phalangists definitely were intending to like reduce or expel a lot of Palestinians in Lebanon, so they probably at least had intent. But
yeah, well, they wanted them to. So I know that they wanted Palestinians to leave, and at least some number, all of them. That was it Hobeka or whatever that he was trying to inspire. But apparently, as far as it works,
don't ask me a question. You know exactly what to do. That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think. The genocide. This is why I hate the genocide convention arguments, because the genocide convention, if you massacre like 3,000 people, just because you want the other ones who survive to flee, and that's the only reason you did it. You're like, I want these guys to flee, and the way I'm going to do it is by killing these ones. If that's your only intent, then you can. There's a chance you can avoid the charge of genocide, and it's like, but if you did it because you wanted them to flee, but you also really just wanted to kill 3,000 of them, then that would be genocide. It's a very, at that point you're splitting like pretty fine hairs, you know.
Yeah. Well, the Srebrenica massacre in Bosnia, I think, was pretty similar because they killed like what 8,000 people or something like that. The Serbs.
Yep, in about 3 days. Yeah.
And I think they also did the same thing the Phalangists did, where they killed mostly men, but they also killed some women too. So I mean that was considered a genocide because the Serbs there clearly had like. Very obvious intent and stuff like that. But then again, now I'm not getting into the weeds on that.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. It would, because I think a lot of it came down to statements that were made before the act, and also just acts of preparation that were made, like requesting fucking bulldozers to dig into the ground and shit. So,
I'm sorry. Or like when like when the general said it's time to take revenge on the Turks and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think the way I see it is that if there was a trial, like a similar case, if there was a similar case to for Sabra Shatila, and they took up all these quotes and argued it in court. I think it's like, yeah, it probably could go towards genocide. I wouldn't surprise me if it did, because they did say enough things. It's just it depends on, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame the term genocide has become so watered down over the past year, because now people just use genocide to just mean kill a lot of civilians.
Well, yeah, or it just means when civilians die, right? Like whether you meant to do it or not, or whether it was targeted, or whether it was collateral, or whether it was war crimes, or whether it was, it's just, it's all the same.
Some doesn't have to be a genocide to still be like really, really bad, obviously. Like, for example, I wouldn't consider the Iraq War a genocide, but it was still really, really bad. Same with Vietnam and all the other stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's like, I don't think I've ever seen any other, there are other situations, but I don't know. The way I function is like, if I had to explain why the Holocaust was bad to like a 10-year-old, I don't think I would ever have to use the word genocide. I don't know why. I can explain why it's bad very, very easily. Obviously, it was a genocide in the most obvious sense, but I don't know if I would really necessarily have to like the least, like it's the same as the arguments that people have over more contentious ones like the Holodomor, right? Like it's like the genocide question is the least interesting thing about it. Like just learn about what happened or how it affected people, or what should have been done differently, or like what were the failures leading up to it, because there were so many things that were happening before the Holodomor that people who have a liberal use of the term genocide would have called it a genocide. Like Stalin was trying to purge the Ukrainian national movement and killing intellectuals and poets and things like that, and using punitive measures. Yeah, or in that case, it was the Ukrainian rural population, right? So it was the idea of using punitive measures to kind of like suppress their culture, and especially taking extra punitive measures on people who had in the past sort of resisted Soviet rule, right? Or been a thorn in the side of Soviet rule.
Well, also, here in America, I don't think here in the States, I don't know if the Trail of Tears has ever been labeled a genocide officially, but many consider that to be one because they were deliberately trying to like remove the native population. I mean, I would consider it one, but I don't know if it's ever been like legally recognized as that.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know anything about the Trail of Tears. Not detailed.
Well, anyway, nice conversation. Don't want to interrupt you anymore. So get back to your stream. Have fun.
All right, take care, buddy.
Bye.
A moment to celebrate. Residents of South Lebanon displaced by the war ignored warnings to stay away until the Israeli military had fully retreated. They were desperate to return to their homes. The artillery, missiles, and guns, for now, have stopped.
We were feeling scared, more than you can imagine. Thank God. What happened, happened.
Is this the clip you wanted?
Well, there are several things. I think what was described is nothing but a fascist point of view. You're dealing with fascists in Israel. It's a fascist government, fascist spokesperson, who are advocating not only killing Palestinians, but also cutting off electricity and water and starving people to death. What is this? Even the Nazis did not come close to doing that.
He had it in the bag, man. He had it in the bag. And the bag flubbed like a sack of potatoes. Little flub. What the fuck was I watching? Oh, here.
They announced the ceasefire at 4. At 4:10, I was on the road toward my home in Marrakech. It's an indescribable feeling.
God's had mercy on me, and I hope we have learned lessons from this life and this war.
Supporters of Hezbollah handed out and waved flags of the militants. Despite the heavy losses and the deaths of so many top Hezbollah commanders, they vow not to give up.
God willing, we are victorious always. We are going to be a fork in the eye of the enemy.
Such talk in southern Lebanon makes displaced residents of northern Israel, also returning to their homes, less than confident about the ceasefire.
What I do know is that the fight will be renewed sometime. It doesn't matter whether it's in 2 months or 2 years or 5.
Indeed, the Israeli military says it will remain primed to strike again should Hezbollah violate the ceasefire deal. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reminded Israelis that while hostilities in Lebanon had stopped, the war in Gaza continues.
We are changing the face of the Middle East. With God's help, we will establish security, we will rehabilitate the north, and we will continue united until victory.
Whoa.
Victory, the Israeli government has said repeatedly,
Hey, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it.
Is tied to the destruction of Hamas. And while the ceasefire is good news for Lebanon, the question of how to end the war in Gaza remains.
Straight to our correspondent, Stella Menner in Beirut. Welcome, Stella. What is it like there on day one of this 60-day ceasefire?
I'm standing here in the southern suburb of Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold that has been heavily hit over the last couple of months. People here are very happy and celebrating. Members of Hezbollah are giving out Hezbollah flags, and people are running around with these flags. Maybe you've just heard it in the background. That was celebratory gunfire. People are really celebrating the fact that the ceasefire is here. But you can also see clearly the massive destruction that is left here in Beirut. Israel really stepped up its attacks on to Beirut and the whole country in the hours before the ceasefire agreement. And you can also see it, hopefully behind me. There is a building that is completely collapsed. And this destruction is what we see here and what I see here at the moment.
They're so cheery about and still waving the Hezbollah flags. That's just wild to me. It's very bizarre.
And in many, many streets.
And what are Lebanon's political figures saying about this deal?
The Lebanese government said that it will commit to the ceasefire deal that has been made. And Prime Minister Najib Mikati has also called on Israel to do the same and also stick to the agreement. He also thanked the Lebanese population for being so courageous and for going through this hard time. Parliament Speaker Nabi Berri thanked the international community and everyone who made this agreement possible. And he said that this moment is really a test for Lebanon and the country to see whether they can save Lebanon and rebuild Lebanon. And he said it's very important that the government is now electing a president.
Right. And part of this test will be the Lebanese army trying to enforce this ceasefire with international partners. What sort of challenges is this poor country's army going to face?
There are several challenges that the Lebanese army will face. First of all,
when you're on Twitter, can you still not post pictures and video at the same time? I thought people could now. Why is that not an option? If you want, because you could post 4 pictures, but is it really you can only post 1 video or multiple videos, but no video and picture? Why? Why? Let's see. Can we? It does let me. Wild. Let's go.
We know that Israel has heavily bombarded the south of Lebanon. They blew up entire villages and also infrastructure sectors like main streets are heavily destroyed. So the infrastructure could cause some problems to just regain control over the territory. Another more important factor is that the Lebanese army doesn't have a lot of money as the state is bankrupt. So the army needs to send more soldiers down to the south. And the question is if they have enough, if they need to recruit more soldiers, and if they are able to do this in very soon and not too far and not too long from now.
Thank you, Stella. DW correspondent Stella Mena in Beirut. Let's get more on this from Hans-Jakob Schindler. He's a senior director at the non-governmental organisation Counter-Extremism Project. He joins us from Berlin. Welcome back to DW. So, no formal comment on this ceasefire from Hezbollah yet, but their backers in Iran have welcomed the deal. Do you see that as a positive sign that the agreement might actually hold?
Absolutely. Hezbollah, especially now in its weakened form, is more dependent on Iran than it was a year ago. And hence, if the guys who are paying for the show telling you that this is the decision, it is very clear that Hezbollah is going to keep to the agreement.
You talk about Hezbollah being weakened there. Israel, of course, having killed many of its leaders and severely compromised its organisation. How strong is Hezbollah now after months of fighting?
Well, I mean, Hezbollah has several parts. So the military terrorist part is certainly weakened. The command and control structure is very severely disrupted. The tunnel network is disrupted. Many of the rocket and drone launch sites has been destroyed. And of course, you have the top commanders all dead. However, Hezbollah is also a political and social organization. And already in the reports that you just showed, you can see that this social support base has not been weakened. So the sad news is, of course, this is a political window of opportunity to hopefully also weaken Hezbollah politically in Lebanon and then get a president elected for the country, which Hezbollah has blocked over the last couple of years, 13 times. However, it's not clear whether that's possible at this point.
Understood. So was Hezbollah effectively bounced into this? They're in a very weak position. They had few other options.
Militarily, they had no longer any really options. You cannot fight a very organized, very modern army like the Israeli army with a hardly functioning command communication structure and no real military leadership. Nasrallah was actually organizing all of these military activities. Naim was always the one who was responsible for politics and social support of Hezbollah. He has no experience in doing this. So they were, militarily speaking, with the back to the wall. However, that doesn't mean much for their political influence within Lebanon.
Right. Part of this deal requires the Lebanese army to keep Hezbollah from building up again at the border with Israel, along with international support. How capable are they of fulfilling their part of this deal?
Well, it's very clear that they cannot do this alone. The Lebanese army is a glorified police force, really weakened because Hezbollah did not want to have a viable second power center in a military sense in Lebanon. So they definitely need international support. What's in the ceasefire is actually what's already been decided in resolution, the resolution that ended the war in 2006. So it's really high time that this gets implemented. But even then, it was always the Lebanese government who had to start the process. Now, this has now started. It had to make a request, which it hadn't done until this ceasefire agreement, to start the process of cleaning southern Lebanon from Hezbollah military installations. And we have to see how much the international support holds. If there is not sufficient support, the Lebanese army is not going to be really been able to withstand a even weakened Hezbollah military structure because of the enormous political influence and stranglehold that Hezbollah holds over all parts of Lebanon at this point.
This is a 60-day deal. What's the plan for day 61?
Well, obviously, no one was able to conduct a peace deal in the real sense of the word in this point. The hope, of course, is that then the ceasefire will be extended after 60 days. This is really a trial period to see whether Hezbollah is now really withdrawing from southern Lebanon beyond the Litani River, as it was demanded in the resolution already in 2006, whether this can be guaranteed, whether this can be checked. If this is not the case, the Israeli army will have to resume military operations. But of course, the hope is, since Iran is on board, since very likely the Hezbollah leadership is on board, and for the first time the Lebanese government seems to be on board to do this, that it can be extended on day 61 and then hopefully for a very long time. But Hezbollah is unfortunately only temporarily weakened, a couple of years maybe, to rebuild everything, and then Israel may find itself in a very similar situation again.
Thank you for talking us through that so clearly. Hans-Jakob Schindler from the Counter-Extremism Project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Why do people think that I was with Elon Levy in in the West Bank? What evidence is there for this picture being taken from the West Bank? Why did they add that in? Is it because they just wanted to insert the image of like some fucking settler safari or some shit because we're there with Elon Levy? How fucking stupid. Look, where is it? This guy, Lorna Box, is just an evil person. He got a tour of the West Bank with a former IDF spokesman. He's not even the IDF spokesman. He's the fucking government spokesman. Like, why? Why can't they get anything right? Is this too aggressive? I think this is probably fine. Are these videos playing okay?
Well, there are several things. I think what was described is nothing but a fascist point of view. You're dealing with fascists in Israel. It's a fascist government, fascist spokesperson, who are advocating not only killing Palestinians, but also cutting off electricity.
The clip could be shorter. It's got too much of a gap. How do I trim it? It won't let me trim it, motherfucker. Bruh, whatever. It's fine. I'm over it. Spell check this time. We fucked the spelling last time. How do you trim the clip? Don't just say trim the clip, Sashi. You master deceiver. How do you... Ugh. Let's see. Marcus, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Send it on your phone and trim it. That's so much effort. I know. And opening Premiere is effort as well. Listen, it's going to be easy, okay? This is going to do it for me. No problem. Okay. Trim, and what if I start it from here? Can I not play it?
Nothing but a fascist point of view. You're dealing with fascists in Israel.
Here we go.
You're dealing with fascists in Israel.
Okay, that's fine. Save. Oh, it's encoding. Save. That was quick. That was insanely quick. Get out of here. Edited. Boom.
Dealing with fascists in Israel. You're dealing with fascists in Israel. It's a fascist government, fascist spokesperson who are advocating not only killing Palestinians, but also cutting off electricity and water and starving people to death. What is this? Even the Nazis did not come close to doing that. You're dealing with...
Remove the March video? Why not? Why? Everyone agreed, but it doesn't, that it means Jews. They just said fucking kill Jews. And before that, they said arm Hamas. And he calls himself a non-violent politician. Advocate. I think he personally is non-violent, but obviously there's a little bit of whoopie-whoop there. Anyway. He's largely known as a pacifist. Yeah, I know. But he leads marches where they talk about... Never mind. That's okay. I like this picture as well. It's got that... it's got that little pug, big pug. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh. Oh. Why do you almost exclusively play defense for the Israeli side nowadays? If you get that impression from my content that it's almost exclusive defense for the Israeli side, that's only because you're only, like, the only thing you would ever tolerate is exclusive opposition to the Israeli side. Like, every other video I do talking about Israel, I talk about some war crime or some massacre or something they're doing right. Even today, when I covered the ceasefire, I just spoke about how just as the ceasefire was announced, they started bombing parts of Beirut that have no Hezbollah significance. And it seems to be the thing that they targeted was a fucking shop that sells board games where people host Catan evenings. So fuck you, you fucking idiot. Just say what you mean. I don't know why people do this. Like, oh, why is it always so biased? It wouldn't fit. But when the only kind of content I know you would accept is one that is just genocide, Israel evil, genocide, intentional, everything. Yeah, fucking. Oh yeah, we need to get the pro-settler guy debate uploaded soon. Whoa. Okay, we need to chill with the combat, okay? We need to do... There's a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, and I think right now... Ooh. It's funny, like I'm pretty sure I've said nice things about Mustafa like quite a few times, but I don't know, because his ability to bridge gaps between Hamas and Fatah might actually be quite important in the future. I don't need him to be perfect. He can actually be massively imperfect because pretty much every leader in that region is. Now I want to know what he thinks the Nazis did. Probably not all that much. Just a bit of little gup. Sorry. Stop! I'm getting a bit of little pug. Big pug. Okay. Where is the goddamn... I have a contact with the multiverse store owner. Everyone is fine, reportedly. Is that true? See, how do we do it? What's this on-the-ground journalism? I mean, it did look like there was a warning because they all went outside and filmed it, but that's good to know. Your mods are great, not gonna lie. Yeah, I know. They're a bit cringe, but I like them. Oh, wait. I need a clip of... Hmm. What's the thing called? Fuck, I forgot what it's called again. There we go. Film not. It's in my recent history now. Thank God. Bruh. Why is it doing the thing? I need another clip. I want, because there are clips all over the internet of me like being really nice to Mustafa. Is this another Lancet article? No, that's December 9th. Is this the one about the... Hang on, one thing at a time. Fucking... Hey! Why is it not working? Film not. Hmm. You didn't even thank me. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Slow Burrito. I'm sorry. Thank you. Does ceasefire mean WoW class exchange with your dirty undead rogue? Yeah. Hmm. Okay. You're accused of destroying Israel. All right. Time for Excel sheets? No. Wait, maybe. Maybe. Elon Musk is wrong. Oh no, not real. No way, that's not real. Fake. I don't believe it. About the F-35. What is this?
Fighter jets like the F-35.
You mean a Discord call? Okay, hang on. All right.
And it was regarding this particular video, which kind of showed like this synchronized display of drones. Now, this video does look pretty cool, but it ignores some key differences between manned and unmanned aircraft. And I know a little bit about this stuff. I work for a drone company, the Texas Med Lab. We deliver whole blood on demand to wounded soldiers. In fact, I'll be down in Dallas, Texas all next week because we just signed a lease on a 10-acre test site. And while I'm in Dallas, I'm going to be using my 3 degrees to assemble conference room furniture and cubicles. Startup life, man. The one good part about it is that I convinced the CEO that we need a company shotgun because there are some wild hogs on the property. So Remington 870 or Mossberg 500, let me know in the comments below. And by the way, I did speak with the CEO, and all the fans that wanted to invest but aren't accredited, you can go to WeFunder/AeroMedLab and invest with as little as $250. It'll convert to equity in the first priced round, which should be Series A. But back on track here about Elon Musk and drones. Saying that idiots are still building manned fighter jets is a very bad take. And this is for a few reasons. The first is that we really shouldn't expect the next war to look like the war in Ukraine. I believe that we are actually going to see the rise and the fall of the small, cheap drone all contained in this one conflict in Ukraine. And here's why. When I was at the AUSA convention a few months back, everything was either drone or counter drone. And right now, I think we're seeing a lot of drones in Ukraine for 2 basic reasons. The first reason is that there really isn't an effective drone countermeasure system yet. Yes, there is electronic warfare, but if you make the drone AI powered or wire guided, then electronic warfare is rendered useless. But once nation states figure out how to do counter drone, either with dogfighting drones of their own or with lasers, the effectiveness of small, cheap drones will diminish. Second reason is that Ukraine is making extensive use of drones right now because they have to. They have no other choice. Europe and the US really dropped the ball when delivering artillery ammunition, and so the Ukrainians are using these FPV or first-person view drones to attrit Russians in onesies and twosies. And that's great, but you need to attrit by the bushel. And a small, cheap drone might carry a warhead, but that is nothing compared to the kind of bomb load an F-35 can carry in its bomb base. An F-35 attrits by the bushel. So if you think of a small, cheap drone as an effector, yeah, it can have weapons effects. It can have effects on target. But even a swarm of small, cheap drones, they can't take out a bridge. They can't take out an underground bunker. They can't take out a building. And you might need those 3 capabilities in combat. And right now, only a fighter or perhaps a cruise missile can actually perform that specific effector task. Now, also note that small, cheap drones don't have the range needed to project power. Something like an F-35 has nearly unlimited range with mid-air refueling. At this point, range is really only limited by pilot fatigue. Small, cheap drones have incredibly limited range. Our Aeromed Lab drone has a range of about 40 kilometers or 24 miles, which is roughly half the distance between a level 3 trauma center and the FLOT, or forward line of troops. So actually, one of the reasons we pitch blood thermoses through a window is that it saves battery life. You lose battery life when you hover or when you land and have to take off again. So small, cheap drones like the kind Elon Musk was referring to certainly have a place, especially in things like reconnaissance, but they're not going to take the place of a piece of equipment like the F-35 anytime soon. Now, if you scale that drone up to something like a loyal wingman drone like the XQ-58A Valkyrie, yeah, we can talk about that. But even those drones are what are called HITL, human-in-the-loop drones. So Valkyrie may be making decisions and operating autonomously, but ultimately the choice to fire a munition will always come down to a human. And if you're in an electronic warfare contested environment, I got news for you. You might never actually reach that human to make that decision. And I got to tell you, the electromagnetic spectrum is the new high ground, right? There's only one electromagnetic spectrum, and we have to dominate that electromagnetic spectrum in order to wage warfare, in order to control these drones. And right now, that electromagnetic spectrum is contested by all of our adversaries. Now, you can kind of defeat some of this with making things fully autonomous, but that's kind of difficult to do on a weapons platform. We still haven't made that cognitive leap yet to that Skynet human out of the loop where the actual drone is making the decisions to fire. Now, AeroMedLab's drone is 100% fully autonomous. It's HOOTL or human out of the loop. But as long as I'm with AeroMedLab, our drones will never carry a lethal payload. So we can kind of get away with HOOTL. And if you want to talk about making an armed drone fully autonomous in HOOTL, yeah, let's have that conversation, Elon. But full disclosure, I own a Tesla, and I have full self-driving on my Tesla. I got news for you, bub. Me twerk!
Well, Bob.
Full self-driving is really HODL, or human on the loop, because you constantly need to be monitoring for threats. And more than once, my car has taken the wrong road, especially in Northern Virginia. And combat is exponentially more difficult than driving in Northern Virginia. We are nowhere near the level of tech to load a loyal wingman with JDAMs, pat it on the belly, and say, okay, boy, go get the evildoers. So, another reason this is a bad take is that the F-35 is really a flying supercomputer with an enormous amount of sensors that can tie in different weapons platforms. And with small, cheap drones, the sensors are getting better, but they are nowhere near the sensor capability of an F-35. It's best to think of the F-35 like a quarterback, like Lamar Jackson. It calls the plays and it can pass the ball to whoever's open, but can also run with the ball if it needs to. And small, cheap drones, they really only have the payload capacity to do one or maybe two things. They can do ISR, meaning intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and maybe they can drop munition if they have them. But that munition it drops are going to have limited effects. Now, ideally, the small, cheap drone is best suited in the ISR role. Drone dropping munitions might seem kind of cool, but it's really an invention that's born out of necessity. I'm sure the Ukrainians would rather have precision fires to a trit by the bushel instead of by onesies and twosies like they're doing with these FPV drones. But to paraphrase Donald Rumsfeld, you go to war with the army you have, not the army you want or you wish to have at a later date. So in the end, Elon Musk calling the F-35 supporters idiots is a mistake of Rumsfeldian proportions. Hey, it's almost Christmas, and you know what that means? You got to go to those office Christmas parties. And if you've got nothing to wear, get one of my A Very NORAD Christmas shirts from Bunker Branding. Features an American F-22 and a Canadian CF-18 escorting Santa on his midnight ride. And hopefully soon, I'll be able to replace that CF-18 with a Canadian CF-35. Fingers crossed, you'll have that bird by 2026, Canada. And you know what else? I wrote a novel. My Warlock novel did so well that I wrote Wind Machine, which is a novel about
I didn't know he writes novels. What the fuck? This guy's a character. The Wind Machine. The road to hell is paved with intervention. Oh. Mike's proprietary software predicts an inevitable conflict between the United States and China. He faces an impossible choice. exploit the knowledge to secure unimaginable wealth, or risk everything to avert a nuclear war. Oh. I'm going to add a little disclaimer here because I think in terms of post-war or whatever, I think Mustafa Barghouti probably does have some positive role to play. I don't really know what role Eilon Levy has to play. He's no Anne Frank. Is that a good joke? But every important person in this region has baggage, some more than others. That doesn't mean you don't talk to them. I'm afraid to say I didn't get to ask what his favorite anime is. Cute. Okay. Why not? Oh, I have to do the thing. I have to do the meme. Why not? God, the Twitter fucking activity is quite wild these days. It's funny because I've been getting kind of bored of the platform. Okay. I need to do research. Oh God, did Channel 5 go to Lebanon?
If they
Oh God. We're never finishing the research. It's never happening. It's never.
have a war with Hezbollah, why did they kill my mother?
Post on Blue Sky. Sure, bro.
And sister, why did they hit all our building?
You think the Hezbollah supporters? Oh, that's him. But yeah, but his audio never works. His audio doesn't ever work. Hang on. I'll do that later, bro.
Here's supposed to be my room. Here is one of my sports shirts. And this is my pillow.
Airstrikes have hit the southern suburbs of Beirut in the past few hours. In southern Beirut, there was a strike next to the biggest government hospital in the country, in which 4 people were killed, including a child.
Civilian peoples, one of them is an insurance company, one of them is a bus driver. Why? Because they live in this building, they are killed. For what reason?
We've been told by the Israelis that they're now going after Hezbollah's financial infrastructure.
I can tell you everyone living in this building what does he work by name, and tell me if one of them is member of Hezbollah.
ونحن ضربنا مصنع صواريخ، هون في مصنع صواريخ، بيوت عشوائية، هون ما في مصنع صواريخ، ما في شيء هون. هو الإسرائيلي بس ما هم يعمل دمار. هو بيقصف مدنية وبقول إنه نحن اختلنا حدا.
Why do you think Israel would strike this building?
They want to hit this place, they hit this place. They know that nobody will ask them, why did you do this?
As usual, most of the victims were civilians, including women and children.
My name is Andrew Callahan, and you're watching Channel 5 News. This video features both interviews conducted in northern Israel and southern Lebanon at the exact same time. On the Israeli front, we have our two-time correspondent Agat Schwartz, who interviews a regional IDF commander and local residents who refuse to leave the conflict zone despite bold government warnings.
אני פה בארץ עוד מלפני מלחמת השחרור. אני לא פוחדת מאף אחד.
And in Lebanon, we have our recently displaced guest correspondent, Wael, who interviews civilians affected by Israeli airstrikes.
Israel is the only reason to blame.
And spends time in a homeless encampment where people have gathered to seek shelter and await government aid. But that's not all. We also sent a camera crew to interview a senior Hezbollah official who speaks on record for the first time ever.
Did you make amends with Ryan Macbeth? I don't think he's ever going to hate me. Like, he seems like he was just a bit sulky, I think. A bit pissy. Yeah. Yeah. Little bro thinks he's on the team. I love this picture. It's so cute.
Hezbollah did a preemptive move to defend Gaza and Lebanon. It struck and opened fire on Israel to keep it busy, weaken it, and foil its plan.
But before we get into it, let's back up a bit. Our coverage began in the parking lot of a small grocery store in northern Israel.
All right, so we just arrived at Kiryat Shmona, an evacuated city very close to the border with Lebanon. Right after the city, some places have been declared as war zones, so nobody can get in besides the military. This city has been bombarded heavily since the beginning of the war. It has been evacuated, but some people still refuse to leave. מה קורה פה בקריית שמונה? הכל כרגיל?
קריית שמונה, בקריית שמונה לא רגיל. שומעים פיצוצים כל הזמן, אבל אני לא מקריית שמונה. אני מכפר סולד, קיבוץ שנמצא 5.5 קילומטרים מהגבול. חיים כל שנה בתוך הרעש, ותקווה שיום אחד שזה ייגמר.
לחיות ככה זה מאוד קשה לאנשים, לילדים, למשפחות, ללימודים. כל שנייה בום, כל שנייה רעש, כל שנייה זעקות.
Hezbollah upping its drone attacks into northern Israel.
זה לא חיים. מגיע לנו לחיות בשקט. אבל נחיה פה, נהיה פה, נשאר פה. וכל מה שצריך לעשות, נעשה פה בשביל להישאר פה. מאמין בצה"ל, צבא ישראלית, נקודה.
למה החלטת להישאר בצפון?
היינו במלחמת לבנון השנייה, אז גם נעבור את זה איכשהו, בעצב רב.
קוראים לי חנה כהן ושלומי טוב מאוד. אני מפה, מקריית שמונה אני לא עזבתי. אני פה בארץ עוד מלפני מלחמת השחרור, ושום מקום בארץ בעצם לא בטוח. אני לא פוחדת מאף אחד.
איך היית רוצה שזה ימשיך מכאן?
להסיר את האיום של חיזבאללה מהצפון.
Israel launched a ground campaign inside southern Lebanon to push Hezbollah fighters back.
אני לא חושבת שצריך להפסיק את הלחימה. אנחנו מצד אחד שמחים שמטפלים.
I think not only do a lot of these Hezbollah supporters or other Lebanese think they've kind of got a W here, I'm pretty sure a lot of Israelis think they haven't done enough. They haven't hurt Hezbollah enough. I don't know if that's just 2006 war syndrome or maybe they're just big mad. I don't know.
לבנון, זה פעם ראשונה שאני חווה את האימהות וזה ממש קשה. יש לי בן קטן בן 1.5 שנה. מצב, כל פעם שהוא שומע בומים הוא אומר בום בום.
אני מקווה מאוד שהשקט יחזור. צה"ל חייב לגרום פה לאיזושהי רצועת ביטחון שתשמור עלינו, כי היישובים שגרים על ההר, שמקבלים את הנ"טים ישירות ומטולה לקטסטרופה, זה ברור לגמרי.
Hezbollah later claimed responsibility for a drone attack on Tuesday.
ובשנה האחרונה זה לא הכי נוח. חיזבאללה זה ארגון טרור, אותו צריך להשמיד, אין ברירה, אין פה מנוס.
מה אתה חושב בעצם על חיזבאללה?
שהם פחדנים, הם חושבים שהם יותר חזקים, אבל הם לא. אבל לדעתי ננצח בסוף, כאילו אין צה"ל הצבא הכי חזק בעולם, אז זהו.
The strongest in the world. Okay, chill, little bub. Don't let Trump hear you say that. Don't let President Trump hear you say that, but he will befriend the IRGC in a fucking flash if he hears enough Israelis say that.
כאילו אנחנו נכסח אותם. If they have a war with Hezbollah, why did they kill my mother and sister? Why did they hit all our building? We were sitting in the living room about 4 p.m. We heard a big sound of explosion. And we saw a big dust coming from down. I didn't expect that the building is being hit. I thought it's just for making us feel afraid or to go out of the building. Then about 2 minutes later, we heard the sound again and we find that the building is going down and The building is going down and everything is... My mother was the first one who was took from the building alive, but she was having bleeding on her abdominal, and the operation after 20 to 30 minutes, she passed away. Julia, they find her about 12 midnight. Yes, she was dead because of lack of oxygen.
How do you feel, Ashraf, going back here to this site where your family members were killed?
Maybe it's the hardest question. Maybe I lost feelings. I lost how to feel from now on.
Yeah.
To get a more academic perspective on the conflict, we decided to sit down with a familiar face, Dr. James Gelvin.
My name is James Gelvin. I'm a professor of Middle Eastern history at UCLA.
As some of you may recall, Professor Gelvin once walked us through the Israel-Hamas conflict in the wake of the October 7th attacks. So I figured he was the guy to speak about Hezbollah. What is Hezbollah?
Hezbollah is a Shi'i organization that represents the Shi'i community of Lebanon. It started out as...
What is Mr. This guy seems all right. He probably hates me, but I don't mind him. Firstly, I tweet whatever I want. And if you don't like what I tweet, then don't engage with me. Okay. Secondly, Hezbollah is a Shiite sectarian militia whose loyalty lies to Tehran and Lebanese people. The average Lebanese thinks Hezbollah and its leadership are pieces of 79% of Shiites believe the group's role in regional politics is positive. Oh, I've seen this one. This is like a... If you ask kind of similar questions about Hezbollah, you'll get roughly the same graphs. I think for Christians, it might sometimes be like single digits. I don't usually see it. Who's this guy? It's probably 100 times stronger than the LAF. That might be true now. After all. The Lebanese resistance is not sectarian, as you rat. Oh my God. It's a huge part of our democracy and law. Ooh. Oh no. Call him a rat. What the fuck? Why are people... people on Twitter are so fucking mean.
Is a social service organization, actually an ambulance corps, and then moved on to other things. Now it's got a political role. There are 15 members, I believe, of Hezbollah in parliament. It's not a majority faction, but it works with other factions as well. And it's got a militia, and it also still does social services.
As he explains, Hezbollah didn't begin as a posse of lobbyists or politicians, but in 1982 as a civilian militia during the Lebanese Civil War. After the Civil War ended in 1990, every other militia, and there were many, were disarmed and disbanded after a ceasefire agreement.
When people tell the history in this way and say every militia, why don't they count the SLA? Is that because they were just in Israeli-occupied parts of Lebanon? Or they never mentioned that the SLA were still armed. Some Palestinians were armed as well, but just, I guess, not enough to be worth mentioning. I don't know. Okay.
Except for Hezbollah, who were tasked with driving the Israeli army out of the country, which they successfully did in the year 2000.
Hezbollah is the only militia coming out of the Civil War that was allowed to maintain its weaponry. All the other ones were disarmed, and now all the warlords from the Civil War are basically politicians running their operations through the political process.
In rebuilding the country after the Civil War, Lebanon became a parliamentary republic, wherein their government is composed of 16 different political parties who mostly can't agree on anything, leading to total stagnation and economic depression.
In Lebanon, you don't have a government. You have a complete economic meltdown that started in 2020 or so, 2019 actually. You've had a series of rolling protests that have begun starting in 2019 as well.
Oh, I thought he was swinging his gun there. He had a gun and a club, right?
You've had a series of rolling protests that have begun
okay.
starting in 2019 as well. But the economic situation in Lebanon is devastating. You have close to 80% of your population now living in poverty. You have mass emigration from Lebanon.
And to make matters worse, Israeli bombardment of the country's commercial center has led to Lebanon's largest refugee crisis since the civil war ended in 1990.
There have been about 3,500 casualties, and there's been about 1.5 million internally displaced people who had to leave their homes because they were under bombardment. There have been about 450,000 people who went over the border seeking sanctuary in Syria, of all places. Now, most of those were Syrian refugees to begin with, but the very fact that they decided that Syria was safer than Lebanon demonstrates something, I think.
And what could make this stop?
A ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Hezbollah said it will stand down once that occurs.
The main and final condition to stop the war in the south of Lebanon is to stop the war in Gaza. When the war in Gaza stops, Hezbollah won't fight anymore.
And we shouldn't take Hezbollah at its word, but what we can't do...
I'm guessing poor old Hamas is probably going to take this as a bit of a betrayal then, because they stopped and the war in Gaza is still going. Uh-oh.
Is deny them the fact that they don't want to see the total destruction of Lebanon. They don't want the fighting to continue. They don't want to get involved in the fighting to begin with. I mean, they're bombing cities. They're bombing Beirut.
One of the Lebanese citizens displaced by Israeli bombardment is our guest correspondent, who wanted to give Channel 5 viewers a boots-on-the-ground perspective of the situation unfolding in Dahia, a Shia-majority neighborhood in Beirut, which Israel believes is a major hub for Hezbollah activity.
Hello, my name is Wael, reporting for Channel 5 in Lebanon. I live in Beirut. And
question, why doesn't Hamas surrender? What do they have to gain? Well, Hamas has to gain more international pressure against Israel. More UN resolutions, more ICC stuff, more sympathy from the Arab and Muslim world. I think that's how they see it. I wonder, when they say that if they surrender, then Israel will just conquer Gaza and turn it into fucking, whatever you call it, Gush Katif again. I wonder if some of them probably believe that. I mean, maybe it's not impossible. Maybe they will.
Dahia, which means suburbs. I had to move away from my house when Israel started bombing Dahia. A fifth of the population is displaced like me right now. When the Israeli army bombs Dahia, sometimes they would issue no warnings at all prior to their strikes, but sometimes they would do via Twitter.
Well, the Israeli Defense Forces are live tweeting about their...
To be fair, I do think... I've been trying to read a little bit more military perspectives about the war in Gaza, because it always just seemed very confusing that they would basically fuck up Hamas all over the place and then and why don't they try to set up any kind of like alternative governance? But then also, sorry, I was just looking on Twitter, but also the problem would be that, or at least what I've heard from other people, is that fucking, my brain is mush, man. I've heard from other people that they're basically just trying to do this sort of like, we learned a lesson from Afghanistan, and that if you try to establish sort of, if you try to establish post-war areas whilst the war is still going, then the problem is that you have to leave military detachments in particular areas that you control, so you can try to build them up and try to build an alternative. But every time you do that, you're building a target for your enemy. And what happened with Afghanistan was you just had a bunch of detachments all over the country, and then they were all like, the opposition was just like spoiled for targets, like the guerrillas and the militants. But that would mean, if you follow that logic, that would mean that Hamas could actually hold out for years. So it's a bit concerning. That if Israel's plan is really just to take out Hamas here, leave, fuck them up over there, leave, fuck them up over there, leave, and then once you've done your full circle, you just go again. Only Hamas is on a diminishing return. You just do that fucking As many times it takes until what? Like, it's just the case that you can just walk into a place and there will be basically no resistance apart from some stones. I don't know.
Their actions
Seems a bit
using
silly to me. Seems a bit. If that perspective actually has any weight, then that does mean that what's happening in Gaza could go on for years. But
hashtags, but most
Hope not.
notably hashtag pillar of defense.
And not everyone have Twitter in Lebanon. I take my family as an example, a family of 5, and I'm the only one who has Twitter. So few people would know about these evacuations. And even when people know, sometimes the Israeli army would start striking 10 minutes after.
How many settlements did the Israelis have in Gaza? I don't know the number of settlements, but they had 8,000 settlers. 8,000 wankers.
After the order, after the warnings, which is not enough time for people to get out of their houses and get to safe places at all.
We escaped from Dahye and said we'd take shelter in Beirut because it's safe. What happened there happened here. At least in Dahye, there's warnings and people leave. In Beirut, it happens without warning. Crime after crime, children killed. It's enough.
Some people lost everything in this war, and we tried to speak to some of them. Why do you think Israel would strike this building?
They want to hit this place, they hit this place. They know that nobody will ask them, why did you did this?
As usual, most of the victims were civilians, including women and children.
Sorry, what the fuck happened there? I think I did. Oh my god. Sorry. I'll go back to the video in a second. I think I did the. Oh no. You know where you accept notifications from a page by mistake, thinking that it's asking for. Oh no. How do I stop that? Fuck you. Yeah, we'll see. How do you get rid of it? Site settings. Where? I don't care. I'm leaving it. Ooh.
Why do you think Israel would strike this building?
They want to hit this place, they hit this place. They know that nobody will ask them, why did you did this?
As usual, most of the victims were civilians, including women and children.
ونحن ضربنا مصنع صواريخ. هون في مصنع صواريخ، بيوت عشوائية. هون ما في مصنع صواريخ، ما في شيء هون. هو الإسرائيلي بس ما هم يعمل دمار. هو بيقصف مدنية وبقول إنه نحن اختلنا حدا. بده يقتل مدنية وبده يقتل أولاد وبده يقتل النسوان وبده يقتل الأطفال. بده يقتل العالم. يعني ما في.
I mean, look, basically the number of civilians that are being killed, we're talking about casualty figures, about 70% of the deaths are civilian deaths. We're talking about apartment blocks being blown up. We're talking about infrastructure being destroyed. We're talking about women and children being killed. And we have photographers on the ground there, and they're showing all this.
Among those targeted by the IDF have been American reporters. Here's a disturbing story as told by American photojournalist Dylan Collins. Viewer discretion is advised.
To break it down for you, we had arrived at this spot around 5 that day, and there's this big plume of smoke in front of us. We were at a safe distance, 2 kilometers away. I've covered conflict for more than 10 years. This to me seemed like a super safe area, relatively, given the context. We're exposed to multiple Israeli positions along the border. There were drones circling us overhead. An audio analysis of my video showed that an Israeli drone circled us 11 times in the last 25 minutes before we were hit. We were wearing press vests. One of the cars had press written on it. We had 3 live broadcasts going out to 3 international news agencies. They could see us. I felt like we were safe. The fact that we could be seen was a good thing. But apparently it turned us into a target.
It seems almost as if journalists are wearing a target on their back. And there have been cases in which it seems that they've been shot deliberately.
By
IDF.
And IDF doesn't want the news being reported?
Not in that way.
How come?
Well, because the news tends to be tilted against the IDF.
The first strike came out of nowhere. It came from behind us. Big impacts, like I saw flames and sparks kind of in my peripheral vision, and I was blown back a little bit. And I just heard Christina screaming, like, what happened, fuck, I can't feel my legs. And my blood went cold. I turned around and I saw her on the ground, and her legs were like blown apart at the knees. So I ran towards her, and I had 2 tourniquets with me, and I knew if I didn't get tourniquets on both legs, she's gonna bleed out quickly. She was losing a lot of blood. So I got down and started putting a tourniquet onto one of her legs, and sliding it up towards the knee to tighten it. But before I could even tighten it, the second strike came, hit the car from Al Jazeera. That exploded. I was injured in that strike. Carmen from Al Jazeera was injured. Elif from Al Jazeera was injured. Blew apart his shoulder. The 2 other Reuters guys were injured as well. We kind of lost the plot. I was super concussed from that second blast, and then my foggy memory, I'm hovering over Christina, who's bleeding and screaming, fuck, what happened? And I look up after the second blast, and I see a leg lying in front of me, which turned out to be the leg of Isam, who was hit by the first blast. And it's just it's hard to put into words the brutality of that kind of strike on a group of clearly marked journalists. There are other ways to get people to turn off their cameras instead of firing 2 tank shells at them directly. They could have sent messages to our phones. They have the capabilities and the technology to do that. They could have fired into the air. They could have dropped leaflets. They've been dropping leaflets, but they fired 2 tank shells at us and then followed it up with nearly 2 minutes of 50 caliber weapon fire. I mean, if that's not a war crime, I'm not really sure what is.
A new report by Human Rights Watch has found an Israeli strike on southern Lebanon that killed 3 journalists.
What was Israel's objective here? Total victory, isn't it? Isn't that what they say? It's easy. It's obvious. What? I mean, I think, and I don't actually know if it's worked. I'm guessing their idea was that they would weaken Hezbollah so much that it would create a vacuum in the south for the Lebanese army and for just anyone but Hezbollah to come in and govern the south and give them time to focus on Iran. But I think it's very unlikely that that's what's going to happen. I don't think I have high hopes. But I'm guessing that's the charitable interpretation of what they want.
October was most likely deliberate and a war crime.
You think Israel is guilty of war crimes?
I think Israel is responsible for needless civilian deaths, too many of them, 43,000, 44,000 Palestinian deaths in Gaza, which is a huge number, larger than any other group that the Israelis have fought against. So I think that the Israelis have done either war crimes or the equivalent of war crimes.
Since we were hit, there's been more than 120 journalists that have been killed in very similar circumstances. We've seen journalist families, like the homes of journalists, being bombed in Gaza. We've seen journalist offices in Gaza being bombed. If the goal is to reduce coverage of the war, then they're clearly succeeding.
I mean, it's a horrific situation. I mean, more journalists have been killed in the Gaza war than any of the other Arab-Israeli wars or any of the other wars between Israel and Hamas or Israel and Hezbollah.
To put it into perspective, in World War II or in Vietnam, there wasn't even a fraction of the amount of journalists killed as have been killed in the past year. It makes you lose faith in the industry that you work in and the power to speak truth to power, to influence opinion. It's been a real real hell of a year.
Just a few days before our team began their coverage in Lebanon, there was an airstrike on a prominent university hospital that killed 4.
It came just hours after Israel released a video claiming a Hezbollah bunker is underneath another major hospital.
Israeli military officials said that beneath the Al-Sahel hospital was a large underground bunker used by Hezbollah to store large quantities of weapons and cash.
There are hundreds of millions of dollars in cash and gold. However,
oh my God, it's him.
We will not strike the hospital itself.
Instead of striking the hospital itself, they struck the buildings surrounding a different hospital, killing 18 and wounding hundreds.
The man in the red baseball cap is looking for his son.
أنا من سكان المنطقة من هون وخسرنا كتير عالم بنحبها من هون نحنا. خسرت رفيقي جواد. خسرت حدا كتير عزيز على قلبي هو رفيقي وقضيت معه أيام حلوة كنا ناكل ونشرب سوا ونظهر نكزر سوا ونلعب وهيك. يعني كنا هيك قاعدين فجأة عم نلعب وبنسمع صوت ضرب بنطلع كلنا بقولوا إنه هون حد المستشفى. يعني أنا دخل شلت التليفون دقيته له هو أول واحد ما كان يرد علي. ضلوا وقت تحت الردم 3 الصبح يطلعوه من تحت الردم وإجانا الخبر إنه هو استشهد.
A child among the dead.
تعرفوا شو اسمه قلت لي جواد؟
جواد علي المقداد. بقول له إنه كلنا حنلحقه. هنيئا له وكلنا حنلحقه ونحن بهيدا الطريق كلنا فدا الحسين وكلنا هادي يا أبا هادي.
Who was Hassan Nasrallah?
He was the leader of Hezbollah. He was somebody who actually rebuilt after his predecessors were assassinated. He rebuilt Hezbollah. Basically, the Israelis just recently assassinated him through an airstrike.
Palestinian militant group Hamas said Nasrallah's killing would only strengthen its resistance.
نحن قبلانين باللي عم بيصير ونحن بدنا نموت بدنا نستشهد.
كرمال شو؟
كرمال أهل البيت وكرمال الحسين وكرمال كل حدا استشهد عنا بالحزب. ونحن بدنا نكفي هذا الطريق. هلأ الحرب ما حتنتهي بسرعة وأهدافه اللي بده إياها المقاومة ما حتقبل فيها. بتمنى إنه يزول ينتصر الحق على الباطل ويبطل في شيء اسمه إسرائيل.
بس يلا بس دقيقة.
بدي أسألك أي إذاعة؟
يلا هلا بقول لك. هي اسمها Channel 5.
مش لبنانية ولا برا؟
أجنبية هي. بس احنا طالبين اذن من
لا ما بيأثر بس انتوا في اذاعه هون كتبنا هون هي الام تي في
لا مش ام تي في
Who just said that?
هي كتبنا هون تنطمر هون
مش ام تي في ولا العربية ولا سكاي نيوز عربية.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thankfully, our guest correspondent talked his way out of that one. But the point is, this young man's rapid transition from grief to vengeance perfectly illustrates why the Israeli bombardment of civilian areas may ultimately backfire on them and exponentially multiply the cycle of revenge that's consumed the Middle East for so long.
There's no bombing your way out of this problem. I mean, there's no way of killing your way out of the situation. And I do think what's going to happen, though, is if the bombing continues, you're still going to get recruitment into these organizations. A lot of 17, 18, 19-year-old people join these organizations because basically they're the meanest sons of bitches on the block. For somebody who has had, difficulties all his life, the idea being is I'm going to join the meanest son of bitches possible. We're going to be part of the meanest gang in the Middle East, and you see that as much of more of a motivation than religious motivation, actually.
ما بتخاف على حالك؟
لا ما بخاف على حالي بالعكس. أنا بخاف على اللي بحبهم ما بخاف على حالي.
I feel like at this juncture we should back up a bit and explain why things have escalated so fast in Lebanon over the course of the past few months. Israel began their newest offensive on Hezbollah about 2.5 months ago, on September 17th, 2024, which they kicked off by somehow deploying exploding pagers and flammable walkie-talkies into the hands of Hezbollah militants, a quote-unquote security disaster that killed roughly 50 people, around half of which were civilians.
There might have been something in terms of the Israelis able to interrupt the supply chain for the people manufacturing the pagers.
I think for the injuries, I don't think we ever got a final number, but for the deaths, I think there were about 40, just under 40 people who died, but I think well over 35 of them were claimed by Hezbollah as soldiers, like on Maqawama. But the injuries, I think 3,000 injured, and Hezbollah no one said how many of the injuries were Hezbollah, but they did say that 1,500 of their soldiers were permanently incapacitated by it. Like they couldn't go back to service. But I don't know. That doesn't count people who might have got injured and then gone to hospital for 2 days and then got out. Because I think one of the guys, who was the guy that was wanted by America? Is it Ibrahim or whatever? The guy that was killed in Dahia underneath the building? He was injured in that strike. But I think he got discharged the next day. So he wouldn't have been counted as one of the 1,500 who was, I don't know. Don't know the final answer to that. We probably never will. Okay.
And walkie-talkies as well. But again, this is still something that's quite murky.
Since then, it's been nonstop back and forth rocket fire between towns along the border. Picture San Diego and Tijuana hurling bombs at each other every night for 2 months straight, with almost everyone on either side desperate for it to end.
יש לי 4 ילדים פה, בית פה, משפחה פה, חברים פה, אני כבר רגיל לחיות.
And to be honest, this thing is really like irritating us as Lebanese because we're forced to leave our countries now.
That's kind of what's going on, but there's a key difference. Unlike the IDF, Hezbollah does not represent its country as a whole. It's a political party within Lebanon that controls 15 out of the 128 parliamentary seats in the government. But there's one problem, actually 2 problems for Israel. Hezbollah is completely funded and backed by Iran, and also allied with Hamas, 2 groups that historically are not big fans of Israel.
I think that for the most part, the Iranians view this as playing defense. The destruction of Israel is something that every once in a while gets talked about, but I think fundamentally the whole idea of supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and other groups as well is the idea that these groups are going to be protecting Iran. Israel is not going to be able to strike against Iran if, for example, they're going to be preoccupied in the north and in the south and in various other places as well. The Iranians don't really have much control over the axis of resistance except to, basically finance them and to build up their strength and to have them serve as sort of a deterrent force against Israel. Hamas struck with the idea that, maybe Iran would pick up the pieces if something happened. Iran didn't. So what we see is a whole bunch of operations that take place among these various militias that were never passed by Iran.
So the Iranian strategy in funding and supporting Hamas and Hezbollah is basically to just distract Israel.
Not just distract Israel, but actually bleed Israel as well when necessary.
So Netanyahu's taken unprecedented measures to eradicate the presence of Hezbollah in the south, mostly with airstrikes. In the past 2 months alone, 3,000 people have been killed in Lebanon, mostly civilians. In response, Hezbollah has claimed the lives of 120 Israelis, 3/4 of which were military personnel.
Hezbollah has described launching a swarm of attack drones on a military training camp in Binyamina, just south of Haifa.
Given that Hezbollah's fired over 8,000 rockets since October 7, 2023, the death toll in Israel would have been much higher, if not for the Iron Dome defense system.
The Iron Dome system is an anti-missile defense system, and it's not only been effective in terms of these various rockets, but also in terms of drones. And there's another system that they use for ballistic missiles that was used recently when Iran fired ballistic missiles at Israel.
Perhaps the most devastating loss suffered by Hezbollah was the death of their leader, Hassan Nasrallah, who died during an Israeli airstrike on the group's headquarters in Dahiyya.
He actually had a certain vision for Hezbollah that was different from the previous vision, and he built it into quite a strong organization.
Since then, other Israeli airstrikes have killed many of the group's top commanders and enforcers. However, some are still alive. Here's an interview with a senior official in Hezbollah who would like to remain anonymous due to safety concerns, but felt compelled to give an interview to Channel 5 because he's tired of Hezbollah's message being obscured by what he calls compromised Western media.
عن فلسطين للفلسطينيين للمسيحيين وللمسلمين وحتى لليهود. We are against the Zionist movement, but not against the Jews. We are with the oppressed of the world. When Israel conquered Lebanon, it was necessary for the Shia to establish a party to defend itself. And thus, Hezbollah was founded in the 9th of 1982. And the goal was to defend Lebanon and to expel the conqueror from our land, as the French resistance did and liberated France from the Nazis. We are the same.
Before proceeding, I think it's worth it to give a disclaimer. Here at Channel 5, we do not espouse, advocate for, promote, or condone any groups that use violence to achieve political gain. There are a number of falsehoods and inaccuracies being laid out in the following interview, all of which are diligently fact-checked by Professor Gelvin, who is a scholar with an extensive knowledge of Lebanese history. That being said, we are also a completely independent, primarily crowdfunded, now international news organization that needs your support to keep our news teams fed and batteries charged on the road. If you'd like to see our complete piece, Hezbollah Commander interview, go to our Patreon, www.patreon.com/channel5. If I had it my way, we'd drop this for free, but it's a cold world out here when you're not beholden to billionaires. And it's your $5 monthly contributions that make that freedom possible. So a complete, uncut interview with the Hezbollah commander will exist only, for now, behind our paywall at www.patreon.com/channel5. We appreciate all of you for your support.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers.
Yeah.
5 is the best number.
Okay. Iron Dome is not effective against drones. As far as I remember, yeah, as far as I know, that the drones were kind of seen as the big difficulty for the IDF. Like they didn't really know how to deal with them, especially in those numbers. But okay. Suicide drones, isn't it? UAVs. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I would not call that a hard react, but it's okay. I'm going to... Twitch Superstar explains one thing Democrats need to focus on to win back. Bros. Okay. I'm going to do some research. I'm going to finish this. Oh, God. Ooh. They ask about Israel. Good, good. Loner Box is the type of dude that doesn't set off my alarms if I'm next to him on the subway, lol. My female intuition is telling me I'm safe. Calming okay. Thanks. I feel like that's like a Zoomer insult, a Zoomer compliment, isn't it? That seems like a Zoomer compliment. It's like a... Isn't it? It's like a... I don't find this man threatening. This guy does not give me Darvo vibes. Okay. I hate to break it to you, but they're calling you gay. Ah. Good, good. Okay. Congrats on not being scary. True. I feel fine. I feel good about it. All right. I do believe Hi, I'm a new subscriber. Enjoyed your conversation with Ethan. Cool. Feel like it could have been a bit more. Could have done more memes. Could have got more quips out. I feel like talking about post-Soviet Union shit was maybe a little bit cringe. Bit cringe.
The Bavarian bunker buster is a rare phenomenon when you pad out the water in the toilet bowl with toilet paper to make your projectiles silent, however the overwhelming ordnance crack on through.
Thanks for the 10 euros. Okay. Let's do donos and then let's finish this. Do I have time to finish this? The project, it's still like fucking 7 more pages or some shit. Oh God. All right, wait. There's a lot of donos. Hayden Bud, thanks for the 1.99. I really appreciate it. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Congrats on the H3 convo, and thanks mods. All good. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. I like the guilt by association they do with you in Destiny. You've moderated Tiny's positions multiple times. Is what it is. Luca P, thanks for the $2. Sorry. Thanks for everything you do. Wow, thank you for the. Thanks for everything you give me in super chats. SK, thanks for the £10. Loner, do you think Trump will take credit for the ceasefire? And I think the world just thinks Trump makes things worse and has no clue, so trying to sort things out as soon as possible. I don't know what that means. I think Trump has already taken credit for the ceasefire, hasn't he? I thought that's what happened. Han Gone Ham, thanks for the £5. For the newbies, can someone please properly explain who Sundowner is, where they're from, and what is going on? Are these drop-in calls or something? Thank you. Oh no. The H3 viewers coming in being like, what the fuck is that? Sundowner is she even still here? Sundowner is a Palestinian who lives in Jordan, and I think he's descended from the refugees of Lud, the people who were expelled by the Zionist forces in 48. And he's also a shit poster, and he also says the R word. But he's also quite knowledgeable, so we keep him around, you know? Ram Mo, thanks for the 1.99. 00 Govern, thanks for the gifted sub. Ram Mo, thanks for the 1.99. Adam Cohen, thanks for the 19.99. Thanks for the good coverage. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks for the dono. Very generous of you. V, thanks for the 25. Romanian. Hi, Lorna. Can you recommend a good book about the history of Palestine? Thanks. I think there are 2 books you could get. One would be called Righteous Victims by Benny Morris, and the other one would be called The 100 Years' War in Palestine by Rashid Khalidi. Those would probably be your Israeli/Palestinian perspectives of the last 100 or 120 years. Okay, and I did the other ones. All right. Okay. Okay. So we have Betselem. And I don't need to load the entire Al-Qassam site anymore because I have links. I have a sheet. Where's the sheet? Hamas data. Okay. Obsidian. Will this load? The Khalidi book is so one-sided and not comparable to the Benny Morris book. Okay. Okay. Why not? Sure. Whatever the fuck. Can't make everyone happy. I can't make anyone happy. All right. Where is my... I need one thing. That's why you read both. Based. Read all of it. And then read all the footnotes. And travel to the respective countries and find the documents. Okay. Almost done? You can sort the entries in the table by date. Can I? How? Can I do that with... this is OpenOffice. This isn't Excel. So maybe I can't. Who knows? Okay. We're doing research now. So if you're here for memes, stay. Okay? Because isn't it a meme for a YouTuber to be making an effort? Fuck. I put myself over here. Ooh. Jordan, thanks for the $20. That's really generous of you. Is Learnerbox a boomer and can't operate tables in his PC? Yep. I am a huge boomer. Okay. Where's that jazz playlist that I was listening to? Did I save it? I must have saved it. Yes. This is math rock. This isn't jazz. Hang on, that might not be... that might be copyrighted. It's a bit too quiet, isn't it? Okay. We are on page 32. Okay. Okay. There are 39 pages and we're on 32, and I think each page takes about 20 minutes if I'm well behaved. If I don't get too distracted. Chat, you've got about 60 seconds to tell me how the volume is before I make one adjustment, and then we go. What the heck are you doing? So I am going through. There's this dispute that has never been resolved in mainstream discourse, apparently. Okay, from a 2008 war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. And on the first day of that war, Israel bombed the shit out of all the police and security headquarters buildings in Gaza. And the dispute is that, well, if you work in police and security, you might be Hamas, but that doesn't make you a soldier. Police and security are civilian jobs. So Israel argued that, well, that you might think so, but these were not just regular old traffic cops. These were soldiers. These were cops who ran around in military uniform with RPGs and all that shit. So the Israelis produced a independent research, an independent study saying that most of the people who died in the strikes were soldiers. A UN report led by a guy called Goldstone said that we don't agree with this. We don't think you've given us enough evidence that these people were soldiers. Most of them we still think were civilians. And Israeli human rights org, B'Tselem, listed the cops as not applicable to whether or not they were targetable because I guess they just didn't want to get caught between the two. All right. And this is where this quote came out that was never actually in Goldstone, but it was this quote that went, Israel targets civilians as a matter of policy. So if they had actually killed a bunch of traffic cops, that would, and they were ordered from the top down, and this was like the goal, this was like the intent of the first strike, then yeah, they would have targeted civilians as a matter of policy. So the report never said that, but they strongly implied it. So I'm here to find out by going through the Israeli study, the entries in the Hamas website from 2008, and the names given in the Israeli Human Rights Organization data. And basically to see what matches. Because sometimes the Israeli study will say this person was a soldier, but no one else agrees. Other times, the Human Rights Org will say we don't know if this person was a soldier, but they're literally listed as a soldier by the Al-Qassam by the Hamas website. And then other times, the Israeli study will say this person was not a soldier, but Hamas will say that he was. Is there an irregular? What do you mean an irregular? Fuck me. All right. So far, it looks like basically everyone has made pretty bad mistakes. The Israelis have claimed a few people as soldiers that no one else agrees with, but are you just going to control F all the names? No, well, I've already done a kind of preliminary run through all of this, so I've already done a bit of a list. The problem is that I didn't know there were parts in the Hamas page that had different factions of fighters that I now have found. So, okay. Just reconciling everything. I just want to see what the best answer is for all of them. So sometimes I'll give it like a question mark because no one really knows. There's not really a good enough answer. And other times I'll be like, yes, this person's definitely a soldier. Other times not applicable is when no one agrees they're a soldier. And other times there are crosses when Israel said they were a soldier, but no one else thinks they are and there's no evidence for it. So that's where we go. Okay. This first guy, Azmi Hisham, on page, what fucking page was I on? I forgot what page I was on. Oh no. Wait, what? 32? This isn't it. Oh, this'll show me. Was I really on page 32? Abu Dalal? This isn't page 32. This is a different name. But the first name is right. Ata Kamal Azmi Hisham Azmi Abu Dalal. Wait, what's his actual? Okay, maybe the other problem with this is that translating Arabic names is a fucking nightmare. This is another problem as well. Because this name, I don't know where this came from, but I imagine this is a Arabic to Hebrew to English. And the other ones are Arabic to English. So, And also, there are a million different ways to spell Arabic names in Romanized or whatever the fuck you call it. Oh, wait. This person... Oh, so whoever made this did a blip. To be fair, whoever made this has done a lot of really useful things for it. So that's why we have an issue here. Okay, so we're actually looking for someone who is called Azmi Mohammed Ibrahim Diab. Okay. Fuck. Just because it's doubled. Wait. Nope, this is the wrong one. This is the one I'm changing. Please don't say you have to start over. I don't have to start over. No, we're on page 32. We're chugging. We will find the truth, and we will present it to the world. Make them really happy. 1701 07 2009. Okay, so that's when he died. Most of them died at the end of December, but some of them died afterwards. This guy, they're saying he was active in the Al-Qassam brigades. Their extra note is that he was the executive branch. That's the important thing, because I would suggest that he was... Wait, executive branch is different. Oh, investigator of the police. Okay. It's like police investigator. Ugh. Because these are we're just taking the important parts here. And then we're going to see what Al-Qassam said about him. So how do I order this in dates? How do I do the dates for this? There's 2 sets. Might be able to find a script that finds mismatches. I'm just doing it manually because I don't want things to slip through the cracks, especially because of all the spellings and everything. Like, just need a human brain to do it. How do I... Oh, table. Is it? Do I go up here? Oh, fuck. Someone told me how to do it, but I wasn't paying attention. Because I'm an asshole. Data filter. What the fuck? Top line on the ABCD line. This. Wait. Data sort. Current selection? Scroll to the top, click on the date of death title. Okay. Oh. And then I can go for 2008. Oh, wait. No, wait. Top 10? Standard filter? What? What does top 10 mean? Oh, that would just give me the... Oh, I know what that means. Standard filter, or... There's descending and ascending. That would be helpful. It's okay, it's okay. I can just control F. It's okay. No one said it would be easy. Highlight everything. Data sort. It'll ask you which column. So column E? Oh, banger. Column E? Hey, okay. But there's also 2 things. Can I sort both? Is it? Or is it all... There's also column. No, it's not. It's all one line. Okay. Because this is just every entry ever. Oh, okay. I thought it was like side by side. Okay. So we're going to 2009. And this person is 0107 or 0701. And they're called Azmi Hisham. No, they're called Azmi Muhammad Ibrahim Diab. Okay. There he is. Field Commander. I don't think those titles really mean all that much because commander's a broad term. Can be a squad commander, company commander, a top commander. Oh yeah, wait, so what do they say about him? Oh, I've also got, because this one doesn't have my own notes on it from before because, okay. So, we do it like this. Okay. Worked in the executive force. This is like the kind of police and security apparatus. Which would mean, and if he was bombed, if he was killed, would he have been injured and then killed if this was later? Oh. He took part, he was a part of a group that killed 4 soldiers. Field of death. Put up his quiver. Lying in wait for the forces that penetrated the area. The enemy forces spotted him. Okay. Okay. Let's just go with that for now. Alright. So that's all quite clear. I could also put extra stuff here, but we'll do that later. Then we just have the link so people can find the thing. Now, where's this guy? Oh, no listing found. So this one, there was no listing. Okay. That happens a lot as well. Okay. Actually, I could also do this, couldn't I? Data, sort. Then by column B, alphabetical, right? Yeah. That would help too, right? Yeah, good. Okay. That's one entry. I'm slow now because I've haven't done this for a few days. So, next one. Now this person, they say he was active in the Al-Qassam. Oh, Al-Aqsa Martyrs. Okay, I got you. Okay, we'll go for the dates for the rest. Just do all that. Go on. Wait. 10th of January. Don't do the Americanized bullshit. This person died on the 27th of January. This is of December. Sorry, that's most of them. 2008. Okay. Ahmed. Six one. This guy. Okay. Whoa. No, this person, they say. What the fuck, you still streaming? It's only been 6 hours, isn't it? That's not that long. Who's this guy? Al-Aqsa Martyrs? Okay. You gotta take an Excel class to speed this up? Don't worry, I'm usually faster. I'm just... We've come too far. This is... Nope. This is Al-Qassam, this person. Ahmad Abdul. Al-Hajj? What does that mean? No idea. Just leave it. I guess this would be a civilian. I don't think the Al-Aqsa Martyrs website is that easy to find, so I'm just leaving it. And in any case, it's not relevant to the particular investigation. So, This guy, we're just doing not applicable, and we're saying doesn't matter. Okay. If there is ever a way to find Al-Aqsa Martyrs fighters to finish off the remaining 10 people or whatever on this list, we can do that, but not today. Is Al-Din, okay. Unless sometimes they list people as Al-Aqsa Martyrs, but they're actually Hamas, so that's a problem as well. I don't think we've seen that many of those though. Okay. Jesus, that guy's young. Here's Al-Din. Quantity, thanks for the tier 1 sub. How many more pages left? Like 7? Kevin, thanks for the $9.99. Good job on H3. Ethan is my all-time GOAT. Oh, good. What's the reason behind creating this list? I just want to know what the fuck happened. Hassan molding? Okay. No, you know what? Let's not watch it. That's always an option. Just saying that we went on a Nazi government-sponsored trip. True. If I was wanting to, if I was wanting to like cosplay the whatever Hassan thinks I am, it's like, this is the kind of joke Steven would tell. It's him saying that we went on a Nazi government sponsored trip. I'm like, what? You mean by the PA? Anyway, whatever. That would be a full schizo response. Okay. Is Al-Din Rafik Atala? Okay. Your abuse is sick. Okay. Fuck me, what am I doing? Alright. What did Orient say about this person? Besides this. Hurry up. Nothing else. No additional comments. Okay. Often no additional comments means it's more likely that there won't be any listing and there won't be any proof, but not always. So in this case, Palestinian police. Okay, so he was what they say he was, and killed in bombing, killed in the passport. Passport headquarters. Right. Okay. This guy, Al-Aqsa Martyrs. I don't think we got anything here from him. I'll make some more space here. I want this all to fit in one. There we go. That's the important part. Imad. Okay. Wait, what? See, this guy, Shalak, they're saying he was Al-Aqsa Martyrs. Are they? Where is he? Why did I go to 26? Al-Aqsa Martyrs? Okay. So that he's actually misidentified here because he might actually have his own Hamas page. It happens sometimes. I imagine maybe if you were Al-Aqsa Martyrs and you might have switched over. after the 2006-7 thing. That's probably why, because he's an old guy as well. I wonder if they say that. No idea. Okay. What are we saying about him? He's an old guy. Executive force. Storekeeper for passports and admin affairs. This guy, I don't know if he was still in service actually, because he's quite old. What do they say here? Killed by a rocket launched at a vehicle in which he was traveling with another Al-Aqsa martyrs. I wonder what... This is an interesting one. The way the biography makes it sound like he might have... it's hard to tell. He might have stopped being a fighter, but let's see. Imad Mohammed Abdul Rahman Shalek. Killed on the 6th. So this is where it gets a bit harder because don't always know how they're spelling each name. There he is. Easy enough. Okay. They say no. A policeman killed when he was when the house of his neighbor and Hamas operative was bombed. I wonder if I should just read the whole thing for him because he's obviously seen as Al-Aqsa martyrs. They don't, sorry, Al-Qassam. They don't mention that he was, but they do say that he was with a Hamas operative, or maybe he was just near the house. I don't know if he was in the house. Let's see what they say. Let's see the full bio, because this guy might... I probably mentioned this guy as a civilian. So, this is his career. Since the establishment of the executive force and its exist to the Gaza Strip to provide security and safety, he went out carrying his weapon, defending his religion and faith, and answering the call of his leadership to protect his brothers. Despite his old age, he had great courage and strength, and was humble among his brothers and honest in dealing with them. After the military decision, he worked as a storekeeper for passports and administrative affairs. He was loyal and honest in his work, and his leadership chose him for this position because he was honest and sincere. Okay. See, this is making it sound like after the military decision, it's making it sound like he... Oh, wait. After the heinous crime committed by the Zionist forces against the Khalia family on the Gaza coast, and after Imad saw those painful scenes, he swore to himself to join the jihad for the sake of Allah, defending his family and preserving the blood of his people, and taking revenge on the infidels and hypocrites. Immediately after that incident, Imad joined the Qassam brigades, and since that period he began to go out periodically to defend the cause of Allah, and he began to pass military courses to become a military soldier with military experience and knowledge. Despite his old age, he was not satisfied with sitting still, and he continued to train and run like the rest of the young men training around him. High-spirited, okay, he participated in repelling the invasions. He was wearing military uniform, proud of his clothes despite his old age. He hid in his guard duty spot, did not find anyone around him, none of the Mujahideen came to the spot. He continued guarding the spot and spent his time lurking alone in the guard duty spot. When the Zionist treacherous planes bombed the security service sites, he was at the passport office and God decreed that nothing would happen to him. Thanks be to God, he returned home without being hit by anything. When he returned home, he returned worried and sad because God did not choose him as a martyr. During the war, one of the occupation planes warned one of the houses in the area to bomb it. Imad woke up the people in the neighborhood to evacuate their homes so that no one would be harmed. After he evacuated the people's homes and his own, the Zionist warplanes fired a missile near the targeted house, which resulted in him being hit in the head by shrapnel, which led to his immediate martyrdom. So, this guy is working in an administrative job, but he also takes part in training with soldiers. And apparently, I don't know when has he ever stopped doing guard duty or repelling incursions. But on the day of Cast Lead, he escapes the passport building, goes home, and there's a warning given, I guess like a roof knock or whatever, given to one of the houses. And he evacuates everyone, but as he's evacuated everyone, he gets killed because there's a Hamas operative inside. That's the story for this guy. Horse seemed to have an admin job, but also took part in military courses and repelling the invasions. Based on the description, is he really active in the brigade? Everyone on this website is in the brigade, but I don't know if they're active always. I mean, it seems like he was active but I don't know if the difference with this guy is I don't know if he was expected to take up arms on the day. Because they're making it sound like when there was fighting, he would join in. But because the day happened and he didn't... Because usually, for a lot of these 27th people, like people who survived the first strikes, what they did was they would go into one of the mosques that was for soldiers, like one of the mosques where they could get arms, or they would go and fire rockets or fire like air defense or fire stuff like they would do something like that, right? Or like pick up their gun or whatever. But for this guy, I mean, you can still be a combatant and do what he's doing, but I just don't know if he was. Or if he was like a volunteer all the other times, in which case he kind of like turns on and off his combatant status. Because there is that concept as well. After evacuating neighborhood where warning was given on one of the houses. Died. He must have been outside the house, right? Yeah, killed by shrapnel. As the house of a Hamas operative was bombed. Let's do... What? Whoa. Oh yeah, we're going to the legal council, guys. The dipshit legal council. There's a poll in chat. Has no one done it? What the fuck? What's wrong with my... There's a... Go find the poll in chat. Come on. Okay. Oh, shit. I realize people might just be listening in the background, so... Okay. Let's give it a minute. Just join. What did he do? Okay, for those who weren't paying attention, okay, and you would take part in this poll, okay? This guy was a admin worker for the police apparatus in Gaza, okay? For the Hamas-run police apparatus. But he also took part in military training and took part in combat, at least before this war started. But when the war started, he was in one of the buildings that was bombed, but he escaped, and then he went back home, and there was a warning, like an IDF warning that they were going to bomb a house in his neighborhood. So he went and evacuated everyone in the neighborhood, but then he died when the house that was going to be bombed, the house of a Hamas operative, was hit because he got hit by shrapnel from the bombing. So what I want to know is, do we think this guy was targetable or not? Because the study here suggests that he was, but they got the organization wrong. The Israeli study said that he was, but they didn't list him as a Hamas fighter. They listed him as a Fatah fighter. And B'Tselem said that he died next to the house of the Hamas guy that was killed. But they've also said that he wasn't participating in hostilities. So. But then the problem with B'Tselem is they sometimes put no or not applicable when people are clearly soldiers. So it's difficult to tell. Okay, the poll is saying no. Oh, yes. Okay. Did he know he was living next to a Hamas operative? That is a completely irrelevant question, but he knew that there was a warning, an IDF warning given to the house that he was standing next to when he was killed. Because the warning was given and he evacuated everyone. But then I guess he was too close and he got killed. We know he had engaged in combat in the past. We know that he was in training. We know that... Did they say that he was in the Al-Qassam brigades, right? I don't think you leave the Al-Qassam. Yeah, he joined, yeah. Wait. How long... What's the time frame for this? I think I know this event. Okay, so yeah, he was in the... So he was a soldier in the brigades, but he was also doing what might have been a civilian job at the moment that he died. Ugh. Does targetable warrant a preemptive strike? Well, that's the thing, is people have all kinds of disputes over whether or not you're targetable at a particular point, because some people think that if you're a soldier and you're at war with the other army, then you can just be targeted whenever they want, where they can just kill you whenever. But a lot of people disagree with that. Some people say that you're participation in hostilities has to either be something that's like actually happening at the moment, or there's kind of like a gray window before and after, like if you're resuming into a different role. So it's difficult. I think the B'Tselem lady told me that she actually believed in continuous combat function, which is interesting because I think a lot of countries, including the Western ones, don't actually believe in that one because it makes it too liberal to kill people. Was he an active member? Yeah, he was an active member. What do you mean with collateral? Because it doesn't sound like he was targeted here, merely collateral. Yeah, but like, the question is, was he participating in hostilities? Actually, I don't even know. Is that the question? I thought the question was... The Goldstone dispute is whether or not they were in the Al-Qassam Brigades. So he was part of the Al-Qassam Brigades. I'll put a little note for B'Tselem. I'll give it a yes for now, but I'll put a but. Because I'll read, after this, we'll just read about the Goldstone report and their arguments about Al-Qassam and hostilities. Like if Goldstone thinks that, if there's anyone that thinks that you can be in the Al-Qassam Brigades, like an active member, but not participating in hostilities at a particular time. Like obviously if you're like a full-time medic, you wouldn't be. But okay. There's no to participate in hostilities. Hostilities. Might need a closer look. Okay. I'll just put this. Don't need to put the extra caveat. Okay. That one took a while, but we'll come back to it. You know what? I'm going to put a question mark here. What's the poll say? It's too close to call. We're doing a question mark. We're putting it gray. Okay. Too close to call. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the gup. Okay. Imad Abdul Hamid. Oh, we have a mismatch. Okay, we have a shit claim apparently from. This is an example here of the Israelis saying that the guy is a soldier, but it not being able to be verified. Now I do have a list of outliers that might make it up, but we'll see. Where is it? Where the fuck? Oof. Donkey Kong. Imad Abdul Hamid. Okay. I feel like this guy's not going to appear, but we'll see. This is the guy here, right? What do they say? They'll probably say not applicable, right? Yeah. So he would have been police, but maybe not soldier. 248. Ooh. So let's see if he can appear anywhere here. 27th, so oh, why are the dates fucked? No, they're not. They're just I have to start from here. Oh, Jesus. What if I try this? Oh, no, not him. Who is this guy, just in case? Don't think this is going to be him. Nah, complete mismatch. Okay. What if I go... No. There's a way to keep only entries within the date range. That's a problem because some people died of their wounds after the war ended. I don't think I'm going to find this guy. He's just not going to be... He's going to be a bad match. Whoops. Fucking bad day for the Jews. Whoa. There you go. This guy, unaffiliated civilian. And I don't think there's anything in my thing for him. Imad Abdul. So bad match, civilian. This other one's a bad match as well. Issam Nabil Muhammad Al-Rabri. Let's see. There was one Issam that wasn't reconciled before. Oh, he's real. Fuck. He's not a mismatch. He's a real guy. There he is. And this should be GH. Issam Nabil Muhammad Al-Rabawi. Okay. So, what was your job, buddy? Died at work in the police station? Okay. Security? Now this one, it's a bit ambiguous if he was police and security or not. So what we're going to do there is... we're going to say they said guarded the borders because that's usually the most common thing for police and security that's across all of them. All right. And this one says he was killed at work in the Abu Madin police station. And to confirm whether or not he was actually a cop, because sometimes they list non-cops here for some reason, just to, I guess, inflate their count. We'll find this guy. No, just... do they have any Imad Nabil? Just Imad. Okay. Fuck me. Come on. Al-Hajj. No, we already got him. Wait. Yeah, okay. He's the one that we couldn't find. Is that the only one? No, it's not. Fuck, I think I found him, but he just went by again. Ooh. Is it? It's not this guy. The name's way too different. No, this is the civilian. Wait. This guy, Barbari. Why have they said that he was fighting when Israel listed him as a civilian? Al-Hajj, what does that mean? Yes, what do they say about him? A policeman, he was killed after firing rockets at Israel. Oh. Okay, so this is the more unusual one. It's much more unusual when Israel says someone's not a militant, but B'Tselem says they are. Because B'Tselem would normally be less willing. They're normally going to be like, we need more evidence, not less. Or like, we're not going to settle for the kind of evidence that Israel would. This is the guy, Imad Abdul Muin Abdullah al. Alright. So yes, a policeman who was killed after firing rockets at Israel. Okay. Is he not going to be in the Al-Qassam page then? Oh, how would I put it? Muin? No, I think it's Muin. Oh my god. Let's go Imad. Can I just highlight 2008 and 2009 and will it only search there? Can I just limit my search to those years, please? Fuck's sake. If I do it like this, will it do it for me? Click Find Alt. I don't know what that means. Like, will this do it? Nope. Click Find All, and then what? No, wait, I can just go alphabetically. Fuck, I'm being such a dumbass. I can just go here, because I know the date. Oh. No, I don't see anyone. There's no one here. Unless it's Nabil? Barguth? I don't think I'm going to see anyone called this, am I? No. Okay, well. Kind of stumbled across that one by accident, but... How old was he? I'm going to put this. On Al-Qassam or Orient. But B'Tselem. Entry says a policeman. He was killed after firing, along with other armed men, rockets at Israel. Wow. This one has been a bit of a journey. Issam Nabil Muhammad Al-Garbawi. Okay, who's this guy? Oh yeah, this is the guy who guarded the borders. We got how did we get distracted? Oh yeah, killed at the police station. Oh, we need to find out if he's a fucking cop. Okay, I got you. Okay. So, Issam, Nabil. Anything? Yep, there he is. Okay, killed at police station. Not applicable. So he is a cop. Okay. Oh! Wait. My fucking brain, man. Blah. Whoa. Little pub. Hala al-Din Ibrahim Abdul Rahim al-Qatawi, okay. Ibrahim al-Din. This is the last one on the page. Okay. Nusairat Battalion, so they're saying that he was... Okay. Liked your appearance on H3. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. If you like that, then you'll love this. It's exact. Okay. Wait. Palestinian police. Okay. Palestinian police. Okay, good. And then this one. Right. Any extras? Probably killed in the bombings on the stations. Yep. Killed at... And he was definitely everything he said he was. Okay. Alright. Are we done yet? Yeah, we've done one page today. I'm not in the headspace for this right now. I think I've been streaming too much. Too many 8-hour days. Too much little gup, big gup. Too much gupping. Oh dear. I got no more gups to give. Yeah. Fuck me. Okay. I got a dono? Why did the number go up? Why did bar go up? Oh. Will Kane, thanks for the 25 Hong Kong. If your work gets cited, please go by Loanerbox. Represent the netizens for the rest of us. Okay. Listen, Gups. I think I need a bit of a rest. It's only been close to 7 hours today, but that's enough. Dylan is covering Syria, so you guys should go there, okay? Got a video for you to watch. Cool. I'll watch it tomorrow because fuck me. All right. Raid H3. I don't think they're on my... They don't have my... You need permissions. You need the channel to give you permissions for you to raid them. So I'm going to send you to Dylan instead, okay? Whoa. Whew. All right, take care. Love you. Gups. Gup, gup. Bye-bye.